Do we have a question?
Mm-hmm.
Good, how are you? Good.
My immediate supervisor.
Man. Picked up one of them last week.
Last night?
In one of them Easies. Have you seen them?
I hate masks.
I know.
I got, 3.
Okay, that's right.
So, I haven't checked. Can't get them. I did find some.
Is it time?
Yeah.
We have a minute or two, or no, mine
Oh,
just.
I got 9:01. Okay, all gun buying has to stop. We'll call the meeting to order. Are we online? Do we have to?
We are broadcasting both WebEx and streaming on YouTube, but we do not have to follow the
Okay.
2.201.
I need my.
We will call the meeting to order and rise for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That is one thing that's much easier done in person than it is online because everybody's voice comes in at a different time.
Oh, yeah.
So, welcome to this meeting, especially for the new people to the board. This is we call it our strategic planning session. And so we will review the agenda. But basically what happens is we hear from department heads what their goals as a department is. And I think that has helped us remember what those people's goals are. Sometimes we have an influence on what their goals might be, but I think it's more of a long-term effect that they see where the direction of the board is. Sometimes it's an awakening for us because we don't know the constraints sometimes they're put under because of state and federal funding and what our funding has done to their department. So it's a good time for us to listen to department heads and see what their challenges are, remember what their strengths and weaknesses are, and where we might help. Sometimes politically we can help by helping lobby with our representatives to our own departments get some more funding or whatever it is they need. We really try to set some realistic goals, but we're not afraid to shoot for the stars, so to speak, because if you don't have a goal up here that's almost seemingly unattainable, you're never going to get there. And so as we work through today, I think we'll see that we did a pretty good job of reaching at least partially on every goal. But I think a good example is in Pine City, where we've got a road project that goes around Cross Lake that's gonna take place in the next 3 years. And it happens to be in my district, and some of the people, of course, want hiking, biking, walking, sidewalk, bike path, whatever you want to call it, because it's a very congested part of the road. And so it adds a considerable amount of money to the construction project. And so as we look around the state and they start spending state money on bike trails and such, we ask our state legislators to help us with that by putting it in the bonding bill. And there's a part of the state trail system that's missing if you went from Duluth to White Bear Lake. And a good portion of it is in southern Pine County, from Hinckley to the Pine County line, Pine-Chisago County line. Well, Chisago is working on getting the trail from North Branch up to the Pine-Chisago line. We're working on getting it from Hinckley to the Pine County line. And the state has plans, but I don't think I'll live long enough to see the state come through and make a trail system on that last 32 miles. So we've got plans to help that along. So we got, I didn't actually know if I was, if I thought it could actually happen. But we sat down with our state senator and our state representative and reached out to some other people we know in the legislature and got it in the bonding bill. And it was in the bonding bill, out of the bonding bill, in the bonding bill, out of the bonding bill. And I have to get a lot of credit to both Senator Rarick and Representative Nelson. They hung in there with us and they talked to their leadership and said, this is important to East Central Minnesota. And so that little portion from the Snake River Bridge down to the south end of Cross Lake is in the state bonding bill. So everybody's in the state is going to help pay for that portion of that trail. So that, I think, is a huge step for us. And I think we've learned from that experience that if we're persistent and we have a goal in mind, we can get there. And it took a lot of phone calls and a lot of remember us, don't forget us, little text messages, little emails. Another thing is the dam at Willow River. Their construction has started on that, I hear.
Yep.
And how many years was that? 4 years?
Oh, 12.
12, so 8 years. And that's the same thing. That was not gonna get built. It was gonna get built. It wasn't gonna get built. And we never gave up on it. Our representative, they got a lot of.
Holding up our bridge project too.
And it was holding up our bridge project. And so a lot of balls get in the area, but persistence pays off. The other thing was the shutdown of the Willow River camp, which is directly in Pine County, and then the Moose Lake portion. I see Terry's back here. Terry was important in that. That came suddenly, kind of out of the blue from what I recall. But we did get some money back in to keep that Willow River camp open. And now we have to put the pressure on to keep it open, because not just because it's jobs in Pine County, but because we believe in the programming that they do there.
Excellent.
And so they do some pretty awesome programs. If you know anybody that works there, I think they can attest to that. And like our own jail staff and our Brent Johns has told me many times, he's our program coordinator in our own jail, says, you know, every one of those people that we have in our jail are gonna get out. And if we can't try to make them better citizens, they just come right back. And so, that's kind of the approach we've taken, is try to make them, all of the people that we incarcerate and don't incarcerate, try to make them better people so that, they don't end back up in our system. Terry Fawcett, you'll hear from today, has done a marvelous job of really working on programming for those people that are in the probation system, so that we at some point aren't going to see them anymore, because we have changed their course of their life. And that's pretty awesome. If you think about, if you just think about the money and not about anything else, you think about what that does for Pine County. If we take 2 or 3 people and we change the course of their life so they get out of that system and are just like regular people, and they go to work every day, they pay taxes, they have a house, just they're a mom and a dad, instead of being in the system continually in and out of jail. And that's really what we're trying to do. So I think those goals are always in my mind. Anytime we can try something, that's, sometimes it's hard to try something new because we might fail. It might not work out the way we want it to, but we have to not be afraid to fail. We have to try new things. We have to believe in the people that we have working for us. So I think we got the best team in America working for us. And so I look around the state, and as you start going to committee meetings and start looking at, would I trade my HHS director or my auditor for that person? I've pretty much, would I trade David Menke for some other administrator? I really put that in a no category pretty fast. So I think we're lucky here. And that's kind of what I have to say today. Listen, we'll all listen. I learn something every day. I've been doing this for a little while, but I'm certainly not an expert at it. We have a lot of experts around the state, and we rely on them every single day. So we'll look at the progress of our 2020 goals.
I can take that.
Yep.
Thank you, Steve, and good morning, everyone. I am Dave Menke, County Administrator, and I've never thought of public employment as like a draft situation where you would like, trade players, but we can maybe see where that goes. Today is really your time as commissioners, right? So we have this agenda in front of us, but it doesn't have times on it. And so I'm gonna, the chair, can break for breaks or lunch or whatever, and just let Steve know with regard to the flow. So that it's your time, manage it kind of how you want, and then use it to talk to each other, communicate, and ask questions. You'll have staff present in the room. We've got some staff who will be online, but certainly, our goal is to answer all your questions and try to help you figure out what your goals are. And why do we do strategic planning? And I always go back to President Eisenhower. And so now that there's some new commissioners, at least it'll be new for you, but the other three, you've probably heard this many times, but he said, plans are nothing, planning is everything. And it seems a little bit odd, right? Because, well, why would you go through the effort of making a plan if the plan is nothing? And for me, It's the planning process is where you lay out your vision. It's where you do your problem solving. It's where you develop strategies and gain momentum. And it's also where you make communication. You know, if you say our goal is to complete a trail, that communicates a clear vision of what it is you're trying to accomplish as a county board. And as leaders, our goal is always to provide clarity. You know, if your leaders are creating confusion, they're not necessarily helpful if you're, you know, somewhere down in the organization. So vision, problem solving, communication, and clarity for me are the reason that the planning process is more important than the plan that you come up with. Because we know as soon as you make a plan, it's going to change. Last year, about this time, we did the same type of exercise. And I'm going to give you a quick status update on the goals. Feel free to ask questions because I'll be pretty brief in my update. On assessing, the question is regarding local assessor versus county assessing. And we have right now, I think, have that at the place where we are working to keep the county assessing as price competitive as we can so that there is no economic disincentive to go with the county. And at this point, we have not made a decision to force county assessing on everyone. Wetland Bank, we put a plan together. Bowser supported it to preserve some wetlands. The Army Corps of Engineers looked at it and rejected it. And so now we are reevaluating that. And Caleb is working with a consulting firm to look at other possibilities of how we would move that forward. The reason this is a goal is in our region, there are no wetland credits to be purchased. So if people are doing development, it is hard and expensive if they have to mitigate wetlands. And we know that as a county, we want to encourage economic development in, you know, cities where there is currently economic development, right? You want to get your development to mass. And so often that requires mitigation of wetlands. If the county owned wetland credits that it could sell, it would help facilitate that process. So we're still working on it, and that project should make some, we should get some more feedback over the winter, so next spring we'll have some direction from Caleb and consultants. Outdoor recreation, we did accomplish some of these. The last bullet, the land sale proceeds, we have taken formal action or as a county board to take action to create a fund and put a portion of the proceeds of the sales. We're working hard on the trail. As Steve has said, we did get a $650,000 state bonding grant. And we had the students from the Humphrey Institute do a recreational study. I think that was previous to, I think that was 2019. And so we really have not picked that up. That's still hanging out. Space planning and facilities, significant progress. I think the facility committee has really implemented what it laid out for a vision, reducing the number of county facilities we own and in improving the workability of the facilities we have. And so our last piece of that is to do some remodeling at the courthouse to facilitate HHS moving back from the South Pine Government Center back into the courthouse where they started when the courthouse was originally built. Sales tax for transportation. I think we had started the year thinking that we were gonna really hit that hard to see what we wanted to do with regards to the future of that plan. We know that Mark needs 2 or 3 or 4 or more years of lead time to develop good project lists. And so the more stability he has knowing where the funding is coming from, it's helpful. He's going to talk about that more later today. But at current collection rates, our sales tax really expires within the next 3 years, which when you're doing transportation planning is not that far out. Legislative issues. Steve said, you know, kind of most of the update that we worked hard to build the relationships with our legislators. We're a little blip in the state of Minnesota, but our issues are important. The ICWA piece, well, any of these that require state money are just harder in a deficit year. And so the state forecast has improved. The updated forecast that the final biennium budget will be based on will come out in February. So there's, at this point, I don't think there's anybody thinking that the $1.2 billion deficit goes to zero or goes to a surplus. But I think most people, based on recent collections, are hopeful that the February forecast is better than the November forecast, which was better than the interim May forecast. But obviously, the economy is tied to the pandemic as a primary wild card. And then the merit system, we did everything we needed to do in 2020 to submit our notice to exit the merit system. It is a year-long process, and so December 31st, we will have cause for celebration, I believe, this and perhaps some other things. But we are on track to complete this at the end of this year. Any questions on the 2020 goals, or any of the commissioners who made these goals want to add some perspective or insight?
Well, the ICWA funding, that's the Indian Child Welfare Act. It costs us a lot of money of county levy dollars. And I think if we could wave a magic wand and the federal government or the state government would take over ICWA, it would mean several percentage point gap would be closed in our levy, and put on the list of probation funding. Not a huge amount, but it's one of those things that just grind on me. Because the state made a deal with the counties to fund those positions at, I believe, 55%. Was it 55 or 60? I can't remember. When they made that deal years ago, we've been down in the 29 to 30% funding range now. So you take that gap and you add it times the number of agents we have, pretty soon you're talking 1% of our levy, which generates about 170,000 roughly, is what I keep in my mind. Every 1% of our levy generates about 170,000. So when we talk about a 2% levy increase or whatever, we're talking a little north of $300,000, 350,000.
So, Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
or are you done or still going? I'm sorry, I don't want to put in. I want to go back to the ICWA
yeah.
a little bit, because that's our out-of-home placements are budget buster.
Mhm.
And
JJ and Terry met with Becky this morning.
so talk
A
about it.
little bit of an update.
Okay. Are they just, there's a lot of background there.
Surface with the Indian Child Welfare Act. And maybe on the county sheriff casino sales tax, maybe is new to some folks, that the tribe pays a sales tax to the state of Minnesota that they collect for their retail operations. And then the law has half of it go back to the tribe, and then the state gives a portion of it to the counties that have casinos. And our legislative issue is that the portion that the state gives to the counties should be increased. And I want to say is it 10%, Steve, do you remember? And the current law is 10%. We have been advocating for it to be 20%. In our budget, that would be about $80,000 today versus $160,000 if it were the double. And so that we push that harder when there's a state surplus. Statewide, it's a pretty small number. And so it can be worked into a budget if the legislature is willing. But it would be real money for Pine County and help to account for some of the the costs that are associated with having casinos. Any other questions on last year's goals? So at your place, there should have been a handout with SWOT analysis for me that just starts out with the Pine County mission statement. And so our mission is to provide quality services to the citizens of Pine County in a cost-effective, courteous, and efficient manner. When I look at our strengths overall, I identify leadership as a strength. I think the commissioners have provided excellent leadership and department heads are doing that. And then I also think a little deeper down in the organization, we see good leadership by supervisors, we see good leadership by employees. And if anything, the pandemic has really shined a spotlight on some of the workers in the county who have been very creative and very diligent in maintaining services in a challenging environment. Fiscal stability. Fiscal stability is a strength of ours because we're not running from month to month or year to year to a budget crisis. Historically, the county boards some years ago established a reserve policy. We've implemented that policy. We've been able to build the reserves a little bit. And so that has given us some financial or fiscal stability. Communication. I know communication in these exercises is usually always listed as something to improve. And so I don't want to not keep that on our list of things to improve because there's always more that you can do with communication. But I think that we have done, that it's a strength of this organization, that what the commissioners expect and what supervisors expect is communicated both directions. Community relationships.
Can I just say something about that, David? It was a pet peeve of mine when I first got on the board to show up to a board meeting and get a whole stack of papers handed to you that says, these are additions to the agenda. I can't live that way. And so we had some struggles for a while, but now we have weekly updates that you've already seen, which are terribly valuable to me to kind of get a big picture idea what's going on in the county. And certainly if you have questions about any of those, Adam, pick up the phone and call. And we don't have to wait for a board meeting to say, what's going on here. We got phones, we can reach people. But to have our administration and staff have stuff prepared before the board packet goes out, and sometimes things things happen, and sometimes things have to get added later, but not very often, not big items. And so we have time to read through the agenda. I always tell David that's my Sunday morning, get up, make a pot of coffee, sit in my chair and read through the agenda and make notes, because it always gets to my house. Usually it's out when Thursday and comes in the mail on Friday, or you get it electronically, and I read through that. And Monday, if I have questions, I can call and say, I don't understand this, especially stuff on the consent agenda sometimes. There's some big ticket items that we put on the consent agenda.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Dave, can I say something too?
Yeah.
I think that our committee system that we're operating under also totally helps the communication for us, because it can't, we don't always get to share. So then our committees, that's why it's so important to make those committee meetings, because then you make the contacts out there with the other groups too, and then you can bring resources back to counties. But then it gets committee reports usually at the end of our meeting, and we all learn what's going on, because then if you go out somewhere, you might not be on that committee, but somebody asks you a question and you're up to, so you can answer them, so that it flows to the public too that way. And it's so important, I think.
Yeah, I think those committee reports that we've added to our board agenda are one of the most important things we do during the whole.
Yeah, you
It's-
educated me on that.
It's not an afterthought. If you've been to a committee meeting, you better expect that somebody's gonna grill you about what they were talking about.
Yeah.
Get a nice little report ready.
Steve, you
Sorry.
reminded me, no, you reminded me, we were talking about the agenda additions. My very first board meeting, after the meeting, I remember the commissioners literally saying, David, because we have like, I don't know, a dozen agenda additions, and maybe I over exaggerate, but there were a huge number of agenda additions at my first board meeting, and I remember after that meeting being told by commissioners, your job is to fix that. So.
And you've done a great job of fixing that, but that's a pet peeve of mine.
And that's, in my mind, that's where, if you communicate what you want, we can figure it out, right? And then the community relationships, we have, well, a lot of areas where our employees are working every day with school districts, with other counties, with nonprofit agencies, with private contractors, consultants, et cetera. We have good relationships with those institutions, Pine Technical and Community College, our cities. We used to have about 3 times a year, city-county school meeting where we would bring all of the elected officials together in a room, which we can't do right now, but we'll get those going again to help improve that communication. But I think our community relationships are positive for a strength. And then the 2020 goals that we just reviewed, we made a lot of progress in the same year where we had a pandemic to respond to. So talk about kind of changing moving the goalpost a little bit. Nothing about 2020 was normal, but we made a lot of progress on what was laid out as goals. Weaknesses, and weaknesses are not always bad things, right? Like, because I say large geography, the fact that Pine County has a large and varied geography is helpful in a lot of ways because it gives us diversity and timber sales, recreation, et cetera. But it also makes it challenging for transportation and service delivery. Lack of broadband access for residents. And that's not just a weakness for the county organization. That's a weakness to our community because if you're a student, whether you're doing school from home today because of the pandemic, or whether you're an adult who wants to take an online college course or professional development for your work, lack of broadband is a significant drag on our local economy. Or if you want to start a home-based business, you may not be able to do it. And then we have a lack of dedicated economic development. I think the struggle we've had with the CARES Act rollout, the pandemic relief program, we're doing well. In fact, Steve and I are going to be testifying tomorrow at a House committee as one of 3 counties talking about our CARES Act rollout because AMC thought that some of our programs were noteworthy. So I think we've done well, but we do not have a single point of sustained economic development. And that's just a weakness. Opportunities we have. I think we need to be very deliberate about what post-COVID means. We've made a lot of changes. Some of them are good changes. Some of them are not good changes, right? Not having you 5 commissioners in a room for a year, right, is not helpful.
No.
Now, there's advantages to being able to do remote meetings because if you can't be here because you're in Florida or you're in the hospital or you're whatever, right? Being able to do a remote meeting can be an advantage, but as a normal thing, that's been a detractor. But how do we learn from COVID and how do we take the best of what we learned moving forward? Flexibility for me was one of the things that we need to figure out how to maintain and do more of. Using technology to expand citizen access. So We typically don't have a lot of people come to county board meetings. Last meeting, I think there was some discussion about, do we want to consider night meetings? Technology has given us the opportunity to both live stream, so you can be at home, of course, if you have broadband, watching the proceedings today. And it also allows you to provide input, right? If we get the technology right, without having to drive 20, 30, 40 minutes, whatever, and wait for 2 hours at the meeting and tell your time, and then say your 5 minutes. That could be a detractor that maybe with technology we can figure out how to help citizens give input in a way that is more respectful of their time. The HHS relocation back to the courthouse. I think having people physically together has advantages if you have the space for it. We need to be thoughtful as we make that transition, how we leverage that. Threats. So state and federal funding is always our lifeblood. We are a creature of the state. Many of the programs that we do in other states are done by the state government rather than the county government because they are state programs. In Minnesota, they're administered by counties. If the if the state and the federal government, reduce funding, that impacts the services that we can deliver. Staff turnover is always a threat. We know that the Great Recession delayed some people's retirements because they're, deferred comp or 401ks or whatever might not be doing well, or they might have had job loss or spouse job loss of value in their house, whatever it was. Maybe they worked a little longer, and so that silver tsunami that was projected for back then really didn't have the impact that some people thought it would. Coming out of the pandemic, are there people who are continuing to work because of the uncertainty, who once the uncertainty goes away, maybe they retire? I don't know, but I do know that attracting and retaining quality staff is always a challenge and should always be on our radar. Reliance on the property tax is a threat. Property taxes are regressive. They take more money from people as a percent who have typically lower incomes than higher incomes, and they're not a choice, right? If you live in an expensive house, on one hand, well, you should expect to pay more taxes, but if you've owned that house for 5, 10, 15, 20 years, that value has probably grown faster than your appetite for taxes, and that's a real issue for people. And so that puts pressure on us to be very thoughtful as well. Our tax classification rate, if you look in the region, we're pretty average. If you look statewide, our tax classification rate is a little bit higher than average. And part of that is low property values translate to a higher rate to get the same dollar from a piece of property. And so that explains maybe a little of it, and it explains our regional difference. But overall, that's still a concern, because when you're a business and you're looking to locate, you say, what are your property taxes? You'll look at the rate, because that's the easiest thing to compare across jurisdictions. And then gridlock at the state and federal levels. It is just dang hard to get good policy done in some cases. And I think it's been a strength here that we've been able to work through many issues. But it's, in my mind, there's always a threat that if the state legislature doesn't approve a budget, well, that the state shuts down, and we've seen that happen occasionally. And then that puts a lot of our funding into jeopardy. So as an example. So those are, when I look organization-wide at strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. Questions, comments, thoughts?
It's funny, David, you talk about the tax classification rate. And yesterday at a landfill, I call it the landfill meeting, Solid Waste Commission, the commissioner from Kanabec County was envious of Tyne County's low tax rate, because their tax rate is not quite twice as much as ours, so if you have a $100,000 house, $200,000 house in Kanabec County, you're paying just about twice as much in taxes as you were if that same house was in Pine County.
Other tax base.
Yeah, because their tax base is, I mean,
Are we about 65%?
about 65%.
They're over 100.
Theirs is a 129 or something. So it's really a struggle for them. They're envious that we can do what we do in Pine County with the number of employees we have. Their county is half the population of ours. They have 200 employees. We've got 260 roughly.
Probably 285.
Okay.
And there's always a lot of asterisks whenever you do those kinds
Right.
of comparisons.
Yeah.
Because our sheriff, who's sitting in the back here, he does police protection for all of the cities. Some counties have police departments, right?
Right.
And so his deputies that do the policing in the cities, if you're in, does Moore have a police there?
Not anymore.
Oh, not anymore, okay.
They-
So, but you just always have to have in your back of your mind, when you make a comparison, where does it line up and where doesn't it line up? Aiken County is probably the counter to Kanabec on the tax capacity rate, where they have, in our region, as much valuable shoreland property as any county. And so that really helps them keep their tax rate low and still able to provide the same amount of service. Any other questions before I turn it over to Jackie?
I think until I hear any different, if you need to get a snack or use the restroom, we'll just do that. But we will try to take a break about noonish and have lunch. And we'll do that in place instead of dispersing, so.
All right, I think Jackie's going to.
Jackie, are you ready to go?
Yes,
She's thumbs up.
I am ready.
Go ahead.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm Jackie Coivisto, and I'm the Human Resources Manager. And I am here today to present the Human Resources SWOT analysis. And I'd like you all to know that this wasn't just my thoughts and ideas put down on a piece of paper. This was definitely a team effort on behalf of the HR department. So, starting out with our strengths, we feel that we have a dedicated, knowledgeable staff. Each one of our team members in human resources brings different strengths, different opinions, different ideas. And I think that really helps to create a well-rounded HR team. We are right-sized, and thank you to the board for that. When I talk about being right-sized, the industry standard for how many HR employees you have per staff would be approximately one HR person per 100 employees. And we have nearly 300 employees. And for many years, for a long time, we functioned fine with 2 people, but we were approved to hire a 3rd person. And I really feel that that's going to bring us into new territory. It's going to allow us to have the manpower to do more than, kind of answering questions and being available. Well, it'll bring us more ability to do more projects and do more for the county. Customer service is definitely a strength. We spend, I think, good quality time with our employees. We make sure to the very best of our ability that we're providing the services that our employees need. We take time with answering questions. We take time with explaining benefits. I feel that this is definitely a strength of the HR department. We're flexible. We're willing to try new things. We try to do things in the most efficient way possible. We're willing to listen. And another strength is the support from the organization and from the board. We always feel very supported. And when I say supported, I don't mean that's always a yes to every ask that we have, but we know that we can talk with upper management, with the board, and our voices will be heard. So we very much appreciate that, and that's definitely a strength of our organization. To talk about weaknesses, so different departments work differently with HR, and I don't feel that the services are always consistent. So I think there's great opportunity. Listing it as a weakness also means it's an opportunity. I feel that we can help to provide more services across all departments across all county departments. More than just, I mean, of course, we spend time with training and coaching, disciplinary actions, but I think there's other services that maybe we're missing out on that we can put a focus on. The nature of the workload, as with every department, can make it hard to plan. We're coming out of a very busy time. Really, we've been a bit gridlocked for the last 3 months with a very busy open enrollment process, which included planning for a whole new way of doing health insurance. And so at times, the time of year, what's going on kind of affects our workload, obviously. Another weakness that we need to explore and improve upon is lack of diversity in the workforce. And it's not that, what that really means is attracting a more diverse pool of job applicants. So it's not that we're not giving opportunity, we have to figure out ways to expand our recruiting processes to recruit a more diverse workforce. Opportunities. So I have first on the list the pending exit from the Minnesota merit system. And I know that's been a topic at many of our, the last several meetings that we've had, board meetings, personnel committee meetings. And we think the heavy lifting has been done. So we've submitted our exit packet and now we await the next steps from the merit system as far as, did our documentation pass? Do we need to improve any of our policies? So that will be an ongoing project throughout the year. And we really feel ready. We feel that for the most part that our recruiting system that we have in place is extremely robust. So we're excited to see how we progress through this process. And we're also able to help other counties. We've had several counties reach out to us recently. They've heard that we are in the process of exiting the merit system, and we've helped them out with supplying them with information or letting them know how we've responded to questions. So I'm extremely proud that we've been able to offer that outreach. Employee recognition and retention. So this actually should have been at the top of the list. And we all know that employees are our most valuable asset. And our focus really has to be on recognition, which in turn leads to retention. So we need to come up with a meaningful recognition program. And it's not that employees are not currently being recognized. I think that our departments are doing a really, really good job with on the spot recognition. And I know different supervisors do different things. And now it's really bringing that all together, working with department heads and supervisors and establishing a more formal program that we can follow. We want to make sure that our employees are satisfied, and we want to make sure that they are happy and that we are providing the opportunities for them and all possible opportunities for them to succeed. Working closer with department heads that have not fully utilized HR, and I think I already covered that a bit when we talked about weaknesses. So we look forward to being able to help departments in different ways that we're not currently doing. Kronos is our human resources platform, our human resources information system. And we have different capabilities within Kronos that we're not currently utilizing, but will be shortly. One of them is with recruitment. And this will be especially important as we exit the merit system, but we have a great opportunity with applicant tracking and the actual application process. Currently, employees that apply to Pine County are doing a paper application, and that's really not with the times. That's really not in line with the times. So we have the capability to work, it will look similar. You'll be able to apply online with Kronos running in the background. So you would have access, an applicant would have access to an online employee application, and that application in turn would flow right through the HR system. It would allow us to do the demographic tracking that we require. That can all be done electronically. It can help us to organize job interviews and walks all the way through to the hiring process, and we're able to just pull that applicant into the Kronos system for all of the benefits set up and other things that are required during recruitment. So that's an exciting project for the HR department. That will make applying to the county much easier and more professional. Process flow improvement. So there's a lot of different moving parts in human resources, and we think that we do things pretty well, but we always should be looking to improve. Continuous improvement is definitely part of the success of any department. So there are processes we have in mind to look at. I referred to open enrollment earlier. That is, on the face of it, I feel a very easy user experience. So it's pretty easy for an employee to go online and make their benefit selections. And that is our goal. It's a wonderful thing. There's a lot of action going on in the background, however. So one of the things that we'd like to do is look at the entire open enrollment process. Maybe there's things that we can do to make it, we just want to make sure we're being as efficient as possible is really the bottom line. And that would hold true with other processes as well, such as the onboarding process. Are we, what are we doing well? Where can we improve? Threats for human resources, of course, funding. Staff turnover, and I'm going to, in a minute, talk about some turnover figures, but staff turnover, we know that we've had a lot of retirements in 2020, and we know that the retirement rate that we're currently at will continue for a while. With the retirements, an organization will often lose years of experience, years of knowledge. So the loss of knowledge is a threat that we need to be on top of and ready to act upon. And in thinking about turnover and retirements, demographically speaking, we are not the only employer in this situation. Other counties will be, I know are experiencing the same situation, so are we going to start stealing employees from each other? So that's something we want to be aware of. Pandemic burnout. How do we support our employees through the pandemic? And more specifically, how do we support the supervisors and the department heads who are supporting their employees through the pandemic? I think overall we've done well, but I think, and I hear that, you know, it's getting difficult. We're coming up on what feels like 8 years, coming up on 1 year working in the pandemic. So that's something I think we need to be mindful of and plan for. Additional information that I included in my presentation in talking about turnover. For 2020, our turnover ratio was approximately 9 to 10%. The industry standard is 12 to 15%. So, you know, it's a good thing to be under that standard, under that threshold. And I was looking through the reasons why employees left in 2020. There were 31 employee separations last year, and 39% of those were retirements. So that's a pretty big number. Sort of eye-opening looking through that information. So that is the formal presentation. Those are the points that I wanted to talk about. So does anyone have questions or comments that they'd like to make?
Jackie, the last point you made, if almost 40% of the people that left employment retired, is there any other category that jumps up, or was it just a host of differing reasons?
It was a host, Steve. There wasn't anything that was alarming. You know, we of course look for trends, and I would say there was just a good variety. I mean, there were people that left for promotions, you know, which is excellent. You know, people advancing their careers, going to different agencies. But I think that retirement category is the one category that really stood out.
Well, that's a great category to lead with. I mean, if people stayed long enough to retire, something must have been halfway right.
I would agree.
Anybody got any questions of Jackie?
Thank you.
Thanks, Jackie.
Thanks, Jackie.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ryan?
Ryan.
Mayor, members of the board, hopefully I don't bore you too much with this presentation. But my name is Ryan Fidel. I'm the IT manager here at Pine County. The IT department manages all of the technology for Pine County. We work well with all of our department heads, all the other departments in the county to facilitate IT and technology to better meet their needs. So we're going to go over some strengths and some opportunities and some other stuff. So strengths, and this is going to be more probably based around COVID with the pandemic, just because that's what we have been responding to, and we will continue to respond to that even after that is done. We have laptops for all staff that can work remotely. We were able to leverage CARES Act dollars to add additional laptops to staff that normally wouldn't have laptops.
I just want to, there is a handout from Ryan in your packet. Just the one sheet.
So, information. Oh, it's in that one on your desk. Yep. It is over here.
So we were able to leverage CARES Act dollars. Thank you, Dave, for that. We were able to buy laptops for staff that normally didn't have laptops. We had desktops, front lines. Is it not?
No, I didn't get it.
Yeah, it wasn't in the mail or the sent out package, it was just a handout at your place.
Okay.
And we also use the CARES Act dollars to replace laptops that need to be replaced. This helps facilitate telework as we move along. Use those dollars to kind of get our staff the ability to work from home if they could. We also have the North Pine Government Center, the building that we are in currently. That is our disaster recovery site. It's a sandstone location that with facilities committee that we built with redundant power. We have redundant cooling in the server room. And with the move out of the South Pine Government Center, the North Pine Government Center was obviously the best choice to do our disaster recovery for all of the IT servers and data. County network infrastructure. We started remote access in 2014 with VPNing and remote for workers who would go to meetings or would be able to work from home in a small capacity, but not like we are telework. But that obviously, that groundwork that we set up was able to lift us up really quickly when we needed to send everyone home last March. We are doing the KnowBe4 phishing email test still. We did have a data breach through email, so we have instituted a retention policy of 3 years for email. So no email left in the box for more than 3 years. And the phishing tests are sent out once a month, unless you fail them, and then you get them in some other groups. So that has been pretty successful, and that's just a wildly successful program for IT. I'm sure most employees are super annoyed that they get emailed and get tested all the time. But if it helps us with security, I'm all for it. The IT department's strength is the ability to adapt quickly to changing circumstances. Obviously, with the pandemic, we were able to get as much staff as we could out of our buildings to protect them during the COVID pandemic. We instituted work from home, telework. We stood all of this up, while Dave had said before, during a pandemic when things were a little bit harder to accomplish some stuff like that. We do have our technology committee, which includes 2 commissioners, Helen and Moore. And those, we meet the 4th Tuesday every other month. And with that, steering and policy discussion for the direction of IT and a lot of our larger projects so that we and the commissioners are all on the same page when it comes to what we are doing. Opportunities, tech fund. We have the ability to fund tech fund for large projects. Successes include the Sheriff's Record Management System for Zerker and our body cameras that were just instituted this fall. The addition of staff, we added a 4th IT person here this last fall. And with that, we hope to move from a support putting out fires type of department back to a planning department that we had pre-pandemic. So hopefully, once we move further away from that, Kent and I can become a little bit more project planning to get the projects that we need and get our full attention on that kind of stuff. An opportunity is continued live streaming of board meetings after the pandemic is over. Obviously, with our ability to now stream to YouTube and have a bit more of an open government situation where someone can go back and watch a board meeting if they're unable to attend has been a very nice addition. So an opportunity is after the pandemic, we keep doing that. Multi-factor authentication, just kind of like your bank app that you probably have where you get a text message or a phone call. We want to institute that for email and some other systems at the county. That was going to be a spring-summer project of 2020, but due to the pandemic, we didn't have the time since we were responding to that, so that has been moved to 2021. Broadband. So we are a member of the Minnesota Rural Broadband Coalition. And as Dave said, broadband has been one of those things that has really come to light as to the shortfalls of not having it. If you have it, you have access to a lot of things, and if you don't, you are really disadvantaged in many, many different ways. So there are legislative priorities for the Rural Broadband Coalition, which have asked legislators to support the ongoing funding of $120 million per biennium for the border-to-border broadband grant. Now, there have been 2 bills that have been introduced, one in the House and one in the Senate, that support this legislative priority for the Broadband Coalition. So that'll be something that I'm going to try to keep track of to see if there's anything, and I will let Dave know when we get updates so that we have that. But I know that broadband has been something that has really come to light, and hopefully the legislators if the state can hopefully get us some resources for that, so.
One thing on that, the rural counties voted last week to support that initiative at 120 million. In the rural broadband initiatives study, they estimate it's a $2 billion project. So even at 120 million a year, it's a long-term.
Yep.
I mean, it's not gonna happen within a year to everybody else, so.
No, and so that's a great point, Steve. We have discussed, because I'm on the board for AMC, we've discussed putting a dollar amount on broadband, and I said, well, whatever dollar amount we put on won't be sufficient, because it's just such a large undertaking. And it's just the return on investment for hitting one house every 10 miles isn't the same as getting a development with 100 houses on the same street. And so it's just a tough thing, and I know we've had broadband meetings at the courthouse, we've met with CenturyLink, we've met with other vendors trying to put wireless devices on top of silos, just due to the geography and the tree density that we have in this county. Some of those solutions aren't, the best solution here. So we've been trying to figure out what to do and what to support, but I just wanted to make you aware that the coalition that we are a part of is trying to help with something, so.
Steve or Ryan? So is that 100% funded by that, or is there the companies that are jumping in gonna put some of their, infuse their money in if they manage it? Is that match thing? The 100 million?
This 120 million it's an ask of the state legislators.
I know, but
120 million on the table, and how that gets spent has not been spelled out.
Okay.
I mean, it would most likely be vendors that are already doing business, a supplement to help them build out. Because
there'd be some money contributed by the company that's gonna manage it.
right, if you take Savage Communication or
Okay.
whatever,
Thanks.
their line is, and I believe them, that if it was profitable, they would already have built out. But they don't see a return on their investment. They're owned by stockholders or by a family, and so they're not gonna invest $5 million building out a system where they see no return on their investment. So if they can get some aid to help build that system out, then it becomes profitable for her. You can afford to do business.
Has there ever been, the frustrating part about all this is, what do they need? We were just talking about this yesterday, because broadband, I mean, I own a business in Main Street, Pine City, right directly center, and I couldn't get fiber internet. And the internet I could get was 20 megs. I had to change providers and do all this goofy stuff just to get more than 20 megs, and it wasn't working. And we're not a big technology business either. So I just don't understand why it isn't the rural area, it's the middle of downtown,
And Midco should be able to supply you
That's who I got.
with gigabit.
Yep,
I mean, they've got it in the street,
yep,
so they should be able to.
yep.
Whether or not they want to is another thing.
But has any provider, have we got to the point where the provider's like, this is what I need to do this? It doesn't seem we can even get the providers to sit down at the table is the
No,
problem.
one of the problems we have, the biggest provider in Pine County is CenturyLink. CenturyLink is owned by a conglomerate that sits, their corporate offices there in Littleton, Colorado. How many account reps have we had, David, in the last 5 years? 5, 6? So you just get to know the person's name. And it happened this fall. We're supposed to have a meeting with this lady. Kept pushing it off, and then the next thing you know, she sends David an email that as of Friday, I'm leaving the company and your new account rep is so-and-so. And now we haven't been able to track that guy down. And so that's been the frustrating part.
And I would assume other counties or other states or other areas have found a good way to do this, to get it done.
The counties, if you look around the state and you find a county that is serviced by a local, or whole county might have, Garden Valley Telephone Company. That Garden Valley Telephone Company is like East Central Electric. It's a co-op owned system. So instead of paying their CEOs, and their shareholders all this money, their board of directors were farmers and people living in the country and said, we're gonna take some of our profits, we're gonna plow it back into having high-speed internet to every single home that has a telephone. And they did. My brother lives in north of Itasca Park in the sticks, and he's got really good internet because he's got Garden Valley Telephone Company. Paul Bunyan Telephone Company around Bemidji they've done the same thing, and East Otter Tail Telephone Company, and you name those. Seems like the bigger the companies are, the less they have. They've taken a lot of federal money and they've beefed up their infrastructure in White Bear Lake and Blaine and all those places, but they haven't done diddly squat for the Rush Cities, Pine Cities of the world.
Well, and I know I've had conversation with the new president of East Central Electric. He's a good friend of mine, and they're seriously looking at it. And I don't know if we should.
And we should call them to the table. I've got a brother that sits on the Roseau Electric Co-op, and they in the same boat. They have started a planned build out fiber to the home throughout their electrical distribution system, and they've got about a third of it done right now.
I know last time I talked to him, he said their biggest thing is they're worried about as soon as they get it in the ground, something better is gonna.
Right.
But
Right.
I think everybody's been waiting for that for 10 years now.
Well,
It's like it hasn't happened. So we'd be done. So that's, I don't know where to go with that. And that's.
The new satellite systems that they've lowered the orbit. So what did you say, JJ? You saw 26 satellites going over? I mean,
Yeah.
they keep handing that signal off, so you don't have that, latency in your system, which has always been the problem with the satellite system. That might be the answer, but, they've said for 15 years, I've heard that, they got a new WiMAX out.
Yeah.
I heard that 15 years ago. That's gonna take care of everything.
Yeah.
G5 network's gonna take over.
Yeah.
It works great in a highly densely populated area, but it doesn't work well in Bruno.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, this is what we're here for today. So that's kind of.
Just one more thing, Ryan. Josh and I have had this conversation. If you add up all the things that people stop me on the street or in a restaurant or call me about, if you add up all the things that people are concerned about, broadband in the last year or 5 years is probably, if you added up all the other things together, do not equal the amount of concern people have for broadband.
Well, I have 3 kids doing distance learning, and we have, I don't know, probably 5 different devices trying to stream. Plus I have DSL at home, and the DSL at home can maybe support 1 kid. Another one's got a hotspot. I think the other one's got a hotspot. I'd called David because I'm like, can I leave my iPad hotspot there and Ryan? Can I turn the hotspot on that so the kids can do learning, and it's ridiculous. And I live on a decent county road, so it's not like I live 3 miles down a township road on a dead end deal, so it's ridiculous. It really is. And
Mine is,
you expect,
isn't because I get 0 at my home.
yeah,
I live on a township road and I have really good Wi-Fi.
yeah.
I'm blessed.
So that's something that's near and dear to my heart, and I think we gotta really step up the game.
Yeah, I think we've given it enough lip service in the last dozen years to,
So if we're gonna bring ECE into the picture, we're gonna bring Minnesota Power into the picture. too?
yes, we'd have to.
I think at this point, we need to bring somebody in,
Right.
you know, and maybe if it is just getting them into the picture to scare up CenturyLink to get to the table or something that, hey, we're serious about this. We just don't want to hear your, 15-year plan. We need this done and I don't know.
One more resource that we might have now is Dustin Goslin. And he's with the Mille Lacs Band Corporate Ventures and just got appointed to the Blandon board. And he has as one of his priorities to make broadband in Pine County a priority. And so we can, I think if there's a consensus today of we should do something on broadband, that's on our list. He seems like the natural person to call in and help strategize on, bringing people to the table. Who is that and what does that look like?
And I'm on board if we, the IT committee, or even if you want me and Steve, or if you want a broadband committee or whatever. I'm definitely more than, I don't know if we want everybody on it or need everybody on it, but just a simple, hey, we got to put some pressure on some people. Let's get it done. I don't know.
I think it's important that maybe we can get a committee as a whole and get Dustin and.
And it's to make progress on the issue, it's a lot bigger than us, right? This is where the county would try to develop some leadership and partners in the community. Because it's going to require business people, education, just citizens who, like many of you, don't have good broadband, to get that message across.
Interestingly enough, the other thing I think we will run up against is the people that now have good broadband aren't sure they want tax dollars spent on giving other people good broadband, which is kind of an interesting.
I mean, I don't care if I don't have broadband.
Yeah,
The only
Yeah.
counter to that is if they have good broadband, they know people that don't, and or people that are,
I know it.
I've had, my mom's like, now she can come to our business and she's like, can I use your internet? Cause she don't have,
right.
she's like, I gotta pay bills, I gotta that. And, so the people that have decent probably are being whatever, and I know people that have been like, can my kid come over to your house to do schooling today because
Right.
our internet ain't working, or they gotta do a Google Meet, or, my ninth grader, he's on all day, he's gotta be videoing back and forth all day, every day, so.
The biggest question to me is how much does it interrupt or interfere with somebody moving here to do a small business if they're out?
Right.
Yeah.
And they go, well, I can't do anything because they do it all that way.
Right.
So that's another thing in there.
Or even people that want to move up here and they have to work from home. We've got a lot of people that want to relocate here and they would work from home, but they don't have the service to do that.
I think that number is much larger than we know, because I run into people every week that would either move to their cabin or their lake home or whatever, but they can't because they can't get good enough internet service.
You look at our home sales,
Yeah,
a lot of it are people that are moving out of the metro area that want to be,
right.
so.
Well, a lot of people don't think about that. That isn't one thing that you think about. If you're moving from a metro area up here, all of a sudden you get your place and then it's like, oh, you don't have internet? Oh, okay. Well, how come the realtor didn't tell me that, or whatever,
Yeah.
And then they call you up and say, hey, how come I don't have internet? My neighbor does, or this person does, but I can't even get it, and that's, I think, where we need to. A lot of times you call these companies, a CenturyLink or something like that, and say, hey, what is it gonna take me to get internet? And maybe 3 months from now, someone might get back to you and say, hey, we just don't do it, you know, where it's like, if we leverage a little bit more at the county, saying, hey, it's a priority here. And I would just like to see, you know, like David always says, last mile. Someone come to the table and just say, what's the price of that last mile? Why won't you run it out there? And I'm all for businesses making profits, that you can't do it by not making a profit. But if we're gonna step in the game, to get internet to Matt is gonna cost the provider this much money, you know, we need a little bit of skin in the game to do it, so be it, you know? But we can't even start that conversation if we don't know it.
I would say based on the length of this conversation, that broadband is gonna move to the top of our, towards the top of our list of things that we wanna accomplish.
And I think everybody knows it's gonna cost money, it has, you know?
I mean, one thing that I've had conversations with people, and it came up here, you know, somebody would come up from the cities to work in their lake home. But since we don't have the infrastructure, you know, they won't. My response to that was, after hearing it several times, was, well, first of all, you're pretty fortunate to have a lake home.
Yeah.
And a home.
Yeah.
Right.
Figure that much out and you can afford that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of other options out there.
Yeah.
For example, what's going on right now in the lower atmosphere, there's your, you know, hot spots, I don't know much about it, but I know that, but.
Yeah.
And a lot of it is, I do understand living on a dead end road or out in the country.
Yeah.
I chose to live in a spot where I had natural gas, where I knew there was city water coming to, you know, it was a logical choice. And not to be ridiculous, but sometimes you have to be the proof point. I mean, where do you draw the line sometimes? If you like a sunny 70-degree temperature all year, you're not going to get it here.
Yeah.
Like snow, you're not going to get it in Florida or Puerto Rico.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just, all that stuff. And I'm sure you guys think the same way. It's a balancing act, of course. But.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, my son is on the township board, and, you know, people come there and complain that the road should be tarred. Well, it's not gonna be in your lifetime probably. So either get used to it or find a house on a tarred road.
It's all like customer per mile. I mean, we wrestled that for years, you know.
Yeah.
And that's why the REAs were started, for example, like you mentioned those, is because, like, you know, your private utilities built along the masses of the populations. And in 1932, the Rural Electrification Act started.
ROI.
And then they started
Turn on the best.
building out.
Yeah. And I think
up there right now.
Yeah, I think like what we've talked before is, broadband is getting to the point of electricity. It really is. You can't hardly function anything without it. So, I don't know. And I'd assume back in them days, same thing was going on. They were sitting around a table and trying to figure out how to get electricity out to every house and doing that. So.
Well, we'll mark this down as a priority, and we're not gonna solve it today, but.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So moving on that great discussion, we'll go to the IT department challenges for 2021. Courthouse boardroom update, remote attendance and streaming. Currently the Pine City Courthouse boardroom is not set up great for either viewing presentations or having cameras or any of that. During the move of HHS to the courthouse, I believe we're going to be redesigning the boardroom. So hopefully we can leverage some of that to make that a better place to have board meetings with remote attendance. The IT operating budget was 0% increase for 2021. The use of CARES Act money was able to help with that due to us being able to replace computers that we would have spent for dollars for 2021. Due to delaying some of these projects and using some other money, the goal is to keep these projects moving forward. So even though we'll need an increase, that's maybe the wrong language, but just keep in mind that we did leverage a lot of extra things to make that 0% increase for 2021. The tech fund was reduced from $100,000 to $25,000 this year, obviously being cognizant of the pandemic and our budget constraints. But as we talked before, we do have several successful projects with that, so I'd like that to just keep that in your mind, that That is a successful program, and coming up with $400,000 for an RMS project in 1 year, it was not practical. So South Pine Government Center building, moving HHS staff back to the courthouse. We will be eliminating state internet and state equipment and all of the IT department equipment from that building. The work from home support and data security. Every convenience brings with it a little bit less security. So the IT department's goal is to keep up security while allowing staff to be successful, whether they're in the office or working from home. So the top priorities for 2021, other than broadband, is the teleworking, including desk phone options. HHS has been requesting some different options for that, and we have some solutions that we should be having in place soon. And hoteling for staff, so we can have staff work periodically at locations, but not have a permanent desk. Obviously, the South Bend Government Center move, and then the tax and CAMA project, which we have discussed several times at length. But long story short, 2012, Pine County agreed with the MCCC to have our vendor create a new program that was not 400 based, but would move to Windows. After several changes at that company and key staff that have left, they were unable to deliver a program. So Kelly Schroeder, the county auditor treasurer, will be working on doing an RFP to find a new program for our tax and CAMA system. So
Terry, you probably know what that means. JJ Tax and CAMA may be a new term. It's the system that manages all the property taxes and all the property assessments. So CAMA is computer aided mass appraisal.
Computer aided map appraisals,
Mass,
Mass, yeah.
mass,
mass.
it's like church mass.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
So I don't want to misspeak. We can ask Kelly later, but I believe it was in the 300,000.
Yeah.
And we have the money set aside currently, or Kelly knows the funding stream for that.
How much of it do we have set aside already?
What was that?
Most of it?
Yeah, I believe so. Kelly's on the call.
Yep, I'm here if that's okay. So this is Kelly Schroeder, County Auditor Treasurer. Oh, I could start my video, sorry. Anyways, yes, so we have the money set aside for about $350,000 for a tax and CAMA system. It's sitting in the Recorder Compliance Fund. And so we just need to find a system that meets our needs to move forward with.
Thank you, Kelly.
So we anticipate that process taking several years, but the first step would be the RFP that Pine County would put out. And then responding to that, which we have done several times for large projects.
One of the problems, JJ, because you just can't go to Google and say, or Amazon and buy it off the shelf, because Minnesota has 60 property tax classifications. So the math doesn't work if you buy a system that was built for Arkansas or California or whatever. You gotta buy one that's built for
Yeah, technology.
Minnesota system.
They did not keep it simple.
No, it is very, very complicated.
I'm sure you've looked at what like other counties similar go through or so.
Right, and everybody has bought at different times, and so we look at our surrounding counties first. What do they have? Well, some of them have the same thing we're doing. We're all looking. Some of them have a system that's one step above the system we have right now, which, our system is still the old green screen technology system. And if you're gonna spend 300,000, you might as well get a new interface that works the way the rest of the world works.
We had bought into one prior, and I know that when I was working there, Kathy said, okay, keep this system going and then do the new system and see how long the difference is on what it takes you to do the job. It took me 3 times the time to do my job with the new system as it did doing the old system. And it was just not a good thing. And so luckily we were able to bail out of that one, but it's finding the new one.
And part of the deal was, that was part of this conglomeration where that MCCC,
Right.
and that was how many were in it. It was a lot of different counties.
26 counties. that have the
26
same
counties, I
tax
think.
scale.
And the company that was hired to do it got bought out and got rebought, filed bankruptcy, or I don't even know what it was. So, but that's been a process, what, you since 2012 or something like that?
Yeah.
Finally, we got out of that and we're from scratch.
And so we are a member of what is called MCCC, the Minnesota County Computer Cooperative. And through that organization, we purchase jointly multiple programs. So IFS for running the financials, the attorneys, is that MCAP?
MCAPs, correct.
So there's a whole bunch of those softwares that we purchase cooperatively with this group of other counties. And in this instance, doing that cooperative purchase failed and broke down. And so the counties are each having to figure out now, what are they going to do? And so that's where we're at.
Are there two companies that are out there, or are there more that are?
There's several, some of them only do one or the other. And so then we don't want to have a mixed mash vendor between Tax and CAMA, because we have tried to interface with programs before and it never works. Even if everyone tells you it'll work just fine, don't worry about it, it never does.
Right.
So I think Kelly and my kind of goal is to have the same vendor for both. So we have the same updates at the same time so that everything interfaces together. And I believe there's only a few vendors that do both in Minnesota. So it's a very small pool to choose from, but we don't want to get a program, like Terry was saying, that ends up being inefficient and causes everyone more work for no reason. That's why we haven't moved off of our current platform, is because we haven't had a viable option to. So,
Would have been so expensive, we would have hired, the employees that we would have had to hire to compensate for that time difference would have been crazy.
One other quick thing, teleworking or telework. Is that gonna be just for HHS staff, or is that, like, I had talked to Suzanne from Extension and they were talking about having maybe similar type of thing for Extension where they didn't need all the spots, and is that something that, you know, even if they're, you know, once a month or coming through, another organization could possibly use a docking station or something like that, or?
Yes. Any other questions?
Okay.
With Extension in particular, we have asked them to reduce the amount of space that they need.
Yeah.
And so they have worked, and Suzanne may be a little bit counter to Extension generally, to help her staff get more mobility, right? Because again, when you look at our challenges, that we are a big county. Some of our Extension staff, like Rod, is part-time, working for us, working for Isani. They are on board with the idea that they think it's an advantage to them to not be so tied to a physical office, right? And so they are going to have some spaces where not everybody needs to be in the office every day. And they're going to try to be just like a lot of our employees. Most of our employees who telework are going to be in HHS, primarily because most of our office-based employees are in HHS. The numbers are just there. But there will be people from multiple departments who, post-pandemic, are going to be much more mobile than they were. And county assessing, you know, for example, if your job is to go out and do all of these property visits, maybe you don't need to go to the office every day so that you can go to the office and check in and then go to the property. Maybe you just go to the property and then you from home, you can do all your paperwork.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking, as if it would be, you know, I know HHS has got their own, you know, security and all that kind of stuff, so, but I hate to plan for a new space, and we've all heard it 100 times. You do a new space and you outgrow it before you move in, or you know. So we do, I mean, right now we're looking at really decreasing the numbers in person, but the real world is they're probably going to be elevated back up. So to have something universal, I guess, like you said, the assessors or even whatever, rolls in one day a week and they can use that space. It's not just dedicated for HHS.
And there are, in my mind, there are significant advantages to having more mobility, right? And some years ago, we had a board meeting at the courthouse. And we had to stop that meeting and we all went over to the South Pine Government Center, the old courthouse, because there was a need to evacuate the courthouse. Well, we were able to kind of go and do and just pick up. If we didn't have access to a building, right, for a day, 2 days, 3 days, fire, flood, whatever it might be, a year ago, we would be in a harder place than we are today, right? So there's a great resiliency that we are discovering. And I think the other message, and this gets to the flexibility, is some employees do great when they are at home. Some employees do not do great when they are at home. And so we've talked, I know at the personnel committee previously, and maybe at the board level previously, that each position might, I mean, it has, you know, can you work from home is both a technical and a psychological question. So I don't know, that was a answer as long as your question was, but.
Yep.
That's all I have. Is there any
Okay.
other questions from you guys? I'm sure I've taken up more than enough of your time, so.
I would just like to make one more quick comment. I think the real unsung hero of this whole last year and going forward is Ryan and his IT department.
Yes.
It wouldn't happen without him. And I think a lot of that is, I don't remember where it was here, but you said you'd like to switch back to planning instead of recovery. But that's what the position he was in. He was ready for this situation. And whether you were or not, there's things that if we all knew, we could have did a little bit better. There was counties, and Steve and Matt talking to other commissioners that were just in complete turmoil for months and months and months.
And they still are.
Yeah,
Because
and still are.
There's some neighboring counties that have hardly anybody working remotely. And they're trying to still figure out how they're getting stuff done because they can't have people are rebelling that they don't want to come and work next to somebody who's got a sick child at home or something, you know? So, they just haven't, they never geared up for the work from home place. They never, and as leaders, I think one thing we did was say, we're not going to meet in person. And I think from a leader, it might be uncomfortable sometimes not to meet in person, but I think it's set, you do a lot more by example than you do by what you say. And so I'm a big believer in that. And so for us to say, this is the second meeting we've had since March where we're all sitting together. And I grew up, that's what I did for a living, was distance learning. So to me, it's the greatest thing that ever happened. I can do what I did 20 some years ago, 30 years ago. And so, I hear better when everybody's on a laptop sitting at home than I do here today. I just do. I can see people's mouths, I can see them talking, and so, but I think that's part of the leadership responsibility, is to lead by example. And thanks, Ryan, for what you've allowed us to do.
I'm a little bit on the opposite end of that. I think that the personal togetherness is a lot, and to be able to look in somebody's eyes and talk to them is a lot. And I think that we're missing a lot on that with being so distant. I think that we've kind of found the other end. But Ryan, I would like to say that for years, I have loved working with your department. You guys have always been top notch on whenever there's a question by any employee. You know, all we have to do is make a phone call and you guys would be down there to fix our stuff or to help us get going, and to be able to do remote access now and to just be able to hop in and fix things for people. You guys are amazing.
Thank you.
So thank you. You make everybody else's job so much easier.
That's what we're here for, so.
Ryan, I just have a quick question, and it can be short, not to be on the spot.
Sure.
What do we have coming at us for big expenses on technology that are end of life? Off the top of your head that we should be looking.
We were able to take care of a lot of things with CARES Act dollars, and the tech fund. So there's little to nothing on the 3-year plan at the moment. And we do have some things that we'll be bringing to facilities, that more deal with, the power issues that we have at the courthouse. But there's nothing other than the tax and camera system that I'm really seeing on the horizon that's gonna be the big dollar maker that we really need to worry about. I'm sure someday I'm gonna get a phone call and then it's gonna be. And
But all has that end of life and then hits us with a $500,000 bill.
one of the biggest things we were able to take care of with the CARES Act dollars, which lined up really well, was the courtrooms. The courtrooms technology is an absolute beast of a machine. And that was a $400,000 project that allowed us to leverage the CARES Act dollars due to the Zoom capabilities or the cameras and having the remote hearings. So now we might not have to drive to North Dakota to get somebody. There's a lot of agility the courts have now to do court. And since it's our building, we bought all the technology, and that was something that Kent and I had been worried about, but there wasn't really much we could do because once you replace one thing, you have to replace it all. And so that kind of lined up really well. We worked really well with Amy, the court administrator, getting that done. So.
Thank you.
No other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Terry, I think you're up next.
Terry.
You scared me.
Go ahead and start, Terry. I'm not leaving.
And
Hopefully 2 minutes, so I'll be short.
Terry's handout is in the packet that was sent out.
Just flip that page. Yep.
Should I wait or should I go?
Oh,
Well, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Terry Fawcett, the probation director. This looks like a lot of information. It is, but I'm not going to go over them line by line. I kind of highlighted what I thought was either the most important or something that is noteworthy to discuss today, and then some questions at the end. You could ask me, and maybe that I would ask people. The department mission, Pine County Probation's mission under the direction of 10th Judicial District in Pine County is to develop, provide, and promote effective probation services that contribute to a safer community. Moving right down into strengths, I think one of the things that the department does really well is collaboration. Many different examples of that happen on a daily basis. This last year, beginning our PATH restorative justice program in partnership with FCI Sandstone. Of course, that was halted in March due to their COVID issues, and then they don't have the ability to do some virtual stuff, and so we're kind of on a hold there. But that was a good effort to get that done with them, and it's been really beneficial, not only to our clients, but the prisoners as well. Our Project Rise team continues to be active. We presented at several conferences this last year, including the national one. Collaborative training with the DOC, the Pitt counties and statewide probation departments. That's been extremely important. And then really COVID has enabled us to do just a ton of training this year virtually. And so we've actually saved a good amount of money in training costs this year. So COVID hasn't been all bad, I guess, when it comes to saving dollars on training, but through the DOC and our PIC partners, we're able to share a lot of our resources to get some effective training done. Our truancy court is still operational, although it looks a little different, looks a lot different. We're doing it virtually. But kids are showing up, and Judge Wynn continues to preside over that. So numbers are down in truancy court right now. I'll talk a little bit more about that later, but I mean, really because there hasn't been any filings going on and so forth. But we implemented a different COG curriculum this year, decision points, which can be used for both adult and juvenile in the field and in the institutions. So that's been good. We implemented our juvenile evening reporting center. We just started year 2 of that grant. And the ladies that run our evening reporting center have been able to pivot quickly and effectively in terms of getting and keeping kids engaged even though they're doing it virtually. The downside of doing it virtually is we haven't been able to feed the kids, and that was kind of a big deal. Those state and federal grants, if they had a shortfall, it's because you can't use funding to feed. And but we've had some community people step up and make good meals for kids in the past, and so that's been a downer there, trying to get our kids fed. Field visits conducted with both Senator Rarick and Representative Nelson. That happened this year, so that was a good deal. They both came out with a different agent and just kind of got a good view of what probation does and so forth. And so we're glad to be able to accommodate them, and we'll do the same for you if anybody's interested. Communication with county board and stakeholders. We have a probation advisory committee. It's not really required in the CPO delivery system. It is in the CCA, but it existed when I came here. We just continue that, and it's really a good partnership. It has a lot of different community members, has the tribe involved as well, different districts involved, and so it's really a good way to get information from partners in the community as well as give information about what we're doing in our department. So we do an annual comprehensive plan. Again, that's more required in the CCA delivery system than it is in CPO, but we do that annually. And we do, I think, probably one of the best jobs, I would say, statewide in outcome measurement of our programs. David alluded to that. I really started with my predecessor here, but we measure about everything that we do. We probably measure too much if that's possible. But you know, if you're going to run effective programs, how do you know that, right? And let's measure things that really matter. You know, let's not measure low-level stuff where somebody's just going to correct themselves anyway, no matter what you do or say. So we just try to measure things that matter and continue to try to tweak or improve our programming if things aren't working. And I'm a member of our PIC liaison group, so that looks a little different during COVID. We haven't really had too much of a judge representative. She does, one of the judges out of Isanti County does check in with us periodically and gets information on what's going on in our respective departments, and then she carries that information back to their district bench meetings. But the PIC liaison group is the 4 directors of Pine, Isanti, Chisago, Kanabec, as well as the DOC district supervisor, so we're able to work through some issues and again, share training. Commitment to evidence-based practices. Again, I just kind of talked about that. If we're going to do something, it's going to matter. Otherwise, we're not going to do it. We have a graduated response grid implemented in the juvenile department. So again, you know, if an agent is going to recommend a client be placed out of home, why is that? Not just because the agent's mad at them. We have to have some type of reason and rationale. There's actually a committee by statute called pre-placement screening team. Well, they went through our supervisor and me and said, this is what we're thinking about doing and recommending this placement. And then we'd go through the formal screening team. The screening team would have some dialogue and say, okay, that makes sense. And then that agent would bring that to court and make a recommendation on kid being placed out of home. So, and then another reason to track things such as, you know, on a graduated response grid, it's not only kind of a guide that an agent can use to say, this level of crime deserves this level of response. And the agent recommended this last time, so now we're kind of over here on the box, and we should recommend something here. Maybe there's some more community-based services before being placed out of home. The other thing you can do with those type of things is then track what the judges are doing. You know, we recommended this, but the judge did this. Almost all the time, 9 out of 10 times, what an agent recommends, a judge usually adopts. But if they don't, why is that? You know, in the bigger counties, that becomes extremely relevant when you start to look at bias. Is bias being entered into decisions, not only by judges, but by agents, by attorneys and those type of things. And so when you measure those things, you can go back and take a look and NIMPAT, for example, our new pretrial, it's a couple of years old now, pretrial tool. The reason that was done and adopted by most counties statewide is to look at that bias, for example, when there's decisions being made on whether or not somebody should be released out of jail or not. I'm a regional rep on our American Probation and Parole Association Board of Directors now. So I'm just kind of getting my feet wet, learning the ropes of that. But there's myself and a lady from the Department of Corrections, who's our interstate compact coordinator, both represent District 10, which is Minnesota, Iowa, and Wisconsin, I think. Positive staff attributes. I can go on and on about this. We haven't had any new staff in over a couple of years now, so I think that speaks highly of the board and of David and hopefully our department, that people understand that Pine County is a good place to be and want to be here. And they work hard. You know, we did some measurement stuff in management when COVID began about, okay, is what they're doing at home being effective? Are they actually doing stuff, right? And we didn't do that very long because we knew work was getting done. To have a department where you can just count on employees to be professional and do their job is fantastic, and so I appreciate that. One of my career agents serves as our office tax, so she ensures that we don't get in trouble with BCA audits, which we're in the middle of right now. So, I'm also part of the AMC Futures Advanced Leadership Academy, so that's been kind of interesting. I don't make them all, but they're good to attend because you kind of get to learn just general government stuff, at the state level, and different presentations, and so I learn a lot from that group. Embrace technology, and again, I'd like to, I give Ryan shots, but I'd like to give him a public kudos as well. He's just been fantastic, and I know from different probation departments in the state that they struggled when COVID started. They didn't have any laptops, anything that wasn't deployed, and it took them months to get those things even going. And Ryan had that. My department was done. Agents have been working remotely or have the opportunity to do their work at home or in the evening prior to me coming. So great job to Ryan and for his staff for doing that. GPS is used quite a bit, both for adult and juvenile clients. Pretrial is used a lot. That becomes important, especially with high risk, high profile cases in the adult world. Probation was authorized to carry the X26 taser, and we're trained in both the taser and then OC spray through the Sheriff's Department. I appreciate that partnership with the Sheriff's Department to do that. Not all agents choose to carry the taser. They don't have to. I think 5 of 8 do. The increased use of electronic monitoring as a detention alternative. We had more youth on monitor this last year. We spent 1,088 days on a monitor, which cost $13,600, but saved the county potentially $231,000 in replacement costs. So again, having those kind of graduated step ups make a financial difference at the end of the year. Fiscal responsibility. We continue to collect local corrections fees per statute. Really ends up paying for about one position a year. Our Project Rise capstone implementation will also continue to work at decreasing out of home placement costs through effective crossover youth development in partnership with HHS and the courts and the schools. And so really a way of measuring, who's had contact with this kid? What are we doing collaboratively? Is it making a difference? And then just think in terms of dollars and cents, were there any financial gains as a result of that collaborative work? Weaknesses, again, statutory CPO funding deficit requires doing more with less. Appreciate Commissioner Allen every year. I usually wait for it. Anytime the local legislators are in the board meeting, I know it's coming, and I usually duck. But we really do appreciate that. The DOC needs to continue to hear that as well. Teaching cognitive skills in-house, it's labor intensive on the agents. They do a fantastic job of doing it. difficult pretrial release supervision due to high workload demands, and move over the numbers quickly. A minute here, the back page about where the numbers are at right now. Really kind of spiked in that area. Again, opportunities continue to, work on Project Rise, capstone stuff. Minnesota Association of County Probation Officers lobby every year for the full CPO funding and collaborate with other correctional organizations for funding initiatives. We haven't had our updated formula numbers from the DOC in over a couple of years. Right now, the DOC, CCA, and CPO are working together with the Council on State Governments, which is kind of the oversight of trying to figure out how corrections works in Minnesota and is it working or not, and the finances is a piece of that. I'm not on that committee. Once you become a past president in our association, you kind of get put out to pasture, so they don't ask my opinion on it. But the fact that they're meeting now is very important. I think that'll probably be a couple-year effort before anything comes out of it, but very appreciative of the Commissioner of Corrections for seeing that through. Pine County Probation is innovative and recognized nationally for conducting the cognitive skills group virtually. It's also helped with transportation issues, so somebody might not have showed up for COG, so they could get there when they do it virtually. Little Pine County was one of the first places in the country to actually work with the authors of decision points to figure out how to do that virtually. So kudos to Sherry Johnson in my office and staff for getting that done. Talked about being statistically significant. Our C5 restorative justice program continues to be as a 7.5% recidivism rate after one conviction, 45% were first offenses and 40% were so, again, important to measure what we're doing, who we're doing it with, what kind of offenses are coming through, and thankful to the county attorney's office for continuing to refer difficult cases to us and trusting the department that we're able to make a difference in these kids' lives. Developed community assets that drive down out-of-home placements at Justice Reinvestment through Arabian Reporting Centers. And placements this year are the lowest since 2013. This combination of COVID, less, the court shut down for a couple months, less cases being processed through court. Kids are going to school virtually, not in class, so people don't get in fights in the hallway or those type of things. And then sometimes it's just good old-fashioned luck. And then one of our two juvenile agents, again, has close to 30 years of experience. So then the graduated risk makes a difference in that. Threats, again, funding deficit, that'll probably be on here the rest of my career, but diversion and pretrial release numbers are not included in the DOC new position formula for funding. We're actually working with the DOC right now to change that. David, I think, heard me say this, and I met with the commissioners last week, and the Department of Corrections used to do the pretrial work, have this handshake agreement, and turn that all over to the CPO counties several years later. But then they don't include the pretrial work as part of the formula. So we end up doing all the work and don't get any recognition for it in terms of if you go back and say, well, my pretrial numbers are spiking, I need another agent. The DOC says, well, that those numbers don't count. Doesn't make any sense why they don't count, they just don't count. Diversion is a smaller scale here. You don't do adult diversion in Pine County, and their juvenile diversion numbers are small enough that it really isn't impactful. We did, and here's another reason why, those pretrial numbers are important. 458 bail evaluations completed this last year. It's equivalent to 693 hours or 33% of an agent's time. 14% increase over last year. That doesn't include one field visit by an agent. So we have one full-time agent dedicated to pretrial, and then another agent who does pretrial work half-time. So that's really the biggest strain on our resources is with pretrial. Talked about COVID-19 pandemic, the threats that presented, but again, I think professional staff that I have been able to pivot really nicely. Gross to misdemeanor drugs, it used to be, those 50-degree drugs used to be felony until 2016, and then that changed, and so those then went to the county. And so my office has seen 278 gross misdemeanor for the controlled substance cases supervised by my office since August 1st of 16. So obviously contributes. And then lastly, the last page of numbers, we won't go through them all, but again, if you look in the middle of the page, adult high and pretrial numbers are the highest at the moment. Pretrial numbers though, it's 199, that's an 8.5. You get 199, there's an 8.5 responsible for those. And of that 199, 15 as of the end of this year hadn't posted bail yet, so they're actually not on the street. That number changes fairly often. And then again, then you have to prioritize it, right? So you might have 180 cases, for example, on pretrial, but you might not have 180 cases, quote unquote, really, they're not a high priority to see in the community. They might be low risk cases. But our high to our medium to our high cases need to be seen. Those are the most dangerous. Those are pending felons as well. And somebody needs to see them. And so we've been doing yard visits during COVID and that type of thing. But those are the ones that can make the news at any time. So, the only other thing I have before I open up for questions is last year our association had a vote. We had a vote on the directors group, and then it passed through the directors group, and it went to the executive board to a vote and got defeated. But for the new commissioners that might not know, there's a statute that guides if you can elect a different delivery system than the CPO delivery system. And that magical number is 30,000 population in the county. It's coming up for vote again, and so I would just open that up if you want to give me that answer, or you want to discuss that, get back to me, or if you don't care. I have thoughts, but there are some counties in the CPO delivery system that truly want to have, they want to be able to make their own decisions about what delivery system they could choose. And so if it got passed through the MACPO group, then it would then go through our lobbyists and become part of our platform to get through the legislature at some point. It usually takes a couple of years if we're lucky to see any movement on that. But, there are some that say, don't mess with it. If you do that, the CCA group might swoop in or whatever. I personally love the CPO delivery system, and most of you know that. The CCA delivery system requires an executive board and so forth, and take on the DOC. That becomes, you have to pay for their overhead and all those things as well. But just really the nimbleness of CPO to be able to make decisions rapidly and easier is something that I really like. But if the board or the administrator want to weigh in on that, please let me know now or let me know.
Actually, what I want to weigh in on is the 30,000 number, because that appears in statute in other places as a line of demarcation. So if you have your own public health authority, you have to have at least 30,000 people. So a few years ago, when we split off from the Pine Kanabec Joint Public Health, we maintained with, I think Reese is on the call, he figured out how to maintain that our population actually met the 30,000 limit, even though you gotta make some estimates to do that. If we ever take a position on that, we should think about how it impacts all of the other ones. But that 30,000 is a common population threshold in statute for whether you can do something alone as a county or whether you have to do it as a joint multi-county entity.
That's a good point. You can, if you're below 30,000, you can go joint powers with somebody else. Or regional corrections, I was part of a 5-county joint powers group. Can be some disadvantages to that. I've never been afraid of the conversation. If the board would ever even want a CCA presentation at a board meeting, there is that option. We have that available to you. But I just wanted to be transparent and just so you know that conversation is coming up again through the directors group. And probably in part because the current president of our directors group works in the county that wants to have a discussion. So it's agenda.
Well, I personally have come to like, not knowing anything about it at all before I got on the board, and I'm certainly not an expert on it now. But when I first got on the board, we really didn't have an HR department, and we had some people in leadership positions that really wanted to have the state just take it over because it was 5 less people they had to worry about. And that's that's the furthest they went, it was just less people to manage. It hasn't been an issue for us, and I think from my perspective, I feel like as a board, we have some control of our own destiny. I don't believe the innovation that has taken place in our probation would happen if it was run by the state. I don't see them doing a lot of innovative things. Maybe they are, but we don't see it. But I think our approach, your approach to trying to do, if we've been doing the same thing for 100 and some years as a county and it's not working, maybe it's time to try something else.
That's a nice saving.
I think whoever's a whole, that's actually changing the culture of some families that they won't appear in the jail roster every week for umpteen years. So I think that's what we can make some gains. We've seen some progress.
No, I appreciate it, and I would agree. It's nice to be able to not only have some decision-making authority, but be able to make decisions quicker good for everybody. And the partnerships with other departments, again, second to none. Just last thing I'll say, is there any other questions you have of me before I say anything else? Yes.
You mentioned too, your CPO, and what was the other one?
CCA, Community Corrections Act.
Community Crutches Act?
Yeah, so just counties larger than 30,000, otherwise they're governed by joint powers. It's a different statute.
Thank you.
Last thing I'll say, and I know you talked about earlier, just leadership, and it just needs to be said. And I said it to David before too. The county board leadership here, this is just a great place to work, and I want you to know that. It's I'm blessed to know that every day I come here, you're going to get top-notch leadership and people that truly care what you do. I want to give special kudos to David. I won't get too deeply into it, David, don't worry, but there was an event last week that happened in our nation that wasn't very good. And when you get a boss that sends department heads an email to process through that together, pretty cool stuff, David. And I told you in my response to you that for you even to do that, be willing to be vulnerable to do that, got a lot of respect for you. I just wanted the commissioners to hear that because that's what you have running the show in your county, and goes a long way with people like me. That my younger daughter was still home from college, and to be able to process that information and that event with her, and hearing that David did the same with his daughter, it's just appreciate it. That's leadership right there. So, no other questions? I'm done. Thank you.
Thanks, Terry.
Yeah, good job, Terry. Thanks.
Becky is next, and she is on screen.
Becky.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Becky Foss. I'm the director of Pine County Health and Human Services, and I have some information I'd like to share. I developed a very brief PowerPoint that looks over strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, where we are, all that good stuff. So I'm going to start this here. And begin with the strengths that we have at Health and Human Services, in my opinion. We have some excellent staff, and I think that's a theme that is coming out loud and clear in this planning session, is that we have excellent leadership and excellent staff. Not only that, but we collaborate with each other, and that goes really, really well. Going back to the pandemic, and Ryan was talking about the laptops, everything that went into that. Literally, we went from a bunch of people in the office one day to not very many people in the office the next day. So that wouldn't have been possible without his help. So just a lot of great collaboration going on, a lot of excellent leadership at the county board to the county administrator all the way down. So just really grateful for that, and that is a strength for Pine County. Our community partners. So we have lots of partnerships going on with schools, with family pathways. And that's one thing, when we all work together, we get the job done and we get it done well. Also, just our ability to work remotely has been just an amazing thing to accomplish in a short span of time. And in order for that to be successful, you have to have staff who are willing to learn, supervisors who are willing to learn along with them, along with department heads. And you have to have an IT department who is also very responsive. I know Ryan and his crew have definitely heard from a lot of HHS staff. So without them, that wouldn't be possible. I also think it's a strength of Health and Human Services that we have an ability to leverage revenue other than county tax levy. And so we try and we work really hard here within our management team and within our staff to make sure we're recouping every dollar that we can to be less burdensome on the local taxpayer. And that's something we're proud of, and we'll continue to tout as we work. Weaknesses, and some of these can be threats or opportunities too. It all kind of depends on the way that you look at them, right? So it seems to me that there's funding changes that happen quite frequently at the state level. And so you'll hear me talking sometimes about the state to county cost shift. And so one of those things that I talk about sometimes is the does not pay level of care expenses when an individual is committed to, for example, Anoka Metro Regional Treatment Hospital, and they no longer meet the criteria to stay there. At that point, the fiscal responsibility is then changed to the county, and that can be at $1,500 a day. So that's something that was shifted over to the county just a few years ago, and that's certainly something that's impacted the HHS budget. Geographically, Pine County is just huge, and we have a higher than average poverty rate. Although the last stats I saw, that was going down, so that was awesome. But when you have a rural county and there are some challenges such as transportation, it can be an impact on our services, and we have to maybe face some extra challenges and barriers that other counties wouldn't have to face. But we do our best to work through them. Changing specialized workload that often puts pressure on multiple units. And so even, I'm going to use my financial assistance unit as an example. There's approximately 19 staff in that unit, but there are very specialized caseloads. And so it can be difficult to train people in a timely manner because the programs are just that intense and that specialized. It's something that we've had a lot of support from the county board when we know that there's a retirement to hire as soon as we can, so we can pass on some of that knowledge from the retiring employee to the new employee. And that's something that's been very, very helpful to Health and Human Services. And my guess has been pretty helpful to other departments too. Continued opportunities. We have really in HHS gotten on the telework bandwagon. And so I think it's something that's been proven to work for us most of the time. David mentioned that there is a psychological aspect to telework too. So it's not something that everybody is choosing to do on a permanent basis moving forward. And that's okay. Just the fact that so many people are choosing to do it, it has allowed us to downsize from the South Pine Government Center to the courthouse. Also, along those same lines, really with all these waivers that the state and the federal government has granted to local agencies and how we deliver our services so that we don't endanger anybody's health and safety has really been a blessing. Being able to call people and video screen with them and still be able to see them in a safe way has been extremely helpful. And when I go to my association meetings, what I've learned is that Minnesota, prior to COVID, was a little more on the conservative spectrum in allowing telehealth. And I think COVID has really opened the door to seeing how we can make it work for us. And we've really appreciated those opportunities. And I also want to be clear that we definitely enjoy seeing our clients face to face. I have many social workers and nurses who are anxious to get back at it full time. But just having a little more discretion in how we do that has been something that's been really helpful to Health and Human Services. Other opportunities, we're really trying to learn all that we can from COVID. We are having fewer maltreatment reports coming into our child protection system. That's a really good thing. I think we still think that there's abuse and neglect out there. People just aren't seen as much, but still the fact that it has gone down so much, hopefully that means families are doing well. We have seen some concerns regarding mental health. People who we are serving already seem to be struggling more with mental health issues. So that's something we are on top of and just trying to resolve with their help. I've heard it talked about a couple of times about the Indian Child Welfare Act and out-of-home placement funding. I think that's a great opportunity for Pine County and Mille Lacs Band to really work together, to really work towards getting Mille Lacs Band to become an initiative tribe and really be able to own their own child protection investigations, their own work. And then the state would also step in and really help with the funding. And I think that's something that's a win-win-win for everybody. Continued collaboration is going to be an opportunity, and an opportunity for us is we really want to continue to focus on prevention and smaller caseloads in certain areas, as we're finding that those smaller caseloads really help reduce heavy, deep expenses later on, such as out-of-home placements. Threats. The pandemic, right? I think we've all tried to juggle staff. Certain people have been under quarantine, so trying to make do with what you have and still meet the needs. That has been, that's been interesting, trying to work through that with staff here. And also the pandemic has been a threat to our community. We've had a lot of people sick. We've had some deaths. And so we are really anxious to be able to work through that. And I think we're finally seeing the light at the end of that tunnel with the vaccine. So we're really excited for that. Funding. Funding is always something we rely on heavily with third-party payers, the state and federal government. And as I talked about earlier, when the state chooses to shift some expenses over to the county, that's a significant impact on my budget. Another threat, expenses that are not easily controlled. That's where we talk about placements and does not meet level of care expenses. Those are something that when a child is unsafe, you need to act and try to get that child to be safe. And same with somebody who's being discharged from Anoka Treatment Hospital. You don't really have a choice. If the doctor says that they don't need that level of care anymore, you have to respond. Changing rules and policies. This is a frequent thing in Health and Human Services. We certainly do our best to keep up with those. COVID has been a challenging time trying to keep up with all the changing rules, the policies, and the waivers. Paperwork. A lot of social workers, and especially social workers in child protection, spend a significant amount of time in paperwork. And when we do that, we tend to lose relationships with our families, and that relationship is key to keeping kids safe and in their home whenever possible. And also just some high workloads in some areas. And so whenever we see that, that really puts strain on certain units, certain employees, and then there are people who don't want a high workload, and I can certainly understand that. Some past accomplishments that we're really proud of at Health and Human Services. Over the last 2 years, we've had no local tax levy increase. So really, that has been a feat, and that has been a team effort to make it to be that way. So just definitely a shout out to staff and the management team to get that to happen. The creation of the Community Health Board, talking about public health, I think that has been a transition that the county board has handled very well. Your HR manager talked about transitioning from the merit system. That has gone really well, and technically we're still in the middle of that, but there has been so much work that's already been done by Jackie and her team that we really are on the home stretch. So just want to thank her and her group for doing so well with that. Prevention. We've really worked hard to increase awareness about substance use and addiction, early intervention for mental health services, and family home visiting. Those are some key core areas that we've really beefed up over the last couple years, and we're really proud of that. And additionally, just collaborative relationships with other county departments, schools, extension, family pathways. A lot of the work that we've done in COVID would not be possible without those partnerships, and we're just really grateful for them. And then before talking about current priorities, I do want to say too, there are still some opportunities for more collaboration. We've talked in the past about having a social worker in the jail, so certainly look forward to resuming those conversations. COVID kind of put a dent in making too much progress with that, but it's something we can certainly look at in the year ahead. And the priorities for HHS for this year is continuing to respond to the pandemic, making sure we're rolling out the vaccine in a timely manner to priority populations, working with Wellia Health and other partners to make sure we're working well together to respond to the entire community. And then making sure staff are still responding to their clientele as well during COVID. Thus far, we've done really well, and we just really need that to continue. Budget monitoring is really important, especially if when the economy isn't doing well. So I'm on high alert, and I will be actively monitoring the budget this year. We do every year, but it seems to take an increased importance this year. So that is something that will be a priority. And then also transitioning to telework and transitioning staff from the South Pine Government Center to the courthouse. That will all take place over the next year or two, and we are looking forward to that work and just being able to call that our home in the future. And that is what I have for the SWOT analysis, past accomplishments, and current priorities. Are there any questions, concerns, comments?
Anybody? Becky, I just want to say, of course, I always got something to say, but several of us on the board remember back to days when it got to be this time of year and we started hearing inklings that HHS was $1 million overspent from the previous year, and we had no clue that was coming until after the year was over. So I hate to just focus on budget monitoring, but you've done such an outstanding job of keeping us informed of where we're at, and to head some of that stuff off at the pass, that we're not surprised with a $1 million bill that we have to pay because the services were already rendered and the year is already over. So there's nothing to do except suck it up. And when you don't have a budget reserve, it's hard to suck it up. So that has been the bright spot in my life, along with many wonderful things that you're doing to really focus on one of the reasons we got in that predicament was things like out-of-home placement, when we were placing people that probably didn't need to be placed. And so some of the prevention work that you've done, I think is starting to pay off. And, I really appreciate that. So thanks.
Thank you. And just to relieve any possible concern, we are not $1 million over budget this year. We are doing really well with the budget. So just that was a concern. We're good.
Yes, it's, yeah,
Thanks,
those,
Becky.
those days will never return, but it was.
And I think capturing revenue with your staff has been huge too, and adding a lot to that too. You might have mentioned it and I missed it.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the budget monitoring process, to make sure that we're capturing every nickel we can from programs that the program allows for that. And so let's make sure we're doing the things, checking all the boxes to make sure that we are capturing all the dollars we can for that particular program. And that's you mentioned the paperwork, and I know it's a pain in the butt for anybody that they want to meet with people and because that's what they went to school for. And that's what their passion is to help people. But to sit in an office and do 4 hours of paperwork when they know they could be out doing some good things is not fun. It's not easy. But it's a necessary evil to make sure that we can live another day and do more work.
Well, almost as if on cue, County Attorney Reese Frederickson has appeared.
Thank you, Becky.
Thanks, Becky. We
Thank
look
you,
forward
everyone.
to another great year from you.
Okay. I'll try.
You will do it. Reese.
Good morning, everyone. I will try to share a slide here. Let's see. Hopefully this works. All right. Can everybody see that?
Yep, we got it.
Okay, so do a quick SWOT analysis. I know Sheriff Nelson and I are kind of in unique spots where we're actually a completely separate branch of the government, but you do have a lot of say in my budget, of course, so I'm sure you want to know and be able to tell people where the money's going for the county with respect to law enforcement funds, and so I'm always happy to talk about that. With regards to strengths, I think I echo everybody else. That's the people here. This is a fantastic place to work in general, overall, with any of the departments, with any of the offices. You should be proud of the people that we have as employees here. I mean, I've worked in other counties and such, and I haven't found a better collaborative environment than what we have at this place. With respect to my office, I have 10 employees and they are all outstanding. I have kind of my dream team at this point. I know most of the time you probably only see me, but we do have 5 attorneys, 4 legal assistants, and a victim advocate. And they're all very passionate, hardworking people. They do appreciate what the county has to offer. When I started here in 2015, there was an attitude of new employees who wanted to kind of come here for 2 to 3 years, get experience and move on. And that's shifted over the years. I have, especially with my attorneys, a lot of them are telling me they want to make Pine County more of a long-term career. So I find that exciting, and especially exciting when you have talented people that could probably work anywhere. And probably any county attorney's office and do well, but they really like Pine County and appreciate it. Obviously, other departments have been very supportive. I could go on and on about that. I think you've heard a lot from others too. I think Becky, Terry, Kelly are all just wonderful people to work with. And of course, David and county administration and HR. The biggest weakness, and this is one I hit every year, is that we could use more people. As was mentioned earlier, Kanabec County has higher taxes, but they're able to afford a larger workforce. And I used to work in the Kanabec County Attorney's Office, and they were not nearly as busy as we are here. So I think their caseloads are about half per attorney of what we have here. So I feel that I'm constantly asking a lot of my attorneys because their caseloads are so high. I've had one of my attorneys went to Hennepin County a few years ago and is employed there, and he says the pace there is much easier than it is here. So I don't know if there's a way to bring in more people, but it's just something I keep plugging and putting out there. So those of you who know me, I do like numbers. I always like to go back and look at stats. I do have a background in numbers and such, or mathematics. But 2020 was an interesting year. Since about 2016, we've averaged about 1,400 adult criminal cases a year. That's misdemeanors and above, adult only, and does not include traffic. And so the adult case filings for 2020 have gone down by a couple hundred from that 1,400 average. And it's big spot, and why it's done that is the closure of the casino. I've been working with the city of Hinckley on our prosecution contract, and the numbers are down significantly because of the casino, and frankly, that's where we get most of our business from, whether it's traffic or all the way up to felonies. So that brief closure there put a dent in the numbers. That doesn't necessarily mean, though, that we have less work. Unfortunately, on top of that, you have the court system, which has delayed a lot of our hearings, a lot of our court trials, our jury trials. And so we're dealing with a backlog in that respect. We've been on top of our charging and things like that and getting cases processed through. But the end result, a lot of cases, you have to look at trial, and a lot of those are getting continued out. So we've had a little bit of a reduction in 2020, but I think the workload has balanced out because of that, the court system. Loanne Westerman is our victim services advocate, or coordinator, I should say, and she started here about 2-3 years ago. That's a state and federal grant that we obtained, and that's how we're able to afford her and have her on the staff. But I always say that, in my years of prosecuting, which is nearly 15 years, the one thing I notice about the criminal justice system is that the person that's left out is the victim. Our justice system is very focused on the defendant, on punishment and the defendant's rights, and there's little about the victim. And it's frustrating. It's frustrating for victims too. And it's difficult too, because you want to provide services to victims. And as a prosecutor, when you're working on these cases, it's tough to have that amount of time to spend with them. So the victims coordinator is absolutely, I think, necessary, and has done amazing things for our office. And she tracks her contacts, and I just want to share that with you of what our grant money is getting with her. But she's had 622 contacts, notifications of court events. So if she talks to victims about that, 640 contacts about the criminal justice process from victims, 101 contacts about victims' rights and notification processes. And she's attended court with 43 victims, which is actually fairly low because, of course, the courts have been closed for a few months now in 2020, but I expect that would go up by a lot. More numbers. What I thought was really interesting is that our juvenile numbers have been going down since 2017. 2020 was an ultimate low on that, 112. I think there's a couple of reasons for this. One is the success of our Project Rise, and that was the project that we implemented with East Central School District, with county probation, with Health and Human Services. When instead of putting kids in court, we try to do more diversionary type stuff, so diversion programs or restorative justice type programs. And I felt that these have better outcomes, especially with recidivism. I think the restorative justice program is probably about 98% success rate when you've got only 1 to 2% of them are recidivating. So these numbers are going down. And the data behind that and the science behind that they found that once a juvenile has contact with the court system, they're 10 times more likely to have future contact with the court system. And they found that the traditional punishment system set up in courtrooms for juveniles does not work for juveniles. And they've also found that it's had detrimental long-term effects when you put juveniles in court. There's something that happens about the early 20s or so when there's a shift in the adult mindset where, as an adult, the court system, I believe, and punishment does work, and that does send a message. If you have the right punishment and such, that actually works for adults. It doesn't work for juveniles. So I'm pretty happy about that number is going down. That's been our goal for a while. Kids really shouldn't be in the court system. The court system is reserved for those kids that scare us, to be frank with you. It's not reserved for kids who just make us mad and we want to put them in a court system and punish them somehow. That's kind of what drives numbers up. But the other reason for that is we've had, obviously, because kids out of school, we've had a lot less truancy cases out there. Truancy, in a way, is kind of a mess because we're in a new territory with distance learning and such. So our truancy numbers are down by quite a bit. And we try to keep those out of court too and try to resolve those more at the school level through in-court hearings at the school instead of dragging them up to the courthouse. Obviously, the numerous other things my office does, I haven't noted those numbers, but child support, children in need of protection, we still get a lot of those cases or heartbreaking cases. A lot of civil cases, probate, some general lawsuits, guardianships, termination of parental rights. We've had a lot of cases on those, a lot of appeals on those recently, civil commitments, and just, of course, general support for the county. All right, opportunities. We continue to work on.
Hey, Reese, can I just, you used some acronyms on that previous slide. CHIPS was one that maybe everybody doesn't know.
That's children in need of protection. So, yeah, those are cases where we have to step in because they're being neglected. Our kids are being neglected. There's educational neglect. There's physical abuse, sexual abuse, and things like that. And so we have to go in and decide, do we need foster care? What do we have to do with the parents and things like that?
All right, because folks of my generation think of an old TV show.
A good one.
That's right. Punch, and I can't remember what the other guy's name was. But...
Punch and John.
Yeah, that's it. So specialty courts. We presented on this before, but we have been working on a veterans court. That's getting going. We've still managed to meet with that despite the pandemic. I believe we're going to start up with some online training with that over a number of days, and we've got a core team on that. It started out as the Pitt County Veteran Court. Kanabec County eventually pulled out, then we were PIC, and then they decided that Isanti County wasn't a good fit, so it's Pine and Chisago County are the two counties in that, and we have a judge for each that are leading that, so we're pretty excited about that. I know we have a decent sized veterans population in Pine County, so I expect we'll have hopefully some graduates of that. We had started a tribal wellness to healing initiative. Unfortunately, that got on hold because of the pandemic. We did go through a federal training on that about a year and a half ago. I think as soon as the restrictions and such are lifted, we may talk to the band about re-implementing that again. Technology, I've always dreamed of a paperless office. COVID finally forced that upon us. So we are working with electronic files more. I am trying to get rid of all our paper files and everything's going to be computer based. There's mixed feelings about that. I think generally I like it. Some of the people that have been here a lot longer than me don't like it, but they're adapting. It's just a different mindset, but I'll admit though too that I've had to walk in a courtroom and I've snuck the paper file in with me just because that's what I'm used to. The expansion of Project Rise, that's the juvenile program we discussed earlier. Terry and I are still batting back forth new ideas. What is the new step in Project Rise? So I think we've Terry mentioned the Sandstone FCI program. I mentioned the RJ program and stuff before, but we're still considering what what's next on the horizon, because it's something that we have to keep going, and I don't want something like that to stall out because it's been successful. And then victim services, innovative ways to reach victims through either maybe a social media, development of a site, or redevelopment of the website. And of course, threats, the one I'm always most concerned about are losing people, because as I reiterated before, I've got a wonderful team here. I do have one of my attorneys out on a maternity leave, and it's caused a lot of issues because we're already busy, and then we're kind of pulling her cases in on top of that. So when you're down one person, we really struggle because we do have that much work. She's back at the end of March, and actually an outstanding attorney too, very talented. And so we can't wait for her to come back. And in some ways too, because the judicial branch controls schedule when it comes to the courtroom, their reactions to the pandemic have been, I guess I'd qualify as cautious or maybe overly cautious. So there's been a lot of delays in person court. Things have been put on hold for months, and obviously they have more staff, and now they're realizing that there's a backlog, and so they've pulled more calendars, which puts stress on my staff to attend more of these calendars. And of course, these jury trials that have been on hold are kind of placing us back a little bit with regard to some of our cases. So I don't know what I can do about those threats, but just kind of keep managing our cases, and without giving away the farm on deals and things like that, make sure we continue to hold people accountable. But I don't know, I think that's all I had. Happy to take any questions.
I wrote down a little note, Reese. Maybe you've been so creative in doing a lot of things. Maybe we can creatively find a way to get you some more attorneys. And I don't know what that way is, but I think we've done amazing things here when we have made something a priority. And so I don't know what'll come out of the end of today, but I really think we've seen amazing things that those numbers that you have on our juveniles, for the first time in my tenure here, we've seen decreasing numbers in juvenile cases. And I think you have to point back to the work Terry and everybody has done on that Project Rise. And, the long-term effect, if they stay out of that system as kids, they tend not to be in that system as adults. And so it's like planting a tree, you're not planting it for your kids and your grandkids, you're planting it, if you listen to our native friends, they say, let's talk about not doing something for our grandkids, but for 7 generations from now. And I think that's where we need to think, is really long-term of what we're doing. So if we start with kids, that's why I'm such an advocate for youth development and 4-H. If there's not very many of those kids that are in 4-H end up in your system. And so I think everything we can do to keep kids out of that life of crime, so to speak, it pays dividends in the next generation, the next generation, and the next generation. So hats off to you. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Reese. Thanks, Reese.
Thank you.
County Sheriff, Jeff.
I think Rod should still be online. I'll let him start. We get some stuff sent up that I will get to you guys while he's talking.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me all right?
Yep, you bet.
All right. I followed the guideline as far as the SWOT, and I just put together a little outline. I can briefly go through that, but if you have any questions, feel free. Starting with our strengths, like everyone else, we have a really good staff. Right now, they really adapted well to the pandemic, and they really rose to the occasion. And a number to that is, I'm going to knock on wood. We've had one case in our jail facility for inmates, and that came to us, and we were known about that. So they've done a really good job. And overall managing our jail, they've done really well. Things that are strong is, we're in contract negotiation a few years back. We are going to be in one this year, but the wage scale and benefits were really out there, are competitive, and we've been able to attract and keep our staffing relatively full, and that's really helped us a lot. We've also instituted 12-hour shifts, which we did a year ago, and we've shown that has really done a good job for us as far as being able to manage any overtime situations and things like that, keeping budgets down. And it also provided us an organizational structure with like some real defined responsibilities, and we put a chain of command together with everybody knowing clearly where their growth opportunities are, clear expectations, and for accountability. So I just want to say our staffing plan is really well, doing really well, and that's a strength of ours. We implemented a policy and procedure update. We went to a Lexipol policy and procedure management system from a Word document system that's been recognized by the MSA, and I believe it's what the sheriff's office out front is using. And that's really done well for us in tracking changes and providing training and keeping staff at that level of what the expectations are. Technology is another strength, and in the jail's systems coordinator position that we added a little over a year ago. They're attacked for the sheriff's office. They're really our overall compliance officer and technology program development in that area. He's done a really phenomenal job in the areas of technology, which kind of put us ahead of the game when the pandemic hit. We found when we'd go to our District 2 meetings and that when things hit, people were really not set up as well as we were, and we just kind of took it for granted. And I don't want to really toot our horn too much, but they did a really good job, and that's working with our IT department also. Things we did were we enhanced the inmate communications with texting abilities, video visiting, and ITV court. We were already in the game when it came to we needed to do this. Our readiness and ability to adapt to the changes with the pandemic. We reduced our population. We providing an ability so that we can quarantine and separate, yet continuing to focus on public safety. That was one of our strengths. I want to take just a minute for just a regard on our IT department. They're absolutely wonderful to work with. Oops, apologize for that. They've done a great job in helping the jail move along in all of our projects, and I'll share a couple of those later. They made things happen. Now we'll get into our medical services. We upgraded our medical services to Mend Correctional Care from what we currently use Essentia Health. That was at the end of 2018, right at the beginning of 19. And I share this for the new board members just to kind of know where we came from. And I know Mend is also in the media currently too. So if you see that, we are a Mend facility, correctional care facility. But we believe that Mend has really helped us along establishing a real defendable policy and procedure. They drastically reduced the potential for county's liability. They're performing really well at our jail at an enhanced level than where we were with Essentia Health. Now, I don't want to knock on Essentia Health because they did a good job for us at the time, but they were not correctionally care trained. And now we are correctionally care trained. And we have 24/7 availability of a provider should we need that in the off hours. Before, we had our jail staff taking care of most of the meds, distribution, most of the, I want to say the care need in the evenings. We had nobody to really go to other than send them out to a hospital. Now we have all those services in our jail. We reduce times going to the hospital. We reduce times transportations and moving them in and out. So that's been a really good strength of ours. Jail programming for our offenders in the jail. Currently, during the pandemic, we did shut down our jail programming, but prior to that, and we do expect this to come up in and resume shortly, hopefully. But we do have 80 community volunteers that provide classes from Alcoholics Anonymous, AA, NA, Narcotics Anonymous. We have spiritual classes, religious, parenting. We have quite a bit of attendance, and it's a jail management tool that we can use. People, our inmates, our offenders come to these programs. It's an ability for them to eliminate or reduce some of their anxieties and speak out and provide some of the help they may be needing prior to them being released out into the community. We also have some paid facilitators. They provide GED coursework and in-house chemical treatment classes. Those obviously are still currently down at this moment, at this time, but we did open up GED for a little bit and had to put it back down. I'm trying to keep, the COVID virus from coming into our facility, and that's adjusted all the time. So some of our weaknesses, we do have, I talk about our jail staff, and they do phenomenal job, but a weakness that we could say is young staff. It might also be an opportunity, because as we get new staff in, we have training abilities, but we do lack in areas of like crisis intervention, interpersonal communications, use of force, and things like that really are hands-on, and it's tough to teach that through a media setting. And so with Camp Ripley will be opening up and providing their academy. We look forward to that. We're also taking the opportunity to send some of our young people out for training so we can take care of our own training in-house. So it's a weakness, but yet it's an opportunity for us to get stronger. Mental health support for offenders with mental illness, that is a weakness of not just ours, but it's kind of a national issue and state issue, and it's always been brought to the forefront as far as mental health in jails, and what we can do, what can we do to help these offenders, and providing services they need. And they get kind of tossed around, and the jail is at the bottom of the list, and this is where they end up. We do send our teams to crisis intervention training, and we do have some mental health services through MEND, but there are a lot of times the offenders need more enhanced services that the jail just doesn't have at this moment, and so we take care of them, get them through the justice system, and then they move on. I don't think that corrects the problem, but I know it's a national and state issue, and we're hoping to see something change in that in the future. A reentry program for our offenders returning to community. I feel that as a weakness of ours, but it's also an opportunity of ours to develop and move forward with a reentry program. Years ago, we had a RAP program, Release Advanced Planning. We had a lot of parties involved with social services and our jail programs, medical, mental health, and it has fallen to the wayside. And we'd really like to see something like that redevelop. It's a trend right now in the state, with a lot of other facilities providing social services in jail settings, and I believe Becky spoke a little bit on that in her presentation. So that's something we'll be working with social services and trying to get that reentry program for offenders when they return to our community. They get the correct services at the right time, and that's for like housing, mental health, chemical health, financial needs. The list can go on. But we feel that if we can put a program together literally with our captive audience, we have a better opportunity to prevent them from coming back as they go out into the communities and maybe continue to struggle in some of these areas. Another weakness, we do feel this is something that's only come up probably in the last year or so, and it's the DOC's 2911. For those that aren't familiar with 2911, it's a Bible we go with, and it's the guidelines from the Minnesota Department of Corrections. And where the issue is in separation requirements. I know Commissioner Moore had spoke something about, hey, when we start to build something and then all of a sudden it's too small before we even get into it. I don't want to start saying the jail is too small at this time, because with COVID, we've reduced our numbers. But prior to COVID, we were reaching our capacity, and the DOC put on new requirements for separation of inmates. Separation of inmates, it's like taking every we can hold 131 inmates in our jail. At 85%, it's 111 inmates. And when we run at that capacity, we're saying every offender, be it a round peg, has to fit in every round hole in our jail, and it doesn't quite work that way. So you have different classifications with people from minimum security, general population, and special management. And that's for each male and female, and then you throw a juvenile aspect in there. And then we talk about special management, and that's where DOC has really stepped up the game as far as we need to provide special management for people that are mentally ill, medical observations, they're vulnerable, keep separate for incompatibility, disciplinary units, behavior, we cannot house them together, we need to separate them. As we run a full jail and we're at that 100 mark, that becomes more and more difficult. Currently with COVID and the pandemic, our magic number that we've come up with and based on being able to separate is around 50. We've been holding 50 inmates because we added the whole new category of quarantine through the pandemic. And with us being able to keep 50 inmates in 50 or less in our jail, we're able to provide that level of quarantine that we're able to maintain, that we have zero, let's knock on wood, COVID related medical issues inside the jail. The next one is boarding revenue as a weakness. Boarding revenue, I know I've shared with the board in past budgets. We've seen in years where that was really high. The state has notified me that for the year 2021 to expect zero. Now they always expect zero, and that's what their goal is. But I really think they mean it this time because we've shown that the boarding revenue has gone down. We're holding less state borders. As soon as pandemic and COVID, we can start opening, we will take borders on though through our work release program through the state. That hasn't discontinued. So we still think we can make our reduced budget piece for that. Leading into some opportunities that we've been involved with and that we look to complete our surveillance system upgrade. I know past board members have probably heard this for some years because we started in 2017, but we are going to be completed by March of 2021. And the people are working as far as pulling wire and everything right now and getting that system back up to speed. Our old system was very aging and it was putting the jail safety and security at a risk. The Guardian RFID system is a new program that's in place, or it's being installed currently. It's an inmate tracking system. That's going to also be completed in March of 21. That provides an improved documented well-being checks. And for those that are unaware of what a well-being check is, the jail is #1 tasked with the well-being of each inmate. And through 2911, we need to account for each inmate in our jail within every 30 minutes, making sure ensuring their health and their welfare. But the system will enable our staff to work, faster, smarter, and more securely. What they can do is their well-being check and not just visually see everything is going well, but they can document it. And we can do good documentation without the officer having to spend an enormous amount of time documenting and not focusing on the inmate's well-being. Now we focus on the inmate's well-being, and the documenting is much easier, and it can happen, which helps prevent liability for the county. Opportunity that we already took was the court security. We added bag scanner and metal detector. Currently, our court security is not working at this time, but the last we know is their hopes to come back February 1st. But what we did is we added courtroom security checkpoint. It's more defined up on our 3rd level. And it's also a mobile unit in the courthouse security. If we were to add a courthouse security checkpoint in the future, if we ever decided to go that route. But it is more versatile system and it provides a better checkpoint. Threats. 2 of the biggest threats we see right now, and we all know in this business, we can have a lot of little threats. But one we're really seeing, and we're seeing this around the entire state, is the introduction of drugs and contraband into our jail facility. And I know people might think, well, don't we pat search and we do strip search? But what many people don't realize is we cannot do body cavity search. This has been Something that we've had a discussion with, I know, Reese, the sheriff, we've had our medical involved, and we've sat down with Essentia Health, and, you know, what can we do in these times? And, the hospitals really, they won't do anything to go and take anything out, you know, as far as contraband. So we have to have a lot of discussion in that area, but that is a risk right now. We're seeing a growing amount of people that are coming into our jail facility, and they're hiding things inside of them on a regular basis as they walk through the streets. So our officers on the street aren't finding it, and then they're bringing it into the jail, and they can get put back into a jail unit and start sharing with others. And we usually find it by way of, you know, we see behavior changes and or somebody snitches on somebody. We put ourselves at a high risk for overdose, injury, and or inmate deaths in our facilities if we do not try to combat this. This is an issue that's been going on. I know in our state, as I talk to other agencies, and there is some things that they've been doing as far as introduction of body scanners. We've looked into some of that. Costs are really high, but that takes a lot of agencies and departments cooperation in how we're gonna how we would implement something like that if we were to go that way. We are increasing though our search training and our awareness. We hope that eliminates some, but it won't eliminate all. Mental health illness is another threat we see that's been ongoing for quite a time. I noted it earlier, but Men Correctional Care, they provide our medical care and some brief mental health services as described by the MSA and 2911. We have some criteria for brief mental health screening. But as soon as that person is in our facility and they stay with us, we are not equipped to service mental health. And so we rely on others, and that's where the breakdown is, and I don't have the absolute answer. And I don't think anybody does it, but legislation needs to get involved to correct that piece. But that is a threat for our agency. The nationwide, it's resulting in more criminal activity. Mental health is trending up, and then it's resulting in more criminal activity that places those people in our jail facility. I just wanted to share just a couple stats and then kind of the goals. Brief stats just so people understand, for our average daily population and our average stay in per diems in 18, 19, and 20. I took the last 3 years. Our stay has gone up this last year in 2020 from about 12.5 to 13, or better than 13.5. And our per diem, which would be expected as we have less inmates, the cost per each inmate to house them has gone up. In 2015, the state did a comparison with all county facilities, and we're going to ask for another revised comparison. I know we asked for it last year and we did not receive anything. They only do it periodically. But Pine County in 2015 was at 116.68 with a state average of about 138. So we do run our jail at a lesser of a per diem per day cost than most other facilities. And I did look around at some locals, and we are much less while we're able to still provide the services that we have in our facility. Goals for 2021 is going to be obviously to complete the surveillance project and complete the Guardian RFID project, and those things are on task and they will be done. But really what I'd like to see is the development of that reentry plan for offenders, as I stated in our opportunity, and then also developing a plan to reduce or eliminate the introduction of contraband drugs into our jail setting. I spoke really fast, tried to get it in because I don't want to take too much time, but does anybody have any questions?
I have one on your, we have these averages, Pine County 116, state average 138. Could you just highlight that again here? And then who's the 866 and who's the 20?
All right. I don't have.
It's under your average daily population.
So you're saying, how do we get to the average daily population?
Right.
So the average daily population, inmates come into our facility and they're booked in, and then when they're housed in every day they're here, regardless if they're here for,
Right. So it's not, I'm sorry, so it's not, has nothing to do with the per diem. And what's the per diem then?
the per diem currently in 2020.
Hey, Rod,
Yeah.
the per diem is the cost per day.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, yep,
How much it costs to run the jail divided by the people in the jail.
the number of inmates that came through, correct, I'm sorry.
No, so the 116 is per diem? No.
Yeah,
He takes the total number it costs to run the jail, $3.8 million, divides it by the average number of inmates, and comes up with this is what it costs.
So the 116 is per diem?
yeah,
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
And the reason it's here is 2015 is the last year that there's a comparable statewide number.
Okay,
And so that's the $138.
all right.
And then obviously, when we can, if our jail is full at 120 population, it's cost basically the same amount to run that jail for a year. So then our daily cost or per diem goes down.
Okay, so put a dollar amount for that. So state average is 138, but so somebody's paying $866 a day?
That's a count of a population, right? The 860.
Well, I took, okay, that state average of 138, that's $138. That's the per diem rate for state average. I took out the high and I took out the low. The 866, I can pull that information for you, Commissioner, and I can get that to you for that, but it was one agency and the next lowest was 260. So that one agency was an enormous amount, and I can get that information for you. And then that 20.7 was an enormous low. So how they came up with their per diem rates and they put them in back in 2015, I know the state has given us new guidelines and worksheets to work on so that we can get all state information or all agencies information to be like information. So we're comparing apples to apples.
Okay.
And so I felt it would be best to take those, the high and the low out to get a real average of 138. We come in at 116. And for 2000, or that's our average back in 2015 was our average. Currently, right now, through October, our per diem or our cost to house each inmate is $155. And you can see the last 3 years, we rose from $108 in 2018 to $147 in 2019. And then in 2020, we went to 155. That is, we have a lot less inmate count. In addition to that, we're seeing less revenue coming through too, so.
That was for the state, so then the state pays us that much per day.
Okay. Yeah, just for my notes, I'd like to see who's the 866 and who's the 20. It wouldn't be too much trouble.
Nope, it won't be.
Don't worry.
I'll send you the entire list of the state if you want, but that, do remember that was 2015, and I am asking for a new comparison.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? Okay, well, thank you for your time, and I'll give it over to the sheriff.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rod.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rod. Thank you, everyone here today, and let me come here and talk. And I would be remiss if I didn't start out with the glowing thank yous for the past. Thank you for Ryan. Thank you for Mindy and the support that we've had at the sheriff's office. And again, the relationships that we have in this county have been outstanding. I think everyone said it, but I don't think we can say it enough how that's, I think, helped every department in this county function a little bit better. And coming to these meetings and hearing that it's not, my focus is my silo and looking outside of that really helps to broaden my perspective on one decision that you guys have impact on within my department also impacts HHS, or it impacts Terry's agency as well. So again, I appreciate the opportunity to hear that myself, and you guys be willing to hear from all of us and how that works together. So, so to get into mine, I do want to remind all of you that the sheriff's office and what falls under the umbrella of that is, obviously you've heard from the jail side of it, which is a huge part of what we do at the sheriff's office. We have dispatch, which is 24/7, and obviously the most visible part of what I do is the deputies that drive around in squad cars and respond to calls. So all of those add up to a big part of what the county funds, and I understand that and appreciate that. I think I've said it before, we do a good job, but we are expensive, and I understand that. But also with that, we are really the only entities in the county that are 24/7 staffed and expected to respond. And if you look at the jail, we are the only entity in the county that has 24/7 care for people. So again, the investments that we put into those different entities cuts down on our liability, getting those positions staffed right, those investments that we make. It's not just in a deputy or a jailer or something like that. It truly is a huge investment in the community. And hopefully on the same side of that is a reduction in liability. I would say it's probably safe to say that the sheriff's office, again, big umbrella, probably carries the most liability for this county. And again, it's like insurance, investing in protection and stuff hopefully reduces that liability at the end of it. And for me, that investment is people and technology. So that's kind of strengths, weakness, opportunity, threats. We probably all be wrapped up in personnel and technology, and we can end it there, but that never works. So our strength really is our personnel. We're sitting really good. Unfortunately, it's going to sound negative. Apparently, I'm pessimistic according to some people. But really, I think my focus tends to be where do we fix gaps, where we fix things. So my presentation, again, might sound a little on the negative side. Don't take that to say that we don't have good people, we don't have good processes, we don't have good stuff going. It's really how do we make it better? How do we reduce those liabilities? How do we improve the services at the end of the day? So I think our strengths are huge to point out that without the community, we flounder. Without the community support, the legitimacy of law enforcement goes down, and that's a bad thing for everybody. So we've really done a good job, I think, in developing community outreaches, community programs that help engage people and encourage conversations at whether it's a community event, which theoretically we'll have this year, or schools. We've got SROs that are in the schools, and our canine programs, although it is also a law enforcement tool, it is a huge community investment. Everybody loves their dogs. So along with that, has been pointed out already, the relationships with other agencies, whether it's the bordering agencies that we deal with, is the state entities, the State Patrol, DNR, BCA, and also the internal agencies, like has been pointed out, the ability to call a worker and say, hey, we need help here, or our deputies being on a first name basis with people in HHS or Terry's office again, and being able to get some help both ways and answer questions, why not, and those kind of things. It's just, again, it really helps with the workflow and how we do that. And lastly, our strengths in technology. I do, again, appreciate the board's willingness to invest in technology. In the last several years, there have been several dollars spent on Sheriff's Office technology, and I think it's paying off. Our report system was the first one. Most recently was our camera system, which is has been really good to see what that does for us, and I appreciate that. And then lastly, with some of the CARES funding, we're making a big investment in our radio system. So we're going to be updating all of our in-car radios, our mobiles, and also our portables that the deputies carry with them day to day. For your information, a large amount of it has been delivered to PSC, our salespeople. They'll be getting it programmed and getting it down here so we can put it out in the field here pretty soon. And along with that, one of the upgrades we made was the ability to go with encrypted channels. As of right now, we have everything is wide open, which makes it really difficult to plan some events or communicate when you don't want it to go over scanner land, because anyone with a cell phone now has a scanner. So they can hear everything we talk about on our main channels and on our fire channels. So the change there will be helpful, that we can keep some of those communications off the scanner and actually have some private conversations, if you will, on the radio that are going to help us plan things and again, lower some of the threat risks that we face.
When will that get phased in, implemented?
Right now, we're waiting for, the major piece is the dispatch council. That one hasn't come in yet. So once we get that in and they get that installed, then we can start phasing in the other stuff. And the way it works, we don't have to have a hard switch from all on or all off. We can start putting those new radios into service, and then our encrypted channels will come on board when it's available. So our new squads that get built will get the new radios, we'll get the new portables into use when we can. So that's something we talked about in the budgeting before. Our old portables are at end of life, end of service. So typically radios will be built with like a 10-year build plan, where they'll be building that same model for 10 years and then agree to service them for like 5 years. After that 15 years, parts start becoming unavailable. So if you break a commonly broken part, you may have an unusable portable. So we're kind of up against that with our old system, and that's part of what we're starting to budget for piecemeal each year. And this year we were able to make a bigger bite with the upgrade and do it all at once. So, and again, thanks for making those funds available on that. So our weaknesses. Some of these are old notes. It was interesting when I went and found the old notes. It had the 2019 date on it, and that's when we first started talking about the camera system. So hopefully during these conversations, we're not only looking at this year, but we're also setting building stones for upcoming projects as well. At least that's my hope. So I put on there lack of promotion opportunities and kind of seen as a training agency. I think that's gotten better. I left that on there from the old list because it does still concern me that with the lack of promotion, people come here, get a couple of years of experience, and then see something better towards the metro. We're close enough to the metro to hire people out of the metro, and then they want to go back to the metro, which we're not going to avoid that, I don't think. And I think we've done a really good job in the last couple of years of getting people to stay here. So training deputies, hiring deputies takes them a fair amount of money to get them started. And by the time they get productive, we really don't want them to leave. We want them to stay here, get invested in the county and the agency, and stay and become part of the county. So I think we've been doing a really good job recently on that. But it's always out there as a concern. My biggest concern, I think, as far as staffing right now is the next one. So we have 36 positions that are approved, 2 of those being part-time. and we are currently in the process of filling those. So ultimately, me and the chief deputy have oversight on everyone as far as hiring, firing, discipline, and that kind of stuff. And the next tier down for us in our supervisory capacity is the sergeants, and we have 3 of them. So if you look at our, again, our operations being 24/7, the size of the county, having 3 road supervisors is not enough, I mean, to put it bluntly. Temper that with, like I said earlier, we're not failing. Things are going pretty good. But really that is one area of liability I think we need to address on what I have going on. And then also the problem that it takes with law enforcement hiring and training. It really is a 9-month process to get somebody hired. Once we start posting, going through a good screening process, going through a good onboarding process, going through a good field training process, it really is 9 months on a good process to get somebody that can actually fill shifts and be out there doing their own work. So I know some other agencies have, you know, their approved numbers, and then they've also been allowed to hire one over that so they can absorb that. We've been kind of using our part-timers to fill that, and that's worked out good, other than the delay in getting part-timers. And sometimes the pool, when we post for part-time only, is not as deep of applicants as someone who, you know, obviously more people are looking for that full-time position. So that's a little bit of a challenge, filling those spots and then being able to get them filled up. It worked out really good this last year. We had some really good people that came on part-time. And as we had vacancies, they were able to seamlessly fit in, but that's not always the case. So right now we have no part-time. And so if we have, I know we have one planned retirement middle of this year. So obviously one of those part-time will be going up to full-time as planned. So again, looking at that and how we can, I don't know that we can shorten it and keep the quality of training that we've got going. It's having that ability to absorb some of those losses without the next issues there is time off and how we manage that. So one of our weaknesses again is if being 24/7, being staffed the way we currently are, a lot of times if we give people days off, we're looking to fill it with overtime. We can't, there are some instances that we are able to give people time off without creating issues. So what we do is I have set some minimum staffing requirements for times, days of the week, that kind of stuff, where we have to have an X number of deputies on. If we have one over on that shift, we can let that person off, obviously, and not affect those minimums. But it's a balancing act to take into sick time, especially with COVID this year. Had a pretty significant impact on our staffing levels because people were off sick and there was no, it wasn't just a 1-day sick, it was a multiple day sick that we had to bring people in and force them or let them volunteer to come into work. And the other thing that's a weakness, I think, in feedback from the deputies when they compare us to surrounding agencies. Like I said, we work well with the surrounding agencies in that respect of solving their crimes for them a lot of times. But also the deputies talk to other deputies and then the bad parts about your current employment might come up. And some of that feedback that I hear is that, well, they don't deny their people days off. Everyone that puts in a day gets a day off. Okay, we can't quite do that right now. And or the workload. That's the main thing I hear. And Pine County is busy. We are significantly busier I would say, than our neighbors. I hear it all the time that from some of our neighboring agencies that, oh, when we get bored and there's nothing going on here, we just scan your channel because you guys always have something going on. Again, we can take pride that our deputies are working and out there being active. It's not all call response. It is people doing proactive law enforcement, which we obviously want them to do. But we are fortunate to have a casino in the middle of our county and also a freeway running north to south through our entire county. Both of those positives bring some business our way. So again, the denying people off really comes down to quality of life. They can talk to another agency and say, oh, no, we don't have a minimum staffing issue. Everyone pretty much gets their days off. Well, obviously, that's going to look a lot more appealing. And I haven't heard anyone mention millennials yet, so I think we're past that. But it truly is, I think, a different employee group right now. We're fairly young. They value their weekends off. They don't like being told they can't go do something. So there's a little bit of that. Well, I can go to another agency that's hiring right now, make more money, and be less busy. But again, going back to our strengths, I really think we've got a good group of people right now that take pride that, hey, we're the busiest in the neighborhood. And again, some of that we control, some of it we don't. So, but those are issues that come up with when you're hiring, when people are looking to where to work and they talk to people and go, ooh, Pine County, okay. I've talked to Fond du Lac students for the last several years, mentioned where we're at and encourage them to apply, and it's been less than fruitful, but interesting comments coming back from them that are going into law enforcement that hear about county. So the opportunity group is pretty small because I think every weakness, every threat, we need to look for the opportunity, so you can plug any one of those into opportunities, and how we respond to those weaknesses and threats truly are, I think, opportunities to expand, opportunities to overcome, and I think our deputies do a great job with that. They're motivated, like I put in there, and I think they're really in tune right now also as the community involvement and the engagement and the positive feedbacks that we create because of that. So under threats, like I mentioned earlier, our liability, it really is our biggest threat. How those liabilities manifest are different. As I mentioned, there, one bad day. So obviously an officer involved shooting not too long ago creates some issues again in staffing that we have a fair amount of man hours invested in one scene. That takes away our ability to respond when we've got a major event going on, whether it's a weather incident, flooding, tornado, windstorm that we had not too long ago. Those kind of things just suck our ability to respond to others. So having the ability to respond to those hasn't been an issue, but it does affect us when they get longer and protracted. And again, this year with COVID, some of those did stretch out a little longer than a day response. Turnover, it is hard to absorb, like I said, those multiple days in a row, multiple days if we have to give somebody time off to, whether it's sick or mental health days, or administratively give them days off to get things taken care of. The good and bad about technology, when it fails, people forget how to do their job sometimes that they could have done, as Commissioner Ludwig might say, with shoe leather and a pencil. You can do the job still, but it's really hard again once you've got instant access to information in your car to go to none, or dependent back more on dispatch to provide that information. And it really does affect some people who've never worked in that older system, and they take the day off because they can't do the work. Not really, but again, it's just that difference of experience, I think, coming up on how to do that. So I think our technology has been going good. We haven't had any total failures. And with that comes the cost of the updates and keeping things running. So I think, again, the technology cuts both ways. It helps make our job easier, but also there is the cost involved in the risk of it failing. Crime, kind of the obvious threat when you think of law enforcement, I think, and how that looks at community safety and the overall feel of people that live in Pine County. And I think we've seen a good impact on people on how they, my feedback anyways. If you guys got others, let me know that all in all, I think the feeling is that it goes both ways. I think we're getting a lot of kudos and thank yous from the community on how the deputies are doing, how they're treating people, how they're responding. And I think that also is reflected in the community's willingness to call and report stuff. And I think if either one of those break down, it really makes law enforcement a lot more difficult. So I think, again, we got to thank the community for supporting us and the deputies that generate that support. And we can't forget a topic that's been on here for quite a while too, is what do we do with courthouse security? Obviously, the tone around the nation is people are doing things that up until a week or two ago seemed unimaginable. I will say, fortunately, there's no known threats to our building. There's no known threats of any of that kind of stuff. But again, up to a couple of weeks ago, I wouldn't have predicted that either. So we do have a really nice courthouse. Downsides are it was not built for security. I think we can attest to that, being in the fishbowl right there as everyone walks in.
Fast now. No.
It looks nice. It doesn't look scary or intimidating, and
Can't jump over the counter anymore.
yes.
That includes me. No.
Has anyone tried to see how stable it is, or?
I don't think so.
I was tempted to, but I chose not to.
It's not as stable as you would think it should be, is my conclusion.
And certainly not bulletproof. So again, my answer to the building security is a single point entry. Everyone gets screened coming in, everyone gets talked to at the main door, and we have the stuff that's up on the courtroom floor that we could move down there and make that happen technology-wise, in my opinion, fairly easy. But it also would increase, I think, the type of employees that we post at that point. I don't think we could do it or should do it without having law enforcement that's armed, sworn, able to, again, effectively stop somebody that was a threat coming in instead of getting on the radio and calling for somebody else to respond. So I think that is a threat that unfortunately has risen to the top of my concerns and how we safely secure a building that could become a target. Hopefully not, and obviously it's hard to predict. So my priorities is for this year is to evaluate the structure, and if there's any way we can do better with the people we've got in place, great. And I will let you know, in those sergeants, a lot of their time is got administrative tasks that they have to do. It's not directly out following around deputies, making sure that they're doing their job, or necessarily even helping take calls sometimes, because they are with the technology. They're reviewing more reports and making sure those are done well and referring them to the proper places. They're also providing oversight of the search and rescue equipment, the camera systems, they're all tasked with going in and doing random checks on how deputies are doing on that. So a lot of their supervision is actually within an office at the computer and not as much out in the field. And that to me is not a good place for them. I'd rather have them out there helping out in the field as much, if not more, than office work. But unfortunately, that's where we're at. The courthouse security obviously is, like I mentioned, a concern. And then the other ones are just kind of the internal workflow systems and making sure we're investing well in the employees' ability to do their work and their knowledge and getting those trainings and that kind of stuff. So, and I do also want to thank David for the last couple of years we've been contracting with a therapist to come in and talk to deputies and our employees there with blend together. 19, obviously, we had a couple deaths within the agency or assisting agencies. And we're still processing through those, and then the added stress of COVID that came on board. We were willing to invest in the mental health aspect as well. And to me, that's a huge thing that deputies deal with every day is the stressors that come with this job. But some of it's obviously pretty unique. And 2020 was impactful, I think, in all the ways that you've heard already. The mental health in the communities seem to be affected. The deputies are seeing a lot of revolving door in and out of the jail, which doesn't help their viewpoint perhaps sometimes on the system. When you're arresting somebody and they're complaining that last time they did this in another county, nobody arrested. Or why are they holding me in jail when my buddy who did the same thing, they just let out yesterday? And so those kind of things, again, do affect people that are invested in trying to make sure those people are held accountable. And sometimes it looks like the system is really ramped up to get them out of the jail, which we are aware of COVID and such. But it has an impact on my guys, if you will. So I started that with a thank you for the investment in our mental health capabilities. So I think I will stop with that. Any questions?
I have one and a comment. First, my question is, I'll get that out of the way. It's probably Rod's still here too. But I thought when we were housing for the state, it was like we charge them $55 a day.
That was the last I heard.
That's
might have moved up.
Okay. I just wanted to sure I remember that right. And then my comment.
It's $65 a day.
Okay, thanks, Rob and Jeff. So, one thing I know for sure is Pine County population has a huge, it's a huge expectation. When something's wrong and they dial 911, they want somebody coming. I hear it all the time. It lights up my phone. It's the same as the roads. I want my road plowed when the snow, it's just, they know they're paying taxes and they have that expectation. And I don't hear complaints, which I think is a really good thing. But at the same time, it's a hard thing to maintain, and I understand that. But so I know you're doing a good job. And I know the public has an expectation of you guys, so good job.
And I think that's been expanded through the conversations in the state and nationally on what is appropriate law enforcement role and how we fulfill that. So right now we are the catch-all, if you will, and that could be a lot longer conversation. So we'll leave it at that.
I got a comment on the question. I would echo Commissioner Ludwig's. I have heard little to no credible complaints about the department, and nothing but positive. And I know this day and age in your guys' world, that's one of the things you have. So I appreciate that as far as being a commissioner in your whole department. My question is if we go to weaknesses and the need of supervisors, are you looking just for another like sergeant? Or are you looking for like a administrator type of position or are you still?
I have to pick.
Because you were saying about a lot of administrative stuff and
Yep.
maybe that's what you're.
And I think that'll be part of what one of my priorities is evaluating that. So are we spending good time on the administrative side? And do we need to invest a position that can take all that administrative duties and free up those sergeants to do first line supervisor duties? That's possibly yes. Or do we add another sergeant level and just have another person to help spread those administrative duties out? Again, maybe. So I think right now I don't have the answer, other than we need help in that area. So I will get back to you on that.
Mr. Chair, I have one more too.
Yeah.
So if it gets busy, do your sergeants take calls?
Yeah, they're certainly able to respond and go out there. They do cover shifts. I try to avoid that. And it depends on the day, holiday weekend and all that kind of stuff, where it changes everything. But on any given day, I try to avoid them being the primary call takers, just so they can get those administrative duties caught up, and go one end of the county to the other. We have, one sergeant on is the goal, in the evening hours, with three of them, one out on a, medical for a couple months. Now we've got two. And that again, it's hard to, it's impossible to staff, the sergeants like I want to when everyone else.
I got something quick. Back when everything was going on in the metro with the police stations being taken over and the heavy rioting and stuff, what was done up here to like safeguard at Pine County Courthouse or anything? Was any action taken then to? How did you?
Actually,
I mean, thankfully it's real quiet up here. We had a.
And that's
up north, I know, but.
Yeah, and that's part of the conversation from earlier again is living in this area has its pros and cons, and I think we're not a target position, if you will, because of the ruralness, but we certainly can't discount how easy we are to access here, and I think that's what drives a lot of our burglaries, because it's easy on, easy off, people can disappear pretty quick. So actually what's helped a lot is we're part of the drug task force with a drug task force with the 4 different counties, and we have together hired an analyst, and she is fabulous at scrubbing social media and looking for those kind of things. I kind of alluded it to in the email I sent out that she's really good at putting things together and looking for data, looking for threats. And then at the state level too, they put out I think we've gone to weekly now after stuff this summer, where their analysts are always looking at social media for what's in the wind, if you will, and paying attention to that. As much as we could be surprised by people who are keeping it quiet or on a new platform, there's seems to be leaks in that system of them trying to be quiet as well. So we depend a lot on that and gathering that intel and making decisions based on what we're hearing. We did put extra people on when we knew there was stuff going on in the county. Early on, we had a peaceful protest, which truly was peaceful, but we had some extra people on from the drug task force, which is a benefit of being in that task force, is we have free people we can pull in and have them in our communities ready to respond. So it is kind of monitoring it, reacting to what we know is out there, and moving ahead, perhaps hardening some of our targets so we don't have so much day-to-day trying to make decisions if we have to staff up or not.
Thank you.
You kept waving your hand, I don't know.
I did.
Technology.
And then I was thinking, oh, I could talk to you about it later too. But, okay, so with 3 sergeants, about how much time do you think that they spend doing the administrative work?
I would say probably half their time is on what, again, so we've kind of broken down. One does scheduling, one does search and rescue, maintaining that. One does the drones. Now that we've got a drone, we have to have somebody in charge of the drones. So that's a sergeant that's picked up that duty. So he's spending time right now still developing policies and procedures and those kind of things going on forward. So
About half their time? So if I'm a sergeant and I spend half my time doing that administrative work, how much am I learning about my officers that I'm a sergeant over?
There's the risk there, yeah. Again, they're in their office, hopefully within their districts. And those of you that haven't heard some of the back history or our operations, if you will, we do have a working office in Sandstone here across the parking lot. I know you saw the main office. If you want to see our sub offices, both of you certainly, or some of you that haven't seen the new offices even, you can certainly check that out. So we have the new building over here, or our new building. And then Hinckley, we lease from the city of Hinckley space there for office, and a lot of our storage for equipment's there because they have the old fire hall. So that has that heated. All right, how I got there was, so we do have them working in offices other than Pine City. So they're available. They may be in an office looking at a computer, but they're also available to respond. So they are, part of their duties is to get out there and back people up, respond to calls if everyone else is busy, and overall monitoring the quality of work that's going on. And then they are doing it. What they started with, what I'm talking about is not a failure.
Thanks, Jeff. I know from having a son that's on the local fire department, I don't remember the last time family function on a Sunday afternoon that he didn't have a fire call, because there's some accident on the freeway and I gotta go pull somebody out of a car, put out a car fire, whatever. And so I know that freeway is getting busier and busier and busier. Oh yeah, it's like every weekend is like the old opening of fishing used to be.
Yes, and this year I think there a lot of people took advantage of the outdoor activities.
Yes,
we saw a big increase in traffic this year. So.
I just kind of watched the boat landing in Pine City, and that thing was, it was like Memorial Day weekend all summer long.
It truly was.
So before we end that, Rod did get the data answer the question that the 866 was Lincoln County and the $20 was Nicollet County.
Where's,
Southern Minnesota.
Yeah, Lincoln, so yeah, Lincoln is kind of between Marshall and Brookings.
I'm guessing one of them had.
And what was the other one? I'm sorry.
Nicollet, which is St. Peter's, the county seat, south down 169 from the metro.
One of them probably just has a holding cell that they can hold somebody for.
Yeah, there are
hours.
And again, there are within the 87 counties, there are one that I know for sure that has no jail, only a holding facility, 2 that have only a 72-hour holding facility. And believe it or not, in Minnesota, there are some that have no surface water, no rivers or lake control, where obviously we absorb that as.
Sheriff and Commissioners, can I add to that comparison and that average is for class 3 facilities that are similar to us. Because there's class 1, 2, which would be those holding facilities that you speak of, and those smaller ones. So that is just a comparison of class 3 facilities. And which we are class 3 facilities.
Can you define what a class 3 is?
Oh, you want me to pull 2911?
Well, for our purposes, a class 3 facility is probably a regular jail that can have long-term holding, has programming, has
Correct. We're not a 24-hour
Versus-
holding facility. We're a full jail facility. We can hold for longer than that. We're not just a lockup or a community correction.
Thanks, Rob.
All right, I think we'll take a lunch break and, we can take a few minutes, gobble our sandwich down, and then we'll get Kelly and Mark.
Yes. That year we had a 15 in custody weekend over the weekend or something like
I think it was 2 weekends ago. This one we went, oh no, this one we went. Not exactly sure.
That's a busy weekend.
It is, and especially if you count
Incredible people.
Now, that's scary.
We are.
Okay.
Kind of scary.
I'm good, how are you?
But anyway,
I was gonna talk
other
flag.
states, you go out west.
You notice we don't have a flag.
If it doesn't.
We don't.
Haven't had it for a couple months.
Where is it?
Talk to me before you.
Better not be on.
I gotta talk to you about something anyway.
Because you need to know what you're hunting.
No, the rope.
These phones we have, we have Hunt on X.
Can't buy a new rope?
Like,
The rope broke,
They were
and we need it rethreaded.
Come by there.
Nothing big enough to
Towing.
re-thread.
forfeited land.
How'd they get it up there in the first place?
The pole company,
Isn't there, but,
Oh,
they're in satellite?
we'll have to.
so we've been flagless for a while.
How is
right,
it?
you can't,
30
Can't get there.
right, it's landlocked.
Did anybody in town have a lull that goes that high? Do they go that high?
Even if they get.
Well, Ed from
Okay,
next door
trespass
called
fee.
the power company to see if they would do us a solid.
Okay.
for us.
Yeah, deputy told them to do it,
So we don't know if they'll do it for us or not, but
especially after you're told.
we're just gonna explain that's what's happening with our flag.
I put a few of those tapes.
We're
Huh,
supposed to be at half mast today.
yeah,
They went through.
President.
It's at Nomex.
I've heard enough. I've known this guy personally my entire life.
Oh, yeah, exactly. No mast.
Sometimes
All right.
correct.
Kelly, are you there?
One's a tight ship, always has.
Right. Can you help Kelly get fixed so that she's not Caleb Anderson anymore?
A new computer.
I need a whole new computer to do that.
Are you serious? Wow.
We know who you are.
Sometimes I kind of like to be incognito. Are you
thought it
guys
was
ready
your-
to start?
I thought it was your Halloween costume.
It's a pretty scary one.
Better put her, public will be looking at us.
We're ready for you.
Okay, and I think maybe at the break Debbie had some handouts for you from my office. Hopefully you got them there in front of you.
Yep, got it.
It's just a one-page quick deal. So good afternoon. So Kelly Schroeder, County Auditor Treasurer. And so you have a quick handout for you in front of you. At the very top, I just wanted to touch on really quick to make sure that everybody's aware. I'm not only talking auditor treasurer because in Pine County, we have our unique structure in that it encompasses all of these things. So assessor, auditor treasurer, HHS accounting, land, planning and zoning, recorder, and solid waste. So when I was putting together my SWOT analysis, it's interesting because I could do a full SWOT on each one of those things, but I just tried to kind of think more broad and think of the things that are really kind of hot topics right now and that we want to be working on right now. So, you know, for example, I mean, there's a few places where I don't hardly touch on, but it's just important to remember that I'm encompassing all of these things in this conversation. So to start with, strengths, and so with all of those different areas, to me, that's one of our strengths is our department structure. It gives a lot of oversight in specific areas. It's a structure that I think a lot of counties are trying to get to right now, and Pine County's already there. You know, we're a leader in that fact. We have supervisors in every area, so each employee has somebody who they can go to that should know what's going on, so that I'm not stretched incredibly thin, but yet it also allows me to know what's going on in all of these different areas and also be able to bring across what the different areas are doing. Kind of like Jeff talked about right before lunch, things aren't done in silos. What's done in zoning affects affects the assessor's office, which affects the auditor's office, and it just all flows down. So to me, that's a huge plus and a strength that we've got going for us. The other thing that as I was trying to think broadly, that I think that we really have going for us is we've got people in the places that have common sense and we're able to use common sense. Examples of that is at the last board meeting, we had that property clear. You know, we could have taken the legal way and spent a ton of money and a ton of time, and gone through the courts and gotten the same result. But no, instead we use the common sense and we have a problem, we have a willing property owner, let's just get it done. Another thing which is always on my list to kind of talk to commissioners about is illegal property dumping. That's another thing that we've been trying to use a little bit of common sense on. We get calls from property owners of, well, I just went to the end of my driveway and there's a couch in my ditch. Now what? And so I want to make sure commissioners are aware as well. On a case-by-case basis, we're working with those property owners to actually bring those things to our county-run transfer stations at no cost to those property owners. That saves the county a ton of money in that we're not having to send a highway guy out to pick it up and to go bring it to one of the transfer stations. And the property owners who now got dumped a couch or got dumped a TV are happy because they can get rid of it. That's not something that we advertise a ton, obviously, because otherwise everybody and their brother, the TV ended up in the ditch or whatever it is, ended up in the ditch and would need to dispose of it for free. But that's just another example of some common sense that we try to use and reach out to those people. So as commissioners, if you get people that call and say, you know, I have a couch in my ditch, what can you do about it? You know, that's something to keep in mind, that we do have those county-run transfer stations in Pine City and Willow River, and we can work with those property owners to get rid of it. And in the end, save some money doing it because we're not sending our staff out to do it. Weaknesses, and I think that this one's my first thought on weaknesses, which is a little bit funny with Terry sitting in that room there, is staff depth, which this is something that Jackie touched on as well this morning, in that yesterday, I had a whole bunch of crazy issues that come up, and somebody said to me, well, can't you give that to a staff member to do? And I said, no, Terry's gone. And with the retirements that have happened over the years, you know, we've got some great new folks in there, but they don't have the history, they don't have the knowledge built up yet. So it's something that's a little bit of a struggle and a weakness for me right now, is that to get those new folks up to speed, and really in the end, that's just going to take time to get them to be the caliber that we need them to be, and get the knowledge that's needed. The other weakness is also something that Ryan touched on this morning, which is that tax and CAMA system. So that tax and CAMA system is the backbone to our property tax system. And so without that, the county as a whole is in big trouble. We'd have no way to calculate taxes. We'd have no way to collect taxes. We'd have no way to put values on properties. It'd be a really bad thing. Our current system is end of life 12/31/23. So just about 3 years from now. That seems like a really long time away. However, it takes about 2 years to implement a new system. So in the end, it's really not that far away. And it makes me nervous to implement a new system just because it's time consuming as well. But that's something that needs to be a priority, of finding that new system, finding one that works, finding one that doesn't take up more staff time to use, and get it in the door and running.
Can I ask a question just to validate your math? So if it's end of life in 3 years and it takes 2 years to implement, that means there needs to be a purchase decision made by the end of this year. Is that what your timeline would say?
Yes, except what's interesting is, to me, yes, it takes 2 years to implement. It takes 2 years from the point that you actually have all of your mapping done. So like every county does everything. Like right now, we've got 26 counties with the current the same tax and CAMA system. Unfortunately, every single county uses the system a little bit differently. And so that mapping from one system to the next, yes, they've already converted all these counties, but Pine County's conversion is gonna be a little bit different yet. And so, yes, the typical, installation is 2 years, but we really need more time than that with the mapping that needs to happen, with the fact that there's 26 other counties right now and 2 to 3 vendors that are going to have this huge influx of people needing on their systems. So in my mind, the RFP process, I'm hoping that Ryan and I can get some time to sit down and look at the RFP document that I put together, and we can get it out soon. And I would really like a decision April, May, June at the latest of this year, just so that we can get that rolling.
Thank you. You've already looked at one, haven't you? Or had a demo?
We've had demos of a lot of different systems. Some of them, they're just very high level demos, and we would want to go to a county office and actually see how they use it, how it works. Some of them we've seen more in-depth demos and said, we don't like that. We don't want anything to do with that. And so, I mean, all of the systems I've seen some of. And so we've got ideas of the ones that I think will work, but really there needs to be a lot more research done.
I know one of them showed some promise, and Troy came back from a demo and said, I think they went backwards.
Oh, no.
So, I don't know.
Right.
They'll find one that works, but.
Yeah, and I recently sat in another demo on that one because I was assured that it was just a bad demo, but the demo I just sat in on last week was worse. So I'm like, well, I tried.
Well, how many options are out there?
3, really, kind of.
Well, you're down to 2.
There's more options than that. There's more options in that you've got a lot of vendors who have only a tax system, or you've got a lot of vendors who only have a CAMA system. But like Ryan mentioned this morning, is we really want the same vendor for both. Otherwise, you always have problems of this vendor updated this and now it's not working over here, and now this vendor updated this. And so in my mind, it's a nightmare to have different vendors. Some counties across the state have different vendors. Our neighbors to the south, both Chisago and Isani, are running different vendors for either. But it's a constant frustration, and I don't know why we would make that choice to have that constant frustration. So that brings us down to 2 or 3 vendors, with the knowledge that we want the same system, same vendor for both tax and CAMA. Opportunities. So obviously for the commissioners that were with us last fall, we did a bond refunding, which was, we had a nice chunk of savings in that bond refunding. And so rather than lowering the bond payment, we chose to keep the bond payment the same and utilize that savings to do some projects around the county that we would have to be doing anyways. One of those projects I have listed as an opportunity, which is in the solid waste department. In the last 2 years, we have opened 2 transfer stations, one in the south part of the county and one in the north part of the county. Our total investment dollars wise in those transfer stations, including purchasing one of the properties, is about $60,000. To some people that might seem like a big number. That's a crazy small number. And I mean, that includes buying dumpsters and buying shipping containers and buying the property that the one in the north part of the county is on. So those were very low budget when they were put together. And so some decisions had to be made when we put them together for cost savings, because we had the grant to be able to put those together, but then there just wasn't enough money to make them as efficient as we wanted, to make them as user friendly as we wanted. And so as part of that bond refunding process, there's about $185,000 in that bond refunding now to make improvements to those transfer stations. So that's an exciting possibility. Caleb and I already have all sorts of hopes and dreams of what that will look like. And so that's something that is a huge opportunity for the next year of actually getting those transfer stations to permanent sites, to being much more efficient, to having some cost savings. One example is some of the, due to space and due to ability to put things in the dumpsters, we can only have 30-yard dumpsters in some cases, where after we make improvements, we can have 40-yard dumpsters, which means we'll save on trucking costs because they'll be shipped a lot less. And so there's just so much opportunity there with that solid waste bond money. Also with that, the exciting part of it is we have probably overstayed our welcome. No, Mark's been wonderful with our household hazardous waste facility at the highway garage in Pine City. But when we moved in there in 2016, it was thought to be a 1-year deal, and here we are 5 years later, still in there. And so with that, the hope is that we'll be building a building at the transfer station in Pine City that can house that household hazardous waste facility and make that a one-stop shop. And hopefully have some more abilities to handle some of that stuff in Willow River as well. So that's one of the opportunities that's exciting to me. Another opportunity that's exciting to me is some technology in accounting and finance, which I know sounds really lame. But one thing, we've got some neat programs at our disposal through the App Extender program. Through the CARES Act, we purchased an accounts payable workflow program. And so what that is right now throughout the county, every department currently takes all their invoices that they need to pay each day or each week. They'll put what account number they want them to be paid out of. They'll sign them. They'll initial them. And then they generally will route them to our office via inter-office mail. It can be a bit of a tedious process. So one of the programs that we were able to purchase through the CARES Act fund is actually a workflow program through the App Extender. So that's our scanning system. And so now rather than, once we get it implemented, rather than this tedious process of paper and things like that, departments will actually just scan the invoice into the workflow system, and it will go in its queue to get paid for the week. Through that workflow system, it flows into our financial system. So it really takes out a lot of duplicate data entry that's been happening. Also, we've got some outlying departments, for example, zoning in the land department. And so right now, those guys, with being in Sandstone and us paying the bills in Pine City, right now they will take their invoices and a lot of times they'll scan and email them, which is fine. It makes me a little bit nervous because emails accidentally get deleted, and then we could get late charges because an email got deleted. I've run into issues of the person that I was emailed to is out sick now this week, and so then I'm calling IT going, can you get into that person's email box and make sure there's no invoices in there? And so this workflow system is going to just prevent all of that. It's all going to be in one place. It'll be electronic. And so I think that across the county, as we get it implemented, folks are going to find it useful not only for our office, but for their office as well, so that they're not having to send inter-office invoices and such.
Kelly, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is this going to be for the county and for human services also? Are they going to be able to use this in the accounting and the human service department as well as in our office or your office? Sorry.
Yes. So I mean, that actually human services is who started the conversation, because Judy's working from home, and so it was difficult because she was having to run in to get invoices all the time that needed to get paid. And so human services is actually who started the conversation. And so absolutely they're able to use the same process, which is helpful too, because not only Judy, who pays the bills, is working from home, most of their supervisors and things are also at home. Another part of the accounting technology that's exciting is actually a program that we currently have. We currently have a program called Cash Drawer. It's part of our financial system. And actually back in about 2017, I implemented it in the zoning office. And so it's really just an electronic receipting system. And so in the zoning office, we implemented it. We shut it off so that it doesn't automatically flow into our financial system. But that way, at least zoning had a good reporting system for money that was coming in. But really, I want to take that program and use it for all of our receipts. Right now, literally, when someone pays for their foster care license, for example, they write us out a check, we handwrite them a receipt, and then we will put it in the computer and print another receipt. And then we will go to our financial system and we'll input it in our financial system. It's a very labor-intensive process just to take in $100 for a license. And so the Cash Drawer system will actually, you'll receipt it in that system. You can print your receipt and then it'll flow into our financial system and there's no additional data entry. On the treasurer side, they'll still be doing they'll do an entry too just to balance, but it will be a huge time saver. And so that's something that we're working with HHS Accounting to get up and running. They're being kind of our guinea pig right now on that program. But that's something that I am excited about. That's going to be a nice time saver. And I mean, that program was something that we just get free with it's included in our financial system. So it seems like a no-brainer to start using it. Another opportunity that we have is our parks and trails. It's exciting to actually be able to say that in 2020, we made a bit of progress. It's been on our list, I think, for many years, but yet we've talked about it and not really done much about it. Where in 2020, for the Obastar Trail, we got that Transportation Alternatives Grant. And so that is for the segment of the trail from the Pine City High School down to the Rock Creek City Hall. We got state bond funds for that segment that runs on the east side of Cross Lake up to the Snake River Bridge. And then the other thing that we did was the county board set aside 10% of our land sale proceeds for parks and trails. And so now that we've made it through 2020, I actually can tell you that number, and it's an exciting number in my mind. So now Pine County actually has about $120,000 in a fund for parks and trails to do something with. And so that is exciting because obviously to do any of this, we need money. And so we finally got some funding sources in those grants and the bond money and then the land sale set aside. And so we can make some progress in that area. That transportation alternatives and the bond funds, those projects are set up for not this year, but coming up, but they're in the works. So we're going to finally see some things on the ground in that area. And hopefully now that we've got some momentum there, we can keep it going. And another opportunity I wanted to mention is the assessor education changes. So this is something that we've been talking about for a number of years, in that by July 1st of 2022, all assessors in Minnesota, so those people, the property appraisers, or the local assessors have to have an accredited Minnesota assessor license. And so that is currently, that's the grade of license just one above where most assessors currently are. But it's a big feat to attain. It's like 6 week-long classes with 2-hour tests after them. It's a 100-page paper. It's an 8-hour exam. It's a big deal. And so we've got our county staff. We've got a couple that have completed it. We've got some that are on the train ready to complete it. And so that's something that really presents an opportunity in my mind. We've had conversation last year about the true county assessing. And so really we need to start thinking about those cities and townships that currently have local assessors, because they're going to be looking for new assessors, and so then their options are going to be very limited. So we need to keep that conversation going. It wouldn't necessarily be true county assessing, but I really think that we're probably going to end up with more of those townships and cities under the county umbrella. And so I just want to be strategic and about how we approach that and how we look at the funding for that. For the new commissioners, and to remind the commissioners from last year. So currently we charge each of the townships that we have contracts with to do the assessing. And so in 2021, actually, that cost, we went down by $1 per parcel. And the reason we went down was because when we were talking about true county assessing, one of the number one thing the townships and cities were concerned about was the cost. And so to me, it's silly because the cost should be the cost, whether it's on the county levy or the township or city levy. Like the cost is still the cost. It's just a matter of whose levy it's on. And so part of that is, I think the commissioners at that time made the commitment that the county will just take the cost. And so part of that commitment is starting to scale back on those contract prices. And so that's just a conversation that we need to be thoughtful about starting and how to do it, and where it will lead us. Because July 1st, 2022 is not far away.
So what is the average, Kelly, on what we're charging now per city or township per parcel versus what the average township or city is charging?
So that's kind of an interesting question. So in general, I would say that we're about at $9.25 a parcel. And so right now, it seems that the local assessors, there's a few that I think are still down at $6.50 a parcel. And then there's others that are at about $8 a parcel. But then when they have a local assessor, they also do pay the county $1.50. Because we are the ones who are maintaining the CAMA system, and we're the ones who are mailing the statements, and we're the ones who are doing all of the actual behind the scenes things. So if they have a local assessor, they pay the local assessor the $6.50 or $8 a parcel plus the county $1.50.
Plus you do the majority of the commercials too, correct? And so they pay for their commercials?
Right, so they all pay the county for their commercial assessments, because you have to have the higher up license to do commercial assessing.
Thank you.
Yeah. So moving on to threats. So my number one threat is directly related to COVID, in that I have a number of positions that you just can't do them at home. I can't take cash and send it home with someone to receipt in. I can't, there's things that can't happen at home. And that gets difficult when all of a sudden people need to quarantine and things like that. And so that's just something that I view as a threat. I'm hoping that we're getting to the end of COVID and maybe it will be in our past and we won't have to worry about it, but it's something that, it's constantly on my mind currently with COVID of what happens when, which we had an exercise of that in August and it was not fun, of the whole office had to quarantine and now what? And so that's just something to, there's not any good solutions for that. It's not that Ryan can set up a laptop and we can just do it at home, because it's not things that can be done at home. And then the other threat that I've got listed is just some employees are stretched too thin. And I kind of echo Becky on that. We've got some employees who are fine being stretched so thin. I've got some employees who aren't willing to take on a thing extra, but yet I would think that maybe they could. And then we've got some employees who are on the verge of burnout. And so that's something that, I'm constantly trying to figure out what to do with. My solution isn't always I need more people. We need to figure out a different way than just more people, because that's I don't know, that's not a solution for me. There's just gotta be a different way to do it. And so that's something for me to figure out, before we get to a breaking point. And it also makes it just difficult to implement some of those new opportunities. For example, that workflow system, we purchased that back at the end of October. Nobody's had a chance to touch it. And so hopefully one of these days we'll get to pick it up and really get it moving, dust it off and get it moving. But we have to have time to be able to do that. And it's only certain people that can do that. It's not that I can just take the clerk and say, hey, get this system up and running. It's just, it needs to be the certain people that are working on it. And then the other kind of thing that I listed in this section that just I've struggled with for the last 2 years really is, so we've combined our county recorder and our county auditor or county assessor, which we have statutory authority to do that. I just have really struggled with that when we set that position up. When I became auditor treasurer, when we set that position up, it seemed like, oh, this is a great idea. It works. That county recorder job is such a minimal job. We can't have a person in it. I just am constantly running into the problem of they're just so very different jobs, the county assessor job and the county recorder job. The jobs don't overlap at all. The county assessor job is about a job in any county really that takes about 120% of the person's time. And so it's just a hard thing. I don't know what the right answer with that is, but it's something that is constantly kind of heavy on my mind of what do we do there? Yes, I did it, but I also had a lot of years to get used to the county assessor job before that was thrown on me. And so I'm not saying that Lori's doing a bad job or anything, but I also think that you can't ask someone to work 70, 80 hours a week, week after week. It's just not going to work. So that is the end of my quick presentation. Questions?
I have one more, excuse me, way back up to illegal dumping. So yeah. When I was on the town board, we had somebody that would drive around and he would pick up all the garbage that people were throwing in our township roads. Is that something that we could utilize the townships with that and have it, when they're picking up garbage, that they can just take it and say it was on the side of the road and we're just helping to clean up? Or
yeah, and so that we've worked with some townships on that. And it's really, that's a county board direction we would need is right now we have been charging those townships because otherwise it's a county cost. But again, I go back to it's all tax dollars. So what are we doing? Is it worth it? I don't know. And so that's definitely a conversation we can have is that just something we need to extend to townships to be able to do?
I wish we would figure something out there because I just got another fresh set of mattresses and frames and everything else thrown in the ditch on my road.
Yeah, massive tires and yeah.
I had a conversation with my two brothers. My oldest brother in Roseau County is paying, I think he said $37.50 a month for garbage service. My brother in Clearwater County pays $137 a year on his taxes and because they went to a countywide system many years ago. They don't have curbside service, but they have a place at every town hall and some other transfer stations around the county where you take your stuff and dump it in a fenced area in dumpsters. Mm-hmm. But everybody's paying. So there's no incentive. You're already paying for garbage service. There's no incentive to dump it in the ditch because another half a mile down the road is a place where you can dump it in a dumpster. Right. Now, do those places get ugly? Yes, I've been to them. Because people are lazy and stupid. So when it says no tires in this dumpster, guess where the tires are?
Yeah. No. I know what happens on our place. It's, we have those rentals.
Yeah.
People clean out. They drive down the dirt road in the middle of the night in the swamp. It is
I would see, when I would drive down Highway 61 to go to work, they would throw it out right by the, or, right by the solid waste plant.
That township road that's just south of the transfer station in Hinckley, that township would one time, they asked the Solid Waste Commission if they could help them, because they had I think they picked out 17 microwaves and 27 TVs in a half mile of road.
Yeah.
Because people would go to well, I'm not paying that much to throw a stupid microwave away, and they turn around and the first gravel road they got to, they threw it in the ditch, apparently.
Well, I want to live over on the east side of town where they only pay $35 a year.
Right, the Tri-Township District.
Yeah.
Yep, and they get pickup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they're doing it, that's missionary work. I mean, they're not covering somebody's basically doing it for nothing,
So are you done with your question or do you have more?
Yep, nope, I was just trying to figure out if there was.
I have one, Kelly.
Yeah.
Just because I want to make sure I understood you right. So you were kind of thinking you need more staff in assessing plus more staff in recording, or that would relieve recording? What do you, one body? I'm just making notes to myself for the year, so.
I think nobody's.
Oh.
I just need to come up with some way to wrap my mind around how are we really doing the right thing with that combined county recorder, county assessor position? I keep coming back to, I don't think we are, but then where does that county recorder position go? Because in my mind, that's a 10 to 12 hour a week job.
So that's what I remember from our conversation.
Yeah, and the issue is that the assessor doesn't have that 10 to 12 hours a week.
No assessor has 10 to 12 hours a week. And so where does it go?
So one of the people that work in the recorder's office, can they get elevated to something below a department head or whatever you would want to call them, but more than they are now, and do those responsibilities?
You could, they're not willing.
And you have Teresa that does a lot of that now. But if Teresa takes a day off, there's got to be somebody else that can do the recording, because right now it's Lori and Teresa, or Kelly, when Kelly runs down there to help.
So it's not to be solved today, but I just think it's something that we got to address sooner than later. And I need to figure out what the way to address it is.
Well, it's nice to hear that you're not just want to throw another body at it for 12 hours of work. So I don't know what we can do to help you, but let us know.
Okay, thanks.
I think when we start getting more cities and townships for assessing too, that, that's going to take way more off. I mean, Lori's already bogged down. I think it's going to get pretty excessive if we get more, because then you are going to need more assessors.
Right. So if we have more contracts with townships and cities to do assessing, absolutely, we'll need more property appraisers because they can only look at so many every day.
Yes, I was figuring that in when I thought +1.
Yeah, but we don't need to address that until we start getting additional townships and cities.
Okay.
That's future us problem. And when we know what it will actually be.
So Kelly, one of the questions, and this one's big on my heart. One of the questions that's been asked is budget stuff. We are in the need of new election machines. Where is that at with the budgeting process? I know that there is some money that's being put aside, but just to get other people up to speed on that, our equipment is so incredibly old that it was starting to not work during this election. It was kind of sad.
Right. So our election equipment is very outdated and old, and so we need to get new equipment. So in the 2021 budget, we've got about $60,000 that's for equipment. Obviously, we're not going to be spending that this year because we need about somewhere between probably about $150,000 to replace the equipment. So something that I'm working on and coming up with plans. So we'll have $60,000 this year. Typically the state releases some HAVA, Help America Voting Act funds that will cover up to 50% of the cost. And so then we're almost there. We've got about a $15,000 gap. And when that last equipment was purchased, actually, the cities and townships kicked in a little bit too. So if they wanted a automatic counter, then they had to put in some funds towards it. So that's something that's been on my to-do list, and actually sooner than later to work out those dollars so that townships who now will set their budgets coming in March know that, well, in 2022, I'm going to need $1,000 from you for a new county counter if you'd like one, because we can't use the old ones because they're so outdated. And so I'm hopeful we've got a good plan in place for that replacement by the 2022 election.
Perfect.
Terry, thank you for asking that question, because as we sit and watch the last several months since the November election.
Yeah, we don't want Dominion.
I was going to say, I'm going to buy some Dominion. No.
We could probably buy some used stuff.
I bet we could.
Yeah, we could get some used Dominion machines.
We got used M100s, and I think those might have been the ones that, no, I'm just kidding. We did have machines break down this election where we had so many of the mail-in ballots came in, and all of a sudden they'd be feeding them in, and the machine quit working, or the things would get so jammed and you couldn't get them out, and it was getting bad. I mean, it's important that we do look at getting that fixed.
Right, absolutely.
But Dave, I'm sorry.
Well, I was just gonna say, this is one of those things, one of the few things that we do that is of national significance, is running the election. And it just, the lessons we learn are, we have old equipment in the past that may have been satisfactory, but going forward, we want to be sure that we are accurate and fast and reliable. So it's a good conversation. We have, 2 years, well, not quite, but year and a half maybe.
Unless we have more special elections.
Yeah.
Don't even say that, Terry.
Sorry. I'll volunteer to help. No.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly.
Mark, are you there?
I see him.
Yes, I am here.
And Mark's handout was in the packet that was sent out.
Yep, I had it here.
Hi, Mark.
Hey, yeah, I just got a simple outline there, if you want to follow along. And feel free to interact with questions or statements or comments. But I think, like the others have talked about, the people that work here really are the strengths of what we do. Can't really do anything without them. They make themselves available, come in after hours. We get by with less employees than we had, 10 years ago. So those are a lot of positives. Weaknesses is probably change, retirements, responsibilities, and regulations. All those things we've experienced, and so we're making some adjustments in those areas. What's they got here? Like the regulations, everything that goes into doing a project becomes a lot more challenging for us. And hold on. Opportunities. Kind of broke it out. You can see building maintenance, highway survey. Just hold on a second, I'll be right back. Sorry about that. On our building maintenance, starting to look at our long-term maintenance needs. So, you know, we got 90,000 square feet of space to take care of. Our Sandstone campus, we got to finish the parking lot. Got the roof on the 1610 building. And highway, we got, you know, we've worked to get these 10-ton routes done and bridge replacements and our 30-year transportation plan. So we're looking at 20 to 25 years of redoing the pavements and future road exchanges, trails. So kind of looking at a 30-year overview of all those things. Survey, we've got the remonumentation program. So we've got about 650 of those corners to finish. We've got about 4,000 that we've done in the last 15 years or have been completed. And that really brings down the cost to have a private survey done. And so when people sell off their land in these rural areas, we're kind of bringing that cost down, getting a lot more, obviously, section breakdowns that are being done in the northern part of the county. So I'm thinking probably in the next 8 to 10 years, we'll have that completed, actually. And so that's one of the things that we're kind of proud of over here. On threats, you know, funding, I guess, is our big threat here. On the positive, the sales tax, you know, it's obvious it's limited in the time that we're going to collect that. And the this last year we collected about 1.4 million. And when we started out, it was about $1 million or so. And so that's a growing revenue source. But that's finite, as it was established for so many years. And so if we don't renew that, you know, we've got a huge gap that really can only be funded with local property tax dollars. State funding, well, I'll probably find out here in the next week or two on what our funding is for this year. And probably we're looking at about $1 million reduction. I did, that's kind of what I planned for. We don't find out until probably the next week or two what that actually will be. So take that $1 million, you break it down into 60% of that goes towards construction. 40% of that goes into the maintenance side on our state aid system. And so on our construction side, we've got a position that was vacant that we eliminated, and we've got another position that we is going to be vacant soon that we're going to leave open. On our maintenance side, we've basically took our budget and cut $300,000-400,000 out of that. Just kind of spread that out across all the activities that we do. So anything that you know of that we do, we'll probably be doing just a little bit less this year. I think I'm hoping that that funding will come back in 2022. You know, it's all based on the gas tax and those monies that go in when people purchase vehicles and things like that. So, you know, assuming that when the economy was kind of shut down this spring, that doesn't happen again this year, we're hoping that money will kind of get us back to where we were in 2022, and we'll be able to restore our normal activities and things that we do. So we've planned for it. If that doesn't happen as we go into 2022, then we'll probably have to make some more adjustments. So that's the bad news. But like I said, I think it's probably a temporary situation. So we're just dealing with 1 year. On the county level, yes, sir.
I'm not suggesting we do this, but the administrator from Mille Lacs County seems to think they have found a loophole in the sales tax project money, and they're spending project money on maintenance. I don't know if that's the smart thing to do. I don't know if it's legal to do, but apparently they think it is, if I understood them correctly.
Yeah, I think, you know, a lot of counties are looking at various ways. I know Carlton, they decided to build a $10 million maintenance facility for their highway department. I wouldn't recommend that. What we've done, the nice thing about what we've done is we've established those list of projects. And in my view, legally, that's what this system is set up for, is that you as a board have a list of projects. That money goes to those projects. And when that money is spent, the sales tax ends. Just like, you know, when you build a community center or you build the Viking Stadium, whatever, that sales tax money is dedicated for that specific project. And so it has to be a transportation related project, you know, and so I guess you can do things that if they're not challenged, you can do, you know, whatever you want. But, you know, we had a list in 2017, we've done 13, 14 of those projects now, and we got 4 or 5 left on that list. And so I think people can see what we've done with the money. We're not using it, you know, to create a slush fund or you know, some other purpose other than here's a list of projects that we're not going to get done unless we raise property taxes, or we delay the projects, you know, for who knows how long. And so I think that the sales tax, I was kind of originally against myself, was a little concerned about what the public would think of that. And it, you know, as you kind of know, and as you kind of seen, is when we started with the wheelage tax, it was a lot less money, and people were complaining about it when they went and get their tabs. It showed up on there, and for whatever reason, they didn't like the $10. And now, you know, you're probably spending, you know, $100 a year on the sales tax, but people don't notice it. They don't. You know, it's just when you go buy something, it's just a small part of that sales tax that you would have paid anyways. So I think what we've done here has been awesome. I you know, that's kind of.
I think it's, yeah, I think it's been a great program, and I like that it's tied directly to projects. And I'm just making people aware that other counties are trying to fiddle with that.
That was kind of a deal from,
yeah,
it was a clean.
And I hope we stay with that program. That this is a we said we were going to do these projects on our 3-digit roads, and people can understand because they can see the sign 117. Oh, that's a sales tax road if they think about it that long, you know. And so otherwise there is no other funding mechanism for that. If we spend it on something else, then we're not fixing the 3-digit roads, and they need to be fixed.
we wouldn't be being loyal to the taxpayers either.
No, we would have lied and,
And I think that's a big part of what we're doing is honesty.
yeah,
Sales tax is very easy to defend,
yeah.
because it's dedicated, that's for sure.
How much did we get with the wheelage tax?
Isn't the area.
What was that, Terry?
How much did we get with the wheelage tax? If we're getting 1.4 on the sales tax, what was it with the wheelage?
Couple 100,000?
Oh, wow,
Yeah, it
there's
was
a big
about-
difference.
It was about 250,000. And so, and the other argument with the sales tax is, you know, we have a lot of people coming into our county to shop, having a Walmart as a center, and people coming in all the way up and down the county for the lakes and the rivers in the summertime. And so those people don't live here permanently, but they're contributing into our system that, you know, they otherwise would not be. So, because the wheelage tax was for permanent residents. Obviously, our property taxes are if you own property here. And when you think about all the people that have come in, you know, that come and go from Pine County, we're just drawing. I would estimate it could be up, 40 or 50% of that money is from people that don't live here. And so that was the other big draw of that. And one of the things overall, is that we've taken on a lot of big projects in the last 5 to 10 years. We've done, since I've been here, we've probably done 40 or 50 bridge projects. Those projects, those are 75-year projects. So we've worked our way through a lot of those. We're down to probably less than 10 bridges that we'll get through the next 5-10 years. And once those projects are out of the way, that frees up more money to, on those payments where we're looking at 20 to 25 years, we can get that number. Right now in the cities, we're probably at 20 years. And on our county system, we're 20. But then when we get to our rural system, we're 25 to 30 years that we have money available for. So we can get that number down. Maybe we can resurface these roads every 20 years. And then maybe we can do some more expansion projects over upgraded gravel roads to a paved road, those types of projects that we've done that are getting to be really expensive. So there's a lot of good news. Try not to focus on the bad. And we work with what we got. So the money we get, that's what we use. The staff we have, that's what that's who we work with. As far as the county levy, it's been relatively stable. We haven't come in and asked for large increases and don't anticipate doing that. We're kind of on every other year, we're looking at, 50,000 to keep up with some of our operating costs. And so that's kind of where those things are at. But, we got some big picture things to look at, whether it's, the long-term maintenance plans or the long-term transportation plan. But there's a lot of positive that's have gone on. And so I guess the big thing, probably the most urgent thing, is in the next couple of years, at the latest, we want to get, if we can, a renewal of the sales tax. We try to establish about 10 years worth of projects. And I believe, the nice thing is too, is you can rescind, you can end that tax, I believe, any year as long as you do it at the right time. So you're not locking in a future county board necessarily have to continue that. So kind of all ahead of my outline, I guess. We're at our whole department, we're at 32 staff. Like I said, we're down, we'll be down 2 in our construction side. We're down 1.5 in our building maintenance. And I'm okay with that. I think we can operate that way. Our highway maintenance side has pretty much been the same for the 20 years I've been here as far as the number of staff. If you wanted to expand staff in highway maintenance, one of the problems is the equipment that's required, you know, obviously, so, it's not just a simple, we're gonna add a person, we're gonna add another, you know, $300,000 piece of equipment and some of those other things, and so over the years, I've just recommended that we kind of stay with the services that we're providing unless you're hearing from the public that they want something expanded and you think that's, you know, the way to go, then that's the direction we'll go. But it just seems like there's a level expectation that we meet for the most part. There's always people that want us to do more or do less. I get it both ways. So, you know, that's certainly where you as a board come in as far as, you know, where you want us to go in the big picture of the services that we provide, you know, between maintenance, the fleet, and the building maintenance is kind of more of the staff and the feedback you're getting from them. And then the survey is very limited cost, and the work that they do, like I said, just really brings down the overall private survey cost for people in the county. So, any questions or?
Questions? I got it. You guys understand the sales tax goes to the county only roads, and we designate those the 3-digit roads?
Yeah, that was gonna be part of my question. 3-digit roads, I see that, then you have 2-digit roads, and of course, town.
2-digit roads are generally state aid roads.
State aid, okay.
So the state gas tax and all of that constitutionally dedicated fund is paying for the vast majority of anything that's done to those roads. County maintains them. County might rebuild them, but that comes from that fund.
Anything with a 173.
But 142, any of those 3-digit roads, 100% of the cost of building that road and maintaining that road are county funds. And we used to take it out of levy, but now we take it out of the sales tax fund.
How hard was it to get the money, to get it so that we could take the sales tax? Was that a hard process, or was it?
It had to be 4/5 pass on a 4/5 vote.
Okay.
We had a public hearings, and Mark is suggesting, and we have suggested that we renew that sales tax sooner than later, because you can't plan just for next year. You got to start planning, and we only got about 3 years left on it. So the time to do it is sometime now, soon.
Yeah, Commissioner Holland, and we do have a few bridge replacements that we've used this money for, because we just do not have enough money in our state aid allotment to do, you know, when we got something that has to be replaced, you know, a lot of these bridges, the timber bridges and things, they're 50 to 60 years old, and so that's why we've just put this huge push on to get them replaced. And some cases we've had a couple projects on this list that we use sales tax to supplement that money. And so as we look out, there might be a few more bridges or contributions to bridges that show up to, you know, as I'm a little concerned, we're going to get behind if, you know, if the state funds don't rebound. So basically it's been used for the resurfacing of existing paved county funded roads, so the 3-digit numbers, and a few critical bridges that we didn't want to shift a whole bunch of projects back just to do one bridge or throw the program into chaos, because we had we've got some of them timber piling that just goes, and we know now there's no point in waiting around. It's going to go, and so we're trying to get those replaced as quickly as we can. So that is another part of that funding. So.
Any other questions?
And I know for Commissioner Wallen, we'll be meeting here at some point, so you'll have, everything about the highway department. You won't have any questions.
Thank you.
We're fortunate to have people like Mark to keep track of that stuff.
Mark.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Yep, thanks, Mark.
Sure, don't certain like the road up there, the city, everybody's very pleased.
The one around the south end of the lake?
He helped the city with the engineering of a small section.
Oh, yeah.
City road and.
Yeah.
Day for the city.
One of the nicest parts about this company is that the departments do work with the local governments too. And, you know, you can get so many different resources than we can on the locals. But it's nice that they'll work with each other and benefit each other.
Well, I don't know if we want to, got one thing on the board. I know we got other things on our mind, but David did write down broadband. If we start a discussion about, and I think that discussion will lead into identifying rank. Wetland bank?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
I think we're all disappointed that the first plan we had didn't go through, but I think it's such a big thing that I hear from people in my area is that I see it happen. Somebody's gonna come and build a hotel or whatever, and there's a stinking wetland in there, and then it's just like you put people's feet in cement.
Right.
To get wetland mitigation thing, and if we have our own bank and people working on that project, you can say, don't worry about it, you'll have to pay a little bit, but we got the wetlands already covered for you.
Yeah, I took a crash course in wetlands here a few years back. I don't know if anybody heard about it.
Yeah.
But, there's wetland banks out there, and I ended up purchasing from was so cheap. And I don't know what, I mean, so that the county is thinking of actually like.
We would like to take some county land and say, we'll create that, or there's actually a program that says you already have a wetland. If you promise to forever keep it a wetland, well, you know what kind of swamp we got. Yeah, we'll promise you about 20,000 acres that'll stay a wetland. But we were working on how many acres, Matt? 80?
About 180.
180 acres that we said, we'll keep it a wetland, but then people can buy credits right here in Pine County. You don't have to work with any other agency. We can do it right in-house.
From what I recall, they have to be created.
Yeah.
On the version, there's two kinds.
There's two kinds, and now they got a kind that says you don't get a 1-for-1 credit, you get, it's like.
Half the one.
You gotta have, you get a half a credit, but if you got 180 credits laying there.
It's changed because that was, I was looking at all options.
Yeah.
Except when I took my crash course in it. Ultimately, I purchased from a gentleman named Ray Berger up in Red Lake, and I looked it up. He's still listed. And I want to think it was like maybe 17 cents a square foot. And I don't know how you could, that's hard to, it was such compared to other areas where if you get, Blue Earth County, you get this, southern areas where you have $8,000-$10,000 an acre.
And what we wanted to do, JJ, is make, if it's a Pine County wetlands thing, we wanted to keep it for Pine County redevelopment. So we weren't selling a wetland credit to somebody in Shakopee. We were, somebody that wanted to come to Pine City or expand their business in Pine City or Pine County, we had a wetland credit available for you right here.
Because then some of it, or it's supposed to, one or the other, I'm not certain here. I can find all my old notes from there, but then, you know, you fall suit with your, watersheds. There's how many different watersheds in our county?
Yeah, we had Bowser educated us and came with our wetland thinking. Yeah.
So it might not just be one, I mean, you probably have to have them in each watershed.
They prefer, I mean, they prefer that you buy wetland credits in your own watershed. But, and so
they're not
we
available.
want to get one in Pine County first.
Yeah.
So we're going to having four different areas.
What is there? There's the Maggie Watershed District. How many, or?
There's Nemadji, Kettle, Snake, and Lower St. Croix.
Yeah.
4 major watersheds.
So were we looking at giving the, my brain just went dead. The swampland that has no access, the forfeited land that has no access, is that what we were trying to get put into the watershed? Is that?
No, no access?
We have a lot of
Yeah.
land that has no.
Some of that is a good resource too, like if you think of like getting rid of it or whatever, but you know, like the big chunk of Birds Creek, that's a peat resource,
Okay,
huge peat resource, and we own that. It's a lot of acreage. And then, but the one we were looking at was gonna end up being a natural area where you could allow hiking even.
oh, okay,
Because of, you know what I mean, but but it had to be maintained, it'd be, you know, clean and things like that, so it'd be like a little, kind of like a little park, you know what I mean?
park along with it, yeah,
You could only walk and that type of thing.
okay.
But they do allow some four-wheeling, remember, and some of them, if you're not hurting, you stay on. Yeah.
How do you keep them to stay on that trail?
Yeah. But it was an idea to, when you're thinking of getting business, if anything happens, if we're gonna hit a wetland, first thing you have to do is buy a bunch of credits somewhere. We'll say, no, we'll just give you credits if you're gonna put this business here.
Right, right,
Which really moves things forward
right.
fast. So it's just one little piece of it.
We'll put wetland bank up there, and then we might come back to these, but one of the things that was mentioned but not talked about a lot was economic development. And we took a stab at that a few years ago when Robert Musgrove retired from Pine Tech, and we hired him part-time, very, very part-time. We paid him a small stipend. He worked, but we made some progress, and then, you know, as when he moved back to Texas, we just didn't refill that position. But I think it's something that I feel we're missing the boat on, not to have one single contact in Pine County who's our economic development person. And I don't know
Yeah,
how we fund it. I don't have a clue.
I'm still trying to figure out the whole process, you know, the Ben Winchester with the, you know, when I used to think if you had a business come, the people would come, it doesn't work like that. You know, the big businesses, look, where do I have my 80 people within a 10-minute or 20-minute drive to work for me? We don't have those people.
No.
So housing is an issue before you get. So I'm a little bit twisted on that, but.
I just think, you know, a place I like to go visit is the 320 Brewery in Pine City. And I know as an economic development person, Robert spent a lot of his own time helping Nick develop a business plan so he could actually start that with go from an idea to have business. Now, you know, he's a small business.
I think that's a whole different game, small business.
Well, it's part of economic development.
Yep.
Without somebody shepherding somebody through those processes, people run out of energy trying to figure out all the hoops they gotta jump.
Exactly.
But even if we had something in the economic development force with the COVID, like the business relief, to that kind of stuff, we've been utilizing some Chamber of Commerce a little bit more. And we've been doing some of that, but it's almost like us on the ground have been doing more, you know.
Then we get to this point through this thing. And if we run it, I've run into a couple businesses that they didn't take part in any of it because they didn't know even where to begin. And so, you know, I feel bad for them. So how many other businesses could have we helped?
I had talked to one and he said, but we got this money from the state. And I said, but it was two separate issues. And he said, well, we just figured we got the money from the state, so we never applied.
Yeah.
That was Mav, and he just sold his bar. So he sold it like last week, I think. It was right before I left. The sale came through.
It's hard. I mean, running a small business, you're concerned about that. That's what you're concerned about. You open up a page on some government website that isn't fining you. And it's like, what are you supposed to do here?
Right.
You know, so
No,
it'd just be nice to have some resource for, and granted, usually you can navigate through it and find somebody that will help you. But most of the time that costs money. It's hiring a lawyer, it's hiring, you know, something to that effect. And I don't know. It's, Robert did great things. He really did in the short amount of time he was here. And, but
and I think, I would just like to add it to the list. I have no idea how we'd fund it. It's maybe something to put on next for 2022, but
It has to stay on there.
I think so.
Bye, Jackie. Bye.
One other thing that I have picked up on the last few years is our county attorney's office, and this is just Steve's opinion, but when you look at statistics, our county attorneys, our assistant county attorneys have probably twice the workload of anybody else. And they like hard work, apparently, because they stay here and do it.
Paper right here.
But I think we have to give some relief there. We gotta find some resources to bolster up that
It
department.
goes with the whole, when the people have that expectation of someone coming when their garage is kicked in, the people also have an expectation that he's gonna be put in this cooler down there and pay his penalty to society. So that's, the county attorney is part of that whole process. And he is. And I think the dam's gonna break on him, this COVID thing, because there's a lot of stuff, the cases are gonna pick up tempo, and then
Get crazy.
and we're still gonna, like, over the weekend, there was 15 arrested.
15?
15, so 15 in custody is gonna swamp that office, what they got stuff going on.
Well, then they have Sydney's gone. You know, she's out.
What did other people glean out of this, Dave?
Well, go ahead.
I'm just very impressed that we have department heads that say things like, we're trying to figure out another way to do business other than just asking for more people. Because, we've had that in the past.
I love the sales tax program, the way we set it up. And I love the way we did the projects. But I'm struggling with the automatic renewal thing, or whatever is gonna happen. Because when we set it up, we said we'd have a sunset once we got the dollars of the projects done.
There is no automatic renewal.
So we have another public hearing?
If you.
We have to have another.
Okay.
If you want to.
Right.
In fact, I don't even think the correct terminology is extended. I think if you want to reenact or enact a new sales tax for transportation, you have to do the whole.
Okay, so then I'm fine. Then I'm.
Like you've never had one before, you kind of got to start from.
Because I thought I thought we were just gonna be continuing, and that's not what we told the public.
And the legislation that you passed was for an amount of money not to exceed 10 years. So if the money gets collected sooner, which it likely is, it will expire when that money is collected. I think it was 8 point some million dollars. So in looking at the collections, that's going to happen in less than 3 years. And so that's the reason for the conversation is if you want Mark to be looking beyond.
Get the next set of projects,
He's got to know what his funding is going to be.
plus the projects. We need to make to ask again, right?
Yeah, because he has to know whether he is funding the 300 roads out of his current budget, or if you're going to give him more levy, or if you're going to give him sales tax, or.
I get all that.
And so
I'm just worried about the process on the end where yep.
So it would be a complete do-over, and the decision point, and this is where we'd probably have to do some research we'd have to do some research, and then you'd also have to think strategically, what you'd want your plan to be. You could, as Mark said, end it at any time. So if you wanted to add 10 years, you could add 10 years tomorrow by lopping off, just ending the existing one and starting over. So you can time it out to end it early and start a new one, or get close to the end and then add a new one on. Does that make sense?
That's to go up.
Yeah, I think the time to decide is now, because if we don't do it, we have to have a couple of years to react to how we're gonna fill that void.
Are you guys fully up to speed on this thing?
Well, it sounds like I remember having to, figure it out with putting it on cash registers and stuff at the business. And it was gonna be up to a dollar amount for
X
years, whatever comes first.
Yep, there was a sunset, yep.
Right, so what were those parameters? What were those numbers?
It was eight point some $million or 10 years, whichever came first.
And how many years are into it now?
We're about 5.
Or 17, wasn't it? Was it 16?
I think so. I think this is the 5th year of it.
It went quick.
So whenever we got,
It's on my phone.
the axe, the wheelage tax, when we did it.
I know this.
Pardon me?
The wheelage tax when we did it.
Right.
I know as a taxpayer or somebody who lives here, I felt better doing the sales tax than I did doing the wheelage tax. Because we have so many people that drive on our roads all the time, then that way everybody's paying for it.
Oh, I think Kurt Rosso's was one that advocated big for the sales tax. I was against it. But he finally convinced me that, Steve, half the people that are paying that sales tax don't live in Pine County. 100% of the people that buy license tabs for vehicles in Pine County live here. So we're collecting a lot of money from people outside of Pine County that are helping to pay for our road programs.
And the wheelage tax was a flat fee. That was the thing I heard complaints about.
So the guy with the old beater paying $34 for a tab was paying $10.
Right.
The guy with a brand new pickup that's paying $600 is paying $10. And that was the real rub that people had.
What email was that hooked to, David?
Well, it was 2016, March of 2016, or I'm sorry, August of 2016, and the amount was 8.45 million or December 31st, 2026.
Because the estimates that we got from the state revenue department that we would collect $860,000 a year.
And then we had to have specific projects.
And then
listed.
Now we're up to 1.4 million in a year.
What was the total collected so far? Sorry.
That's what I was trying to find. So we have the list of.
Probably
for this, or in 20, 1 million and 19.
Didn't it really increase when like Amazon and that kind of stuff started charging the taxes?
Yep, anybody that has an address in Pine County that orders from Amazon is paying that tax.
But at first we weren't.
Well, that wasn't our call, that was a state call.
Right. But I mean, I think that made a big difference because all these people.
Well, especially now, because when the shutdown first started, we had that conversation, well, our tax collection is gonna be down. It actually went up. Because somebody's buying a lot of stuff and probably not all being bought from somebody that has a store in Pine County.
Right. I know even setting up an office at home for this, you know, I bought stuff from Walmart, which would have been Pine City, but I bought it online at Walmart. So then it, you know, it didn't come from here, but then I paid the tax for here. Where before you went to pay the tax for here.
He's probably right. We're really close. It's worked so well. The thing was with the wheelage tax, we just hit the locals or somebody that bought a card, you know, the license tax.
And the wheelage tax you got.
Now you get everybody who shops here.
Right.
Buys gas.
Right.
We didn't get much money out of
And
it.
a lot of the people, look at our freeways and stuff. I mean, our roads are so incredibly busy with people that are going to their cabins on our roads.
And if they're here, they're driving on our roads.
Right. Yep. It's good that they're all helping to pay. I'd like to see it keep going.
And it's only a half cent.
Yeah.
So do the math on that.
No.
Just did. Every man, woman, and child that lives in this county is paying about $49. So.
You know, what's really amazing is, just the impact, like when somebody builds a house and somebody orders a load of stuff in it, like pays with his credit card or something, or here, you know, if it's paid here, right?
Yeah.
Because I know what happened to me when I had my stuff shipped from Wisconsin from my trusses. So I, for my garage 2 years ago, I had to pay, it was on there, you know, which is fine. Yeah, everything, my whole building, when you bought a Lambert's, the whole thing, you know.
Okay.
$26,000 building.
If you went to Menards and bought a garage package, if you picked it up yourself, had it all put on your gooseneck trailer in Cambridge at Menards, Isani County gets the tax. If you had the Menards truck deliver it to your house, then the point of sale becomes your address.
Yeah.
So Pine County gets the sales tax. I didn't know that.
I didn't either.
I thought it would have still been their store.
If it's delivered, you pay for it there, but if it's delivered to Pine
Yeah, it's
City,
invoiced to.
that address,
That is good to know.
I don't know how they figure that out, Terry. I don't.
Ah,
They do.
yeah.
Once again, you come.
I thought it was all because the sales tax collection was up because everybody bought parts at Napa, but
Most of it.
most of it.
I'm gonna say, add up the lines.
I know I recognized too late, but I think I can find the total.
It's never went back. I don't think I've ever seen it. And it's always went up every year. Monthly. It did go backwards in May. One time. In March, in each.
So if we get back to our task of identifying some major goals, are we only gonna have 4 of them this year? There's nothing wrong with having 4. What did you hear us say, David? What did you hear today?
It could be a living document, where you could add something to it if we.
Well, it certainly will be a living document.
Yeah.
Talk about the sheriff's office.
Yeah, we can, Terry.
The sheriff's office seems to be a lot like Kelly's office though, where, doesn't it, where I think through David, maybe he can figure out what he's got going on there. I mean, as far as.
I think it's just a reallocation of resources. That's just my opinion, Terry, and I might be way wrong. I don't work in the sheriff's office.
Yeah.
Maybe he needs more administrative help, but we've added a lot of deputies in that department over the years I've been on the board. And I don't know if you ever get enough. I don't know.
So if we want to know, then we would have a goal, like a sheriff's office staffing study or something. That we would invest the time and effort to work with the sheriff to balance, right, the amount of resources with the expectations.
Not really.
Maybe that's what we need to do, David, because we never had enough licensed police officers for any sheriff that ever has been here in the last 3, and maybe way before that.
He has the same thing going on, like Reese, the husbands get the family leave too now.
Yeah.
So deputy or investigator decides to stay home, they can. Well, then you gotta fill gaps.
Yeah, I'm sure,
It's so much different. When I had kids, you got 2 days.
Right.
Another thing I heard.
Second day was iffy.
Another thing I heard was, waste and dumping as maybe a perennial issue, that has multiple approaches, right? Based on, everybody knows a county somewhere else that does it differently. So that might be something to keep up.
Yeah, I think we could do a better job with it.
I know usually we see a lot of it in the summer where people throw stuff in our dumpsters at the shop. Lately, it's been, again.
What can we do there? We should be able to figure out a way to help the townships, have a township county thing, just a cleanup squad.
Yeah.
Some guy it's a part-time job.
I know he
has a truck and
So do they still have those green thumb programs where they take guys my age and say you need a job for 20 hours a week for 3 months? Do they still have those programs?
Don't they have it like at the rest areas, state? Don't they do that?
Yeah.
But Mark has
Put a guy in a county pickup and 2 guys in a county pickup and have them have a Tommy gate on it so they don't break their back.
Yeah, but I just always think of in the private sector, where I worked most of my time was in understanding the unions and everything. It was always understood like with a like or lesser clause, so to speak. I mean, if you're already, shoveling hot blacktop or doing, physical duties of that nature, and if you're driving down the road to go to, if you see it, it's an expectation. You just take care of it. You have room,
and you're right, but if it's a township road, they don't have those people, really.
I know we had an older gentleman that had a pickup truck and he didn't like looking at it, so he just made a deal with the township that he would stop and pick it up. And then he would give us the bill and we would reimburse him.
That's what I think. We should be able to figure something like that out.
So you're talking.
Every township doesn't have that though, Terry.
No, I know, but if we could figure out some way to help them so that they can do something like that.
Yeah.
A lot of times the township supervisors are the ones that end up grabbing it.
I don't know. You're right.
So you're not talking county roads? You're talking different roads here? I misunderstood that.
All roads, really. Yeah.
The only thing is that doesn't solve, like my issue is I got people throwing it in my dumpster. So then, yeah, I should lock it, I should this or that, but the real key to this is figuring out a way that this doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah, I think Mark does pick up his county roads if he sees them, but it's the township roads that are.
Yeah.
Often.
And or dumping in, whether it's the ditch in a parking lot and someone else's illegal.
Starting to hear about not dumping in a ditch, but pull into a guy, you know, all these abandoned, or fields that are remote from anybody's farm, they pull in the driveway approach and throw up.
And I don't know if you,
Garbage.
I don't know if you can ever solve that, but the road we were going down here a while ago was countywide garbage service. You need to make it easy for people to do, because if they can't afford it, we all know most everybody can afford garbage service. I don't
know.
Realistically, do you think people can afford it?
How many times, like, there's people that won't haul it down there because it costs, what, $15 a mattress?
Look at the places
Yeah.
that's cleaned up. You know, I mean, they didn't obviously have garbage service. You know, we spent a lot to clean up the place up to come from.
And some of it's a lifestyle.
Well, let's just put solid waste, whatever, and
You got it up there.
we can, oh, you got it up there?
What would it take to get county garbage service?
If you wanted every parcel of land to have garbage service,
Would it be every parcel or every improved parcel?
every probably improved.
Solid waste.
Probably figured it out. It was what, $200 a year per improved parcel?
Yeah, I don't remember. The thing that I worry about there is then how would you're saying with like Matt Bloom, you know.
Oh, they just contracted.
They're doing their own business, and you would say, okay.
I think
Pay them as where they are, and they stay their own routes, or what do you?
I think the people, the counties that I know of that have, it's not free because they put it under taxes, but they have places you have to bring it to. But like the North Pine Recycle Center, if you brought garbage there, now you have to pay. If you want curbside service, then you've got to pay the garbage hauler. If that's the service you want, if you want to haul your own.
Haul your own. We do that now, don't we? People haul their own.
Yeah, but they got to pay.
Yeah.
There are counties, right, this is your point, there are counties where you pay your solid waste fee on your taxes. And then you can haul to the transfer station at no cost.
Okay.
Or you can hire a garbage hauler to come and pick it up at the end of your driveway. And then you're paying the transportation, because then the hauler doesn't have to pay the tipping fee, because that's covered. Yeah. Yeah, that's how Beltrami County is another. That must be a Northwest.
I think it's a Northwest Minnesota thing.
The homeowner can still pick his haul.
Yep.
Yeah, if you just don't want to deal with garbage and you just want it taken away from your curb every week, then you hire garbage service.
Yeah, I just didn't want to interfere with private industry.
Yeah.
And we had a meeting where we had some folks come and talk to us, because there was that Tri Township was one, and we had a few others. So, I mean, maybe we need to look back at what we did then. And
I talked to Caleb yesterday on my way home from my solid waste meeting. I said, you know, Chisago County is the example I use. They have a twice-a-year meeting with their haulers. And maybe that's what we need to do, Caleb, so that we have some communication and they can help us solve this issue. Because they know the garbage business.
I think they should be.
Back when Matt Bloom owned I don't know if Matt still owns it.
Yes.
He does.
Okay, I've talked to Matt and about mandatory recycling service. He said, Steve, I'll tell you what, every time the rate goes up by $5, the amount of customers I have goes down by 5% or 10%. It's just, that's all people will pay. And so anytime you put an extra fee on it, the take rate goes down. And where does that garbage go?
In my ditch.
And that's the issue I think we have to try to figure out, is we don't want it to end up in the Maggie Forest and Shangwatana Forest and everybody's ditch. And at what cost does that come?
Do you remember what we figured out a year ago on our garbage, because we know through the haulers, everybody who gets their garbage hauled, unless you're a self-haul.
Mhm.
But it's under 50% of our households, right?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Under 50.
But does that include
Whereas-
seasonal houses? Would that include seasonal properties too? Because we have a lot of seasonal properties that are,
Yep.
I don't think a lot of them even get.
But our households,
Take it home.
50%.
They're all,
Where's the garbage? They're now all self-haul.
And I've got a lot of friends that self-haul,
There's quite a few. My brother does.
especially when there's when it's convenient.
But we've also seen the garages that are full
Right to the roof.
and they just shut the door. And we've had to clean them.
there's, don't even shut the door. Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen self-haulers like Josh has had with our business dumpsters. And I guess I just took care of it myself. I moved the dumpster in a better location to make it harder for someone to do it. I put security on it and I posted it as trespassing. And when I did find stuff, I just re-delivered it back to the property, and most times it was people from the metro. And, if you wanted to charge them, because if they don't have service, they're bringing it somewhere, bring it back to the cities, bring it there, and then I just talked to a business owner in Willow River that, he had the same problem. It was weekly. He even had to get a bigger dumpster. Finally had to start enforcing it and monitoring it and watch that, but I just don't know, somebody's still gotta pay for it though.
Right.
It's just like you're shifting the payment.
It's all you.
Like a business owner, I don't know if you do cardboard also, but I do cardboard plus a dumpster. Well, I pay for that. It's cost of doing business. Well, I don't think it'd be right if now, somebody down the road is subsidizing my business.
Bay's got it every Saturday, Sunday. Cause people they come up with their cabin, especially late summer and stuff, it would just be full. Cause I go there Monday morning and there'd be sofas and beds and chairs.
Up around Middle River area, we've been hunting up there for, 40 years. And would that be Roseville County, like by Lake Agassiz Refuge and Middle River? They have the stations along the road and we still see trash.
Oh, yeah.
It's not an ad, and people still. Right. To me, it's a perfect world. If I was at a transfer station and somebody cussed me out because I, said, hey, I gotta charge you $30 for those 4 refrigerators. If I seen them drive off, I would make a personal note of license plate like we do in our store. We have unruly customers. And then maybe you have kind of an idea who's doing it, or, maybe some enforcement or. So, I hope but like you said, it's been talked about a lot here, hasn't it, for years, and what's the answer?
Bring our Caleb and Kelly in and maybe some haulers and chief.
Do we want to keep trails or outdoor recreation on the list?
I would like to.
So Steve, you were talking about there's no bike trails or walking trails from Hinckley, where it stops in Hinckley down to
North.
Chisago and
Yep.
get through there. So they're gonna be doing the one that's gonna go from, was it Rock Creek or from the Chisago border up through, and then it's gonna go on the east side of Cross Lake, is that right?
Yep.
And where's it gonna go from there up to get to the trail in Hinckley?
Well, a couple different plans. One would be to cross the freeway at Maroon. The other would be to go to Hinckley and come in somewhere on the east side of Hinckley and somehow get over the freeway some way. I don't know.
The casino you're talking.
Yeah.
I think that when they would have the bike-a-thon and how 61 was just
Right.
bikes.
Right.
Great. Everything, it stops at Hinckley.
Right.
And that's what we're that's the gap.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so we think and the state recognizes there's some state responsibility there to do it. But, there's there, even in bike trails, there's two camps. There's the people that want to have their own right of way, far removed from a road, and you're riding through the woods, and it's like, well, by the time you bought right away, my grandkids would be old.
That was gonna be my next question, is how do we get the right of way that goes by there? Because their lawns aren't that big. Their houses aren't that far off of the road,
You're
so,
talking Cross Lake?
yeah.
Yeah, that'll be a feat in itself when he gets that done, but he's got a plan for it.
On 61, south of Pine City, that's 100-foot right of way. So there's actually room on the back for the ditch for one. But
And that bridge by the dam's getting replaced and that'll be part of it.
Okay.
Cause that, you can't hardly meet two cars.
No, I know that's, yeah.
coming across there with a tractor and field cultivator not too long ago. Holy buckets.
What is the right of way north between the tracks and 61? Because there's barely any room there anyway. That must be railroad and county.
Yeah, I think it's a shared right of way. I'm not sure. But Mark's plan is to put the trail out around the east side of Cross Lake.
Yeah, up to 14 and come in, or?
Yeah, maybe go up 14 and then
Now
15 north.
It ends at the river, right?
Right now, it'll end at the river.
Yeah.
Then take 10 up to 14 and then 15 north.
15 would be nice.
It's the latest map that we had used for our bonding request. So the red is what's in the bonding request that was approved. And then the yellow going up the east side of Cross Lake is the conceptual proposed route.
Well, he's got it coming back to 61.
And, you know, everything in yellow there is just concept. There's no money for it, no engineering done yet.
So then he's thinking probably putting a bike lane on the 61 right away on the shoulder.
I suppose then they're not driving by the casino and all that heavy congestion, except if they went on the back road. Interesting.
Any things that relate to things that weren't presented today? Like I'm thinking we had the ag educator some years ago, extension's not here today. There's a lot of things that the county gets involved in that weren't.
Well, those collaborative meetings we've had with other elected officials, I think have been good. So I don't know if we need as many of them, but a couple a year maybe. So we touch base with them on a somewhat consistent.
Yeah, we didn't get nothing this year as far as any collaboration, just because of COVID wonderful stuff, so I don't know. Is it not knowing the future? But hopefully this year we can start doing some of that again.
What about the assessing issue?
No.
We're gonna keep that on our radar or not?
I think too.
What?
Assessing?
Countywide assessing.
Oh, yes.
When I worked for Hacken, so one of the things that we did was we went to every 10th parcel and assessed it to see what the local assessor had done. And one of our good assessors, I pulled into a place and it was a dairy farm. It was a working dairy farm with the barn, the milking parlor, or the room, the milk room, sheds, the silos, the whole shebang. And I pulled in and I thought, there is no way I'm at the right house. We were assessing them for a house and a garage. No, there is no fair assessment. I mean, it was crazy. And that was one of our better assessors. I've seen some really good stuff and I've seen some really, really ugly stuff. But as a township official, I never realized that it was my job to make sure that whoever we hired was doing their job. You know, I thought they still worked under the county. They really don't work under the county. They work under the local officials. And as a local official, we were never educated in what we had to do to make sure that it was done correctly. So if we could figure out a way to help them to do their job, if they want to do their job on that aspect, then maybe, but otherwise, I think, you know, if we're going to do fair taxing, which is really our job, you know, we have to make sure that it's done in a fair manner and that it's done correctly.
I agree.
I agree with you, Terry, because that's the problem. But I've argued with our township as one that still does local assessing. And I said, it's fine if you were only assessing for your township, but you're assessing for the county and the school district.
Right.
So if you're artificially evaluating everybody's farm and house in your county 20% lower than they are in Royalton or something, then you're cheating the whole system. You're cheating the school, you're cheating the county, you're cheating the residents in the other townships.
Yeah, if somebody's picking it up, it's not spread.
And I opened my big mouth last year and said, because we had all this bantering back and forth, and said, well, why don't you come out and reassess my house, county, and see how close we are? Well, guess what? They were about $45,000 undervalued, our township assessor. So it cost me another $400, but.
Yeah, and that value is not judgment call. That
No.
value is finding concrete instead of dirt floor.
In a pole shed that I built the year I built my house, I mean, I don't look back at those records and see what's on there. I don't even know how you get those, but.
We can get it for you.
Township assessor, we poured the slab in the pole shed before we built the pole shed.
Mhm.
And she had it down as a dirt floor. Well, that makes a difference.
Right. Actually, that's big.
A screen porch that was never finished, that we finished in 1993. So the assessor had been back there many, many times. And we were still in the construction process the first time she assessed it. Nothing ever got updated. 29 years later.
I contacted my my township assessor when I was an assessor, and I said, okay, we put on a deck, we enclosed our porch, and we put an addition on our barn. And it was just a little addition on our barn, but I said, you need to go pick it up. So he walked on the deck to measure the porch, never got the deck, and never went out to catch the addition on the barn. So I had to assess my own property because he didn't want to do it. You know, I went out to one place and it was a board of review meeting, and the guy sat screaming at us, and he was saying, you can't do this. You're assessing me incorrectly. And I said, you know, you're right. We've got you down as having only 35% completion on your home. But then we also have you with no siding and no, you know, and I said, so we're double depreciating your home, which is not paid everybody else. So we need to, you know, I mean, it's, you know, it's just not, it's not good.
I think the whole thing is just to try to be fair.
Right.
So that everybody is held to the same standard, and that's what I see not happening.
Right.
Now.
And the other thing, you know, I think the local governments, they don't want to give up their rights to county government. They don't want to say, okay, we're going to let the county take this over for us. They want to have a say in what's going to happen with it. And that's where they're saying, no, we want to have our own assessor. No?
I know that's the reason.
Don't they think it's a takeaway?
Yeah.
You think it is?
I know it is. I can tell you meetings that I've been at that they've said that, yeah, that's huge.
No, but I mean, you really think, I don't look at it like that.
I don't either. I think.
And to make it fair to everybody that lives here as possible versus having, it's like no different than 20 different opinions.
Right. Right. You know, the other aspect right now is that the majority of the assessors that we have that are coming to assess in our county are coming from Washington County, you know, the bigger areas, Anoka County. And they're not Pine County people. They're You know, they don't use the same systems, they have different mentalities. What my property is here in Pine County is gonna be totally different than what my property would be if it was in Washington. You know, it's not apples to apples.
Absolutely.
So the direction that we're going is we are working on shifting more of the township cost onto the county levy, right? Assuming that it's either gonna be on the county levy or the township levy. So over time, it becomes, there's no financial reason for a township to hire their own assessor. So that's gonna put some financial pressure on. The other side of the coin is the new accreditation requirements of what's gonna be required are gonna push some of the local assessors out of the market because they will not get the certification that they need to continue working. And those who do get it are gonna think that their work is that much more valuable. So the ability to find assessors on the cheap is gonna become harder, I think. And so if we're comfortable moving that direction over time, I think we get there without having to do a knockdown drag out.
And what's happening in Rock Creek and Pine City Township is they're getting people out of Chisago and Washington County who do this, they come up and they drive all like crazy from house to house on Saturday and Sunday. You know, they're not very thorough.
They're windshield appraisers.
Yeah.
They're just doing windshields.
That's just right. What we heard last year is so they do 50 in a weekend.
Right.
It's a good gig for them. I mean.
Oh, yeah, they work full time for those other counties and they come up here. And we're gonna not have our local assessors the way that we've always thought of a local assessor.
No, we don't, it's not Linda Weiner living down the road.
No, it's gonna be, it's because they're not gonna get that license. That license is a hard license to get. So.
And you know, the other end of it is how often, even when it's assessed by the county, does it sell for that? It's
Very
still
seldom.
assessed very low.
Right now, Chris just had his place because he refinanced, so he had it he goes, holy cats, I'm glad the county doesn't know what my place just assessed for.
Oh, yeah. Well, I just sold my house and it was 50,000 more than what it was, and we sold it cheap.
Well, the market just jumped because so many people are moving up here because they don't want to be in the cities anymore because they want to get away from the stuff.
So I don't know. I have a real hard time when people argue you're trying to big brother and that kind of stuff.
I do too, because I don't think I'm looking.
You just want to even
I'm not
level.
looking at this for us to gain any money.
No.
I'm just looking at how do we make it fair for everyone?
But on the local level, they believe that that's giving up some of their stuff.
Right.
I do understand.
Yeah.
That's their right to do it, but they are also assessing for the county and they're also assessing for the school district.
Yeah.
And in most cases, those amounts of money that people pay are way more than the township gets. So they're basing their assessment on 20% of what somebody assesses for. And guess who they call who's the homeowner end up calling when things are wrong? They call the county.
So
And it's your employee, and it's like, it's not our employee.
Yeah.
You know, nope, they work for you.
So here's another side of it, just because your place values, so at a township level, they levy in dollars too, right? They don't levy in
Right.
any other thing than that. So if your levy is what it is and your valuation goes up, you're gonna pay the same exact
Right,
amount.
your capacity goes down.
Yeah, so it's not like.
If
just
everybody-
because your valuation,
That's right, Josh. If everybody's valuation is $50,000 higher.
Yeah.
If everybody's is.
Yeah.
And we levy in dollars,
Yeah.
not in percentages. It comes out in the paper that it's a 3% levy increase, but we levy in dollars.
Right.
So speaking of levy, that's another topic, the budget to maybe think about. So today we heard Becky talk that this is her second year of no levy increase in HHS. We saw some departments like IT manage to come in at a zero levy for this year. We've reduced the amount of money going into the building fund and the technology fund. So we used a lot of accounting gimmicks to get the 2021 budget to balance. We pre-funded a lot of technology with the CARES Act funds, which is all good, but it, to me, really puts up the red flag that says 2022 is going to be a very challenging year.
Can be very scary.
And when I look and see, you know, attorney's office and sheriff's office, and those are very expensive in economic development, right? It's going to be to do anything that adds a body. I'm just speculating is going to be very challenging, given we're going to try to get, the levy is going to have to snap back somewhat just to cover for what we were able to pre-fund with CARES 21.
Just the contracts, right?
Sorry?
And then
In the contract.
you gotta cover personnel costs, which are gonna go up.
Yes, and yeah, so I would hate to think, well, maybe our personnel costs will be the moderating factor next year, because we have 2% COLA locked in for all of the bargaining units except for one, that's the correction officers, and they expire at the end of this year, so we'll have to negotiate that. But we should have 2% on the COLA. And then on the health insurance, we will be 1 year into our self-insurance. We funded the self-insurance at what Justin called the stability level of funding, which should, I mean, you never know, right? My crystal ball is just not worked the last decade, but it should give us a good base that an increase from 2021 to 2022 should not be excessive, almost regardless of the history, the usage that we have. So those might be things that are more positive than negative.
Yeah, it's gonna be really hard to add staff. And the jail's still short 3, right? 2 or 3.
In vacant positions or?
Yeah, but they're working, it's a workaround right now, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if they're short because of a resignation, they're in the process of filling it. They're not short because of budget.
Okay.
If you were gonna only be able to pick one thing up there, what would it be?
For me?
Yeah,
Are you talking spending money?
any of those items, regardless of cost.
If I was gonna just pick one,
Yeah,
Regardless.
county attorney.
regardless, right now, just for right now.
Well, how could it not be broadband? Because that could be a $50 million.
Well, I've just asked people to rank them by what they see as one of their most important things.
I just think something we could do, the one thing, the rest, because we can always work on trying to find funding for some stuff, right? And wetland banking really isn't gonna cost us anything. County Attorney's Office, we have said no to how many years in a row now? And he hasn't really asked.
Okay, that's all I want. You got JJ?
I would pick the one thing that I think would bring the most income money to the county, which would then, of course, make it easier for people to live here with less taxes. Out of all of those, economic development, bringing money into the county, new money, not, not taxpayers' money, not residents' money, but.
Great point.
That's good.
Yep, that's where I was.
Economic development. Josh?
It would be split between broadband and economic.
You only get one.
I know. I gotta go with
Broadband
broadband.
is really important too. You know, when
Broadband goes hand in hand with economic.
we go through all this stuff with elections and they would say, oh, you need to have this system and this system. And I would laugh at them and say, sure, we have.
I'll also pick broadband. So we got two broadbands, but economic development has been something I've championed for years, and so has Josh. So I'm glad to hear we got some more support for that. Because I think that's the key to our future.
And if we can build, then we're going to be able to afford more of the broadband. We're going to have more need to bring that in and.
The thing I learned a lot with what I've learned with economic development is you need to have it in place. It's not, like Matt had said, you talk to these big companies, and I've been at meetings with the commissioner from Roseau, I can't think of his name,
Jack Swanson.
And he goes, we got Polaris that wants 400, they have everything ready for 400 more jobs, but they can't find people to work them.
Yeah.
So it does you absolutely no good. These companies now are looking at, now we look at, why would you have in Roseau? But because it is nowhere. But then you look at, well, why did Polaris build in North Branch? Why wouldn't they build in Pine County? Why would you build in North Branch when the property values are 2, 3, 4 times the value of here? And the cost of doing everything is that much more. Because Pine County, first of all, probably wasn't at the table with economic development. Second of all, they don't have the people or the infrastructure to get it going. So that's why they do it, you know? So there's so many variables that come into place that you have to have it. Not that you want 400 unemployed people ready to go work at Polaris, but you just gotta, it's hard before the horse thing.
I think the other thing that we have in our favor is we've got a very nimble technical community college that would, and I think they need to be at the table with us in economic development, because they can help get the 400 jobs or the 4 jobs or 3 jobs or 2 jobs.
And or adding to an existing company, you know?
If in economic development is an Excel, then you come to that dilemma of people. So then you have to figure out, how do you get it moving, right? So you have to pick something to get it moving. What is that?
Well, and even.
I think
it's just promotion.
It's promotion, it's a person, it's a, you know.
How many times have you sat through Ben Winchester's presentation?
I know.
And
it's all about them companies, they need employees.
Like he says, he goes, a mayor of a town meets with somebody that's looking at moving to their town, and he asks them about their town. Yeah, it's great, blah, blah, blah. But what about this other town? We're looking at that. Oh, that's terrible, blah, 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 blah. You don't want to live there. Well, people don't just, none of us just stay in our own town. We go to neighboring towns. Well, if that other town ain't no good, why would I want to live here? Because, you know, he goes, you got to promote yourself. You're in the middle of everywhere. And that goes for anywhere you are. Because people drive everywhere they go, you know, just because you get a job at the courthouse don't mean you're going to live in Pine City. Just because you get a job here in Sandstone don't mean you're going to live here, you know, but you're not going to drive an hour and a half
right
on crappy roads, you know, so you want to be.
And people aren't loyal to their job like they used to be. What is it? They change job every 5 years or something, or something like that. It's crazy.
And it ain't simply giving somebody a piece of land to build a business on either. Because then why is that fair for existing? Like JJ was saying, why is it fair to subsidize someone new and take away? So it's
like
just
Ben Winchester also said, you know, every town in America is looking for the next place that Google's going to build a data center or something. But what was the story Kevin Anderson told when he wanted to hire a new engineer at his welding place? They came to town and the guy was excited to move there, and he brought his wife up to look for a house. They looked at 3 houses and she said, I'm not going to live there. You know, so the guy didn't come.
Yeah.
Do Terry and JJ know who Ben Winchester is? So Ben is
What do you had to do with guns? No, I'm just kidding.
He said he's not related.
he's a researcher who works for the University of Minnesota Extension, and he focuses on rural demographics. And he's presented a couple of times in Pine County. And he just has research that shows people, the people are moving back to rural Minnesota. And what's lost in the demographics is it looks like greater Minnesota is losing population, which some places have, right? That just today is not 1950. But he thinks there's a bright side in that the family size is much smaller and the relationship of the rural population to the metro population has grown apart, right? The metro has grown much faster, but the number of households in many greater Minnesota communities is not that much different than it was 50 years ago, and in some cases is more. And so he has a very optimistic spin on what's happened.
If you get a chance, I've watched him, I think 2 other places other than.
Should have him back. Just every 2 years.
Like Google him as.
Yeah, he's got a website and
stuff like that.
And
Ben
Winchester.
He might still have his program.
Yep, I'll see what I can find.
Some of it is even, they talk about, well, the kids are moving away or people are moving away, and he goes, but they come back. And he goes, I always talk about what did he say, the drain.
The brain.
The brain drain, because all these kids are moving away. But he goes, they're moving away to get experience, and then they come back when they're productive, So he goes, you don't necessarily need all that, but I don't know. He puts an awesome, and,
I did not know that Pine Tech could get a 4-year nurse degree done there. Now, that's an amazing draw to this county.
Yep.
Medical industry is everything right now.
Yeah.
Demographic. They're just screaming for nurses and even certified nursing assistants. And the work fast thing, we developed with the.
Yeah, I need to talk to somebody about that before I leave today.
Anyway, they can do a 4-year degree at Pine Technical College.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, do we have enough to go on for a while, David?
Yeah, this should get us till the end of the pandemic.
Okay. I thank you all for your input, your interest in what we're doing here.
I do have a question.
Yep.
What are the thoughts on starting to reopen a little bit?
Here's, as far as us having meetings like this.
As far as the county as a whole? I look at, I've worked through the whole thing. So our offices were open through the whole thing. And then to have people that would bring stuff to our, and it's like, oh, I'm sorry, they're closed. You have to, there's still people that come to our counters every single day looking for services.
Who's closed?
Well, like Human Services is closed. Your office, are you open yet?
We've always had.
Okay, because
We've always
that
been open.
sign that says there's no services beyond.
But there's no public services.
Right.
Because we have that so that people aren't wandering around the building.
Right.
Our office is open. Human Services is open by appointment. All waivers are still in place. And so there's not the necessity to have in-person meetings. So if people like child protection workers, they're meeting when they need to. So there isn't this building is the only building that is not regularly unlocked. But
if you're a vet, Mindy, you keep my appointment. So I don't think we've got any department that's not open.
And if you hear somebody, if somebody thinks that they need something that they're not getting, let us know. Because our message has been be as aggressive as we can in meeting people's needs.
Okay. Yeah, I heard a lot of it when I was working, and people would come and say, I can't get a hold of anybody, or, and we would say, well, let me try this number. So we would sit there and try to call them, which took away from getting our jobs done at the same time, trying to get a hold of other people or somebody that could help them. One time, Human Services, I think I called 8 people before I finally got somebody, because nobody's in office, they're not answering their phones.
Yeah, and I think there was a transition period where telephoning was challenging, because.
Like last month.
But let me know, right? Because I think if we have places we have to troubleshoot, we can do that. But, I mean, I think part of the benefit is that I have 3 messages that I've gotten today of people who called my desk. I've never been at my desk, but I can get the messages.
Okay.
Right? And so we have the technology to allow us to be a lot more mobile. So I think if people aren't getting something, we can make a decision that says, well, we can do it this way.
Okay.
We can.
Okay, good to know.
Because there always might be a little hiccup somewhere, but we want to find those hiccups.
It's a learning process, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, are we adjourned?
We are adjourned, unless somebody else has something. I've sat here long.
Josh.
Maybe.
I got the curve.
Be quick.
You went right into orientation again?
Graduation on Sunday.
I don't think so.
Program, did we totally fund that program, or did